Welcome to the 8th installment of the Director Dossiers podcast. In this episode, we are going through every movie in Martin Scorsese's filmography, starting from What's a Nice Girl Like You Doing in a Place Like This to Raging Bull in 1980. Part 1 of 3 because he has like 40 movies and we can't watch that many movies in 1 month and do a podcast on it. And he's made a lot of good movies, Danny, correct?
Yes.
Over 40, like I said. But from what I understand, what I've heard, is that nobody's watched them really because everybody's been waiting for us to do an episode on it.
For us, and you are now allowed to watch them.
Well, you have to watch the podcast first,
and
then wait 2 months for the next 2 parts to come out, and then you can watch all of his movies.
Early life. Martin Scorsese was born on November 17th, 1942 in Flushing, New York to parents Charles and Catherine Scorsese. Growing up, Scorsese didn't play sports or partake in many physical activities due to his severe asthma, so his father would take him to the movies.
So when he was like 1 week, 2 weeks old, he nearly died from whooping cough.
Oh, wow.
And the doctor had to do some medicine stuff that I'm not familiar with because I'm not a doctor to, keep him alive.
Yeah.
And of course, we mentioned the asthma. He talked about how since he didn't play sports and he couldn't play sports, he couldn't laugh.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's crazy because you hear him laugh now, and it's like he's making up for the fact that he couldn't laugh when he was a kid because he has one of the best laughs of all time. I just put a clip of it in. But he scores in terms of the movies that his dad brought him to see, Scorsese. He talked about how originally he was like, "Oh, I want to do this. I want to make some movies," but he thought that the actor was the primary creative force behind the movie. He thought the actor, the lead person, made the movie. And then he said he remembered seeing John Ford at the end of the credits, and he realized, oh, wait, there's an authorship behind it, that guy is making the movies. And then he started watching all these other movies. There was a lot of Italian movies that he watched that we talked about, some of which we talked about in our Sergio Leone episode, like La Dolce Vita, I think that's the pronunciation. There was Bicycle Thieves, and because they had this theater that would play Italian movies for the Italian citizens that were living in, I think it was Corona, New York. But he said his favorite movies were Westerns when he was growing up, and his favorite director was John Ford. And,
Wasn't he talking about how some of those Italian movies were dubbed? I would love to see some, like, dubbed in English. I would love to see what those were like.
Right. Well, because back then it was in the 40s and the 50s.
Yeah,
are you kidding me?
Terrible.
It's like an Italian guy like doing, "What's the matter?" And it's just a guy going, "Ah," But he talked about that where he goes, "I liked watching the subtitles because you can read what their actors are like. I didn't understand what the people were saying, but you can read the subtitles and then look at their body language, and see, oh, this is what the body language is communicating. It's like the same thing.
And it's a little more accurate that way, I feel.
Yeah. So, because if you dub it, you lose some of the performance in the back of the throat. But there was one of the things that Scorsese did when he was young. He said from when he was about 8 to 13, he would basically draw movies. He was basically making storyboards for a movie. And one of them was called The Eternal City. And at first, he started out, it was Academy ratio. So the aspect ratio was 133 to 1, which is the old-timey box of the front. Like, it was more of like a box or a square. And then once Panorama and like CinemaScope came out and they had the 235 to 1 aspect ratio where it's more of like a long rectangle, he would draw the storyboards accordingly. And he said he only showed it to like 1 or 2 friends, and he would explain the movie. And then from this shot of the gladiator, we're gonna go to here. It was like an ancient Rome epic type thing. He goes, we're gonna get cut from here, and then the camera moves over here. And he goes, what do you mean move? The friend's like, what do you mean move?
Yeah,
they're pictures. And he goes, yeah, but they move in between. He's like, what are you talking about here? So that was pretty funny.
It's funny. They just didn't understand. And he was like, no, trust me.
Yeah. And then he did talk about a lot where he goes, I would watch these movies and I would remember scenes from the movies growing up. And I remember, that one shot in this movie where the camera pans down and then it cuts to, it pans to the left, or it tilts down, I should say. And then it pans to the left. Oh, that was an amazing shot. And then he would go back in his adulthood and watch the movie, and there was no movement in the camera. It was just the cuts. So the cuts were suggesting a movement to him, and that kind of fascinated him.
After initially wanting to become a priest and failing out of preparatory seminary, Scorsese enrolled at NYU, where he studied English and eventually film.
So when he was in his teens, he was considering becoming a priest, but he was also obsessed. He knew he was obsessed with movies. So he was like, all right, what if I just combine the two and I make a movie about a priest? And of course, that never materialized. And then when he went to NYU, he originally studied English. And he always talked about, he goes, there were books in my house, but we weren't like a reading household. And then I kind of, when I would read books, I didn't know how to read them. So it was kind of hard for me, but I really enjoyed movies. And his professor at NYU, when he took the film courses there, was a guy named Haig Manoogian. I have to remember that pronunciation. I don't want to mess it up. But that was his film professor. And he said they had a lot of the same sensibilities and passions about film. And he was basically his mentor when he was studying there. He said the one thing that they disagreed on was in a certain taste was Scorsese did an essay on the movie The Third Man, starring Orson Welles, directed by Carol Reed. I haven't seen it. I think it was maybe the late 40s it was made, early 50s. And he wrote an essay on it, and he gave him a B+. And he wrote next to the B+, remember, it's only a thriller. And Scorsese's like, no, it's not. What do you mean? It's sort of similar to when we talked about Paul Thomas Anderson, where he went into the film class. And also, I'm not saying Haig Manoogian is an idiot for saying this. It's just a different taste. But Paul Thomas Anderson went to a screenwriting class, and the professor went, if you're here to write Terminator 2, just leave now. We write films here. And he's like, "What? Terminator 2 is awesome. What are you talking about?"
One of the best movies ever, in my in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
What's a Nice Girl Like You Doing in a Place Like This? 1963. Scorsese's first complete film at NYU was based on a horror novella, The Beckoning Fair One, by Algernon Blackwood.
So that story was a horror story where this guy moves into a mansion and there's a painting in there, and he grows obsessed with this painting, and it's sort of a dark, it's a horror story that's different from what Scorsese did. His is more of like a quirky sort of experimental comedy. It's really strange. We'll get to it. But the summer workshop I mentioned before there was 36 kids in it. And also I think Thelma Schoonmaker, who was his editor from Raging Bull up until now, and also worked with him on Woodstock, was also in this course as well. And she helped him edit What's a Nice Girl Like You Doing in a Place Like This, I believe. I'm just going to say What's a Nice Girl because I don't want to say that a sentence every time I refer to a movie. And so there was 36 kids in the class. And Haig Manoogian said, you're not all going to direct something, but what we're going to do is split you up into 6 groups, and then whoever turns in scripts first, I have to approve the scripts. Whoever turns in the script will get to direct the movie. Because people were like, well, I just want to direct. And they said, well, okay, well, what script do you want to do? And I said, well, I'll just pick one of the other scripts. And he's like, no, that's not how it works here. So Scorsese heard this, and then he made sure he was one of the first people to submit a script. And of course, it was the script for What's a Nice Girl Like You. Did you watch it?
Yes.
What'd you think?
I thought it was, it's clearly a student film.
Mm-hmm.
It was a little hard to understand, I guess you would say, and a little goofy, like at the end where he's in the water and it's like echoing his voice. It's
enigmatic.
It's easier for us to say, the effects were bad on the voice, like the echo and stuff, but
it's primitive technology.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was good, but like I would be lying to you if I said I understood.
Right.
It,
For a general audience, not that I'm relating you to a general audience member.
I am.
But somebody who you don't really get that nobody really gets that much enjoyment out of short films if they're not interested in film as a hobby or a career, you know what I'm saying? But I will say, even though because now when I'm not to disparage student filmmakers these days, but a lot of student films, and I'm guilty of this, is either a kid walking into the woods or a boyfriend and girlfriend breaking up. And I love that he never had that phase, it seems like, where he could have just been like, oh, I'm going to do a thing where it's a scene and they're just talking in a room and there's movie posters in the background. We talked about this, I think, in the Paul Thomas Anderson podcast, I believe, where you can tell that it's a student film and they're filming at the kid's apartment because there's Pulp Fiction posters in the background. You know what I mean? But in this, he just completely throws out any rules. He's just like, no, I just want to play around and stretch these conventions around and scramble, storytelling up, where there's never a scene where 2 people are talking and he's going like, geez, Bill, like you haven't been the same since the accident, that kind of thing, where it's just this weird experimental, he's doing this weird animation that there's one scene where he's talking about he got a new apartment and you see all the furniture pop in like frame by frame. And that's very reminiscent. It feels like a precursor to the catalog scene in Fight Club. if you remember that, where he's looking in the catalog or watching TV, and he's like, "Oh yeah, sure, I can get 40% off on a couch. Capitalism sucks, dude. This movie's deep." I'm not making fun of Fight Club. I'm just doing a voice, and that feels like a precursor to that scene. And there's this amazing thing that comes up later in not just You, Murray, and also Raging Bull. That's done brilliantly, where he uses still frames. So like if you're a student of film, you have to be, obviously you have a limited budget. And so what he did to get the biggest bang out of his buck is go, okay, wait a minute. So I have to film these people going on a honeymoon, let's say. And I know that the World's Fair in New York is under construction, so I'm going to write that into the script and then take pictures there, not film there, because if you film there, there's lighting, there's sound you have to worry about. But if you just go there and take pictures and just put them in sequence,
It's a good way to make that feel more realistic too.
yes, it suggests a lot more with a lot less. Because there's something about seeing pictures where you have to kind of fill in the gaps of these people's lives. Like you see somebody laughing in a picture, and you're like, "Oh, is that his dad or is that his brother?"
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And it's brilliant because it's 10 minutes, but you really get a lot of detail and an arc on this guy's life.
it's smart to capture the World's Fair at that point, because there
That's
might
so
not
smart.
be other captures of the World's Fair like that in a
Right.
film,
Yeah,
and let alone
he's
in
probably
a
one of the
student
only
film.
people to take pictures. Of that,
Exactly.
you know what I mean?
And for me, I also felt like the way it touches on loneliness in the beginning, it felt like a precursor to Taxi Driver a little bit.
Yeah,
Like how,
that's a good point.
I
Like the now that you brought up the loneliness point, there is how this speaks to Scorsese as a person, like in his psyche. I do think because Scorsese seems to me like a very anxious person, and in this, I think the whole point, because I watched this like 2019. I watched all of Scorsese's movies for the first time. Some of them for the first time. A lot of them I watched before, like the classics and stuff. But when I watched this, I went, okay, yeah, sure, that's cool. I wasn't really trying to study it like I am for this podcast. But one of the things I noticed, I really tried to figure out, like, okay, so what's the point of this? So I just think overall, like him going into the picture at the end, and I'm like, okay, that surely has some meaning, but I can't be bothered. But this time I'm like, okay, so what's his name? Harry. His name is Algernon, but they call him Harry. He, is just starting out in his life, just like Scorsese was. He's like a new adult, and he's trying to find traction. And then all of a sudden, he finds this weird neurotic obsession with a picture, the same way Scorsese would find a neurotic obsession with movies, I guess. And he tries to shy away from this obsession by trying to think about something else, and then he's like, oh, I'll have a house party, and then he meets a wife and he meets his wife and he gets married, and he's like, oh, everything's fine. And then once he gets married into domestic life, there's another picture that he becomes obsessed with, and then instead of trying to shy away from it and throwing another party, he just dives into the picture and kind of fully embraces it. I think if I had to ascribe some kind of higher meaning to that short, I'd say that that's what he's trying to say, consciously or unconsciously. It could have been unconsciously. That's what he was saying about his relationship with movies and stuff. So
yeah, I mean, he was talking about that, like how he was wondering how his parents felt about, he wanted to be a priest, and then he wanted to study
Yes.
English, and then he got married, and he wasn't married, and
yeah.
it's just like a young person thing to do, just like try a million things in your 20s.
I'm glad you brought that up, because there was one part when somebody asked, so how did your parents feel about it? They were very supporting, yes, because they see him in the movies. And he's like, well, yeah, they were, like, eventually. But I remember when I first told them, like, I'm not going to be a priest, I'm not going to do this, I want to be a filmmaker, I overheard them talking in the other room, and my mom said, what, is he crazy?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's Not Just You, Murray, 1964. Scorsese's next film project at NYU was a 16-minute short film. He later described as a big epic of two guys who were friends in the underworld of New York. In the vein of Warner Brothers gangster movies from the 1930s, Scorsese concocted a script of scenes and stories he heard from his neighborhood.
So, Martin, I believe, is Armenian. And Martin was basically Scorsese's writing partner for a long time. Up until, like, from this movie, up until, I believe, Raging Bull, he would be writing a lot. He wrote Mean Streets. He had a hand in New York, Italianamerican, and Last Waltz. And he was Armenian, and his dad, I think he was an immigrant. He came over during the Iraqi Revolution, and his dad was being abducted, I think, from his house or being relocated somewhere. and his dad had a heart attack and died. So this guy, like, he came from like a pretty tough time, and then he came and was just like, I'll write New York, New York, and but he said that his role in Scorsese's movies, where he had all these ideas and these stories he heard around the neighborhood, and Scorsese would throw them into a script, and then it was Martin's job to sort of, find the structure and find a flow and a plot and a story through all those scenes. Also, Martin sounds like a multiverse variant of Martin Scorsese.
Yeah,
Every time I see that, I'm like, oh, what is he, like
Yeah.
some Central European Scorsese? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah. So, and then Ira Rubin, who plays Murray, he was just a guy. He got, he wanted. They auditioned some people. He auditioned, and Scorsese hired him. And then after they made the short film together, they never really talked again until he worked on New York Stories, which was a movie that was a bunch of anthology short films, I believe. I haven't seen it yet because it was one of those obscure movies I didn't watch when I watched Scorsese's movies all the way through the first time. But we're going to cover it for the next episode. And it's sort of like a movie like Four Rooms, where they have 4 segments and 4 different directors direct the segments. In New York Stories, it was something similar. Scorsese was directing one of the segments, and Ira Rubin was cast in one of the things. And he starts talking to Scorsese, and he sees Charles Scorsese, Scorsese's dad, and take a drink every time I say Scorsese. And he goes, "What? You don't want to say hello anymore?" He goes, "I didn't think you'd remember me." And he goes, "Of course I remember you. I got the movie at home. I watch it all the time." So that was a pretty cool story. But in going into, I think this is sort of, I'm Not Just You, Murray is sort of a twin short film to What's a Nice Girl. It feels like almost sort of like a spiritual sequel. And it feels like a precursor to Mean Streets in a sense, because we talked about how it has that gangster underworld kind of feel. And the relationship between Murray and I think what's the other guy's name, Joey or something. It feels very reminiscent of Charlie and Johnny Boy in Mean Streets, but also there was a series of movies that Scorsese referred to. I forget the names of the movies, but it was Bob Hope and Bing Crosby, and they were like a duo, sort of like Laurel and Hardy and Abbott and Costello, where one of them would get the shit end of the stick out of every transaction or every interaction or whatever. So he would, one would have, betray the trust of the other, and then he'd be like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Then there was another moment of trust, and so he figured that influenced Murray and Joey's relationship. And in this, again, he does the still photography thing in this to communicate a lot about Murray's life, and you really get a giant snapshot of Murray's life in 16 minutes. And I love there's a moment that comes up that's straight out of Scorsese, where he goes, "The only psychology my mother ever taught me was eat first, Murray," which is like, that has to be something that his mom told him at one point, But also another way it's similar to What's a Nice Girl is it does all these camera movements where, especially now it seems, okay, sure, matter of fact, but back then in 1964, I'm not familiar with that time, but it feels like one of the first things that was doing things like this, where it opens and it's Murray, and the camera starts in this tie, and he goes, "See this tie?" And then you see his hand direct the camera up to him, and he goes, $20. And then he does, "You see the suit?" And he does it again. And there's the scene after that, Murray's getting in his car, and he opens the car door, and then he puts it, and all of a sudden the camera is getting into the back seat. And it's like, this is really, because again, he's just throwing ideas around and wants to play around before, And I thought that was very interesting as well. What do you think about this?
Now that you say how the one guy's whole job was to just collect stories from the neighborhood, the way he told this story seems very smart, because it's kind of just a recap. And it's like, if you wanted to put all those, you could extend that into a full movie, all those stories. But the way he did it is like just him telling a brief recap of his life and going, so it's really smart storytelling, the way he's able to fit all that into it. At first, for me, it felt sort of jumbled up, but now that the way you explained it to me, it makes more sense in my head. But from first watch, I was like, that was a lot. And it still felt like a student project, but now that the more that I think about it, it feels like it was just a smart way of getting all those points into the story.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like that, because again, like the student film thing, it's like you only have a limited amount of time. You don't really have time to just have a scene of a boyfriend and girlfriend being like, "But I just feel alone." And he's like, no, I don't want to waste my time with that because I only have a few minutes. Like,
Mm-hmm.
how can I make this the shortest? How can I present this the shortest way possible, but also the most creative, where I can spin the camera around and do some crazy shit?
And also, like, you can convey that just by having them stand 1, 2, 3, and having the girlfriend look at Joey instead of,
Yes,
that's
exactly.
super smart.
With just a visual. That's a good
Mhm.
point. Yes, but and also, like I said before, how it feels like a precursor to Mean Streets, and even who's that knocking at my door? Why does he? How come his first movies are all sentences?
Yeah, seriously.
It's really hard. It's
I was
really
thinking
hard to
about
say.
that. They're all long.
So, but in what's who's not knocking at my door? Jeez,
Who's that knocking?
I just studied Scorsese for a month and I can't get the title straight. In that movie, he has the Scorsese violence that we're so used to seeing,
Mhm.
where it feels so naturalistic and everybody feels very loose in the frame and it doesn't feel fake at all. It's in this movie. I remember watching Who's That Knocking at My Door, son of a bitch, for the first time and going, oh my God, this fighting is insane. The second scene in that movie, the fighting's already fully formed right there. And I go, how was he able to do this so early and so young when he didn't know that much? Like, how is he doing this? And then I watched this again and I'm like, fuck, it's there. How does he do it? It's the scene when they're bootlegging the alcohol and the cops come in. It's amazing. He's jumping on top of the sacks or whatever, and the cop falls down. They're swinging at each other. Joe leaves. How does he do it?
It's because he grew up with it.
I guess yes. I guess that's the answer.
He grew up in the mean streets. He did though.
Get out. But so yeah, that's just that aspect of his filmmaking came fully formed. It seems that's just that portrayal of people fighting, the way people fight in his movies.
Yeah. Well, in one of the documentaries I watched about him, they said his mother mentioned to someone how when he would be out playing and the mafia or the mob would tell them like we're gonna shoot somebody outside. Send your kids in at 3 or so.
Yeah.
Like we have a scheduled shooting, right? Isn't that crazy? Like the violence that he grew up around just kind of bleeds into his movies, and he's not really apologetic about it either.
Yeah, that's a good point. But also, now that makes me think of a scene in Mean Streets because he talked about how there was under the substructure of his neighborhood was just like the threat of violence and the mafia or and the whatever crime was going on. Like that was just boiling under everything the same way that those roaches are in the grass in that nice neighborhood in Blue Velvet. If I'm remembering that shot correctly, I've only seen it once. It was a long time ago. But in Mean Streets, because he always talked about how he would hear stories of this, but he goes, I can't even tell you the names of the crime families because I was told never to say the name so many times that my brain won't let me remember it.
Mm-hmm.
So that in Mean Streets, nobody ever says like, you're right. I fucked up. I'm sorry, or something like that. There's a scene where De Niro's character Johnny Boy is lying to Charlie, saying, "I already paid Michael. I paid him last week."
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "All right, so let's go get Mike in here." And he doesn't go, "All right, look, I'm sorry, Charlie." He goes, "Wait, what Tuesday are we talking about?" Oh, and they're like, "Oh, yeah." And there's an unspoken thing that they both understand. There's another scene where he goes, his uncle, Charlie's uncle, who's like a big deal, goes, "Where were you last night, Charlie? Did you go to the job with the boys?" And he goes, "Yeah, uncle, I was there." And he goes, "Oh, really? Because I saw somebody said you were with a girl or something, or with your friends at the movies." And he goes, "Oh, you're right. Now that I think about it, yeah." He doesn't go, "I'm sorry." There's an unspoken thing going on, and I think that's sort of a, a tributary of that idea in Mean Streets.
Who's That Knocking at My Door? 1967. For his master project at NYU, Scorsese put out an ad for actors to come and audition for a role in a student film, and one of the people who answered the ad was Harvey Keitel.
So before we get to Harvey Keitel, I just want to say the one reason he felt like he could even make a whole feature film by himself is because in 1959 there was a director named John Cassavetes who was very influential in Scorsese's career, and he also worked with later, which we'll get to, who was sort of the first independent film director. Because back then, to make a movie, the cameras were like the size of that mini fridge, and it was very hard to move them around. There was no really the only handheld cameras, or I guess Super 8 cameras and some 16mm cameras. I might be exaggerating a little bit, but that's what I know for sure. But he had a movie in 1959, Cassavetes, called Shadows, that came out, and Scorsese saw that and was like, "Wait a minute, I could probably make one of these to a certain extent. So maybe I should try doing something like that." So that was the Kickstarter for him. And so Harvey Keitel, how he cast, or how he knew he wanted to cast him, is he didn't really have him audition. So what he did is he put an ad out in the paper that said, "Hey, come audition for the student film at NYU." And then what he did is Scorsese had his friend Bill Minkin, who was a comedian. He had him go up into the office or whatever room they were waiting in, and Harvey Keitel goes, "Hey, I'm here for the audition," and he goes, "What audition?" And he goes, "The audition in the paper said to come here." And he goes, "I don't know anything about that. Go fuck yourself." Like that kind of thing. And they're like, "No, fuck you, dude. No, go fucking eat a bag of dicks." Like whatever. And they start arguing, and Scorsese comes out and goes, "You got the part."
Nice.
Like that was essentially how he
cool,
did
yeah.
it. Because that in kind of improvisation and kind of in the moment stuff is very important to Scorsese.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is one of those films where you can tell there's improv just by watching it.
You can tell there's improv, but it's unbelievable how structured the scenes feel. Some of the
Yeah.
scenes feel. I'm sure a lot of them, because because it was his first film. There was a lot of it was lacking a certain structure. But there's some scenes like I was gonna save this for later, but I'll say it now. There's one scene where Jr., who is Harvey Keitel's character, Joey, and then the guy Gaga in the back.
I love the way they say it.
Gaga.
Gaga.
And they're all arguing in the car, and you could tell they're improving, but it has a structure because Gaga's in the back going, "Hey, can you turn the radio up?" And JR and Joey are arguing in the front, going like, "Oh yeah, I bet you get all the girls." Joey goes, "Yeah, I get more girls than you." And he's like, "Well, what about this?" He goes, "I bet I can lift more weights than you." Like, "Oh, I can lift more." And they're having it's like 2-3 minutes, and then the whole time it's rising because they're getting more and more angry. And Gaga's like, "Turn it up," and all of a sudden, finally, it explodes. And he goes, "How fucking loud do you need the goddamn radio to be?" And then he gets out of the car. It's like, how like, and these are all just they're all amateurs. It's like me and you going out and making a scene like that and having it work.
Yeah.
It's crazy how good that turned out. You know what I'm saying?
And I feel like those kinds of scenes bleed into his other movies, and he tries to capture that kind of thing in his other movies,
Of course.
which is really impressive because they're all amateurs and they're making like the future of Scorsese's films, basically.
Exactly. It's like, well, Who's That Knocking at My Door is like the first draft of movie,
Yeah.
and then Mean Streets is the second draft of that movie. They're sort of this. Like all you can a lot of the ideas in Mean Streets you can find the origins of them in Who's That Knocking.
The first part where I noticed that it was obviously improv, but impressive improv was when he's sitting down and just talking to her on the bench
When they're waiting for the ferry.
When they're waiting for the ferry, it's like clearly improv, but it's super impressive because you're like, oh, he's got some riz on it. Like you can tell they're just chatting, you know.
Yeah. And I guess it's because I mentioned before when students today make a movie, there's all movie posters in the background and stuff, and they'll like talk about movies. And I guess the 1960s version of that idea is when he brings up John Wayne in the movie The Searchers. And that actually comes up later in Mean Streets, The Searchers. Natalie Wood was in that movie. And she later in 1981, she was like a big star. And then later in 1981, she was killed. And it's sort of like a Hollywood mystery where she wasn't killed. She died drowning in a boat in the middle of the ocean. She went on a boat with her husband and Christopher Walken. I believe that was it. Maybe another guy and a producer. And then they came back and they're like, yeah, she drowned.
And they didn't. Yeah.
That's the official story. I don't want to like slander anybody, but my dad told me, and also I'm not saying this is true. This is what my dad told me. My dad heard. I don't know where he heard it. My dad has the inside scoop. He lives in Jackson, New Jersey. But he goes, what I heard was, Christopher Walken had a male lover on the boat, and that's why they didn't want anybody. That's why they were hush hush about it. And it's like I'm not outing Christopher. I'm not saying that's true. Every dad, it seems, has like one actor who they think is gay.
Yeah.
Was it your dad who was like, Tommy Lee Jones is gay, right? And you're like, that's not true.
Like, where are you coming from?
Every dad has one guy where like, no, I heard.
Yeah.
Like, where did you hear this?
During post-production, Scorsese had his first collaboration with his longtime editor, Thelma Schoonmaker. Schoonmaker.
So she originally she went to college for political science, and she wanted to work in foreign affairs. And somebody was like, hey, you're too idealistic. This is going to be terrible. You're going to hate this. And she was like, all right, fine, I'll go into something else. And she looked in the newspaper, and there was a job for an assistant editor. And she's like, I like movies, I'll try that. And she went in, I forget the guy's name, but she goes, this guy was a complete hack who was just editing all these great Italian movies for TV. So that, like, let's say a movie was 2 hours and 30 minutes, a reel is 15 minutes, let's say, but they only have a 2-hour slot on TV or a 2.5-hour slot on TV. He would just cut out 2 reels in the movie. And Thelma was like, Jesus fucking Christ, like, you can't just do that, dude. Like, this is insane. So she sort of learned the ins and outs in editing from that guy, and then she took the summer course at NYU with Scorsese, and Haig Manugan said, "Hey, Thelma, why don't you go help Marty cut his negative?" So I don't think she had a big hand in actually assembling everything together, but because back then I'm pretty sure this is how they did it back then with the film. They would make copies of the film and then edit on that because they didn't want to cut the negative.
Yeah.
So Scorsese edited the movie together, and then she helped him cut the negative, the final process of like putting everything together.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, you can tell there are some cuts in this that are a little rough looking.
Can you give me an example?
I feel like some of the cuts when all the guys are just like being dudes in the apartment. I remember like one specifically right in the beginning where I was like, oof. Like I don't know. It's not.
Like
It's
like
nothing
a continuity
big.
thing, or like it just.
It wasn't a little bit of continuity, but I remember like the first scene being like, oh, this.
Yeah.
I didn't know how the whole thing was gonna pan out just based off like a few cuts where I was
Right.
like, but I mean, it's again they're
Well-
physically cutting so it's hard.
Yeah,
to,
if you cut something, you're like, do I really want to change a frame? Like,
Yeah,
it's gonna take
yeah.
for like 30 minutes. But I actually think he does a lot of great stuff with the editing later in the movie, which we'll get to,
Mhm.
which I want to talk about later. But what's the next thing we got?
When Scorsese's professor Haig Manugan saw Who's That Knocking, he said, Mnuchin saw Who's That Knocking, he said, it looked awful and was really bad, and the way the movie turned out was eating at his conscience.
So with What's a Nice Girl and Murray, he was very hands-on with working with Scorsese, and then he felt when Scorsese was going to make Who's That Knocking, he said, okay, he's got experience. Like I can be more hands-off and see how it goes. And then when the movie turned out as bad as it did, it really bothered him,
Mhm.
and he said, screw it. We should probably rewrite the script. You know, we'll try to keep some stuff you put in there, but we'll rewrite it, and then I'll finance the reshoots. And then they basically reshot the whole movie.
Oh, wow.
So, yes.
So what we saw was all the reshoots and stuff?
I guess I'm get a substantial amount of it, like at least half is what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
Because they played it at the NYU like film festival, and he said it was bad.
Oh,
The
really?
reaction was, and that's just the NYU. Like it's a very insular screening, I assume. It's not. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But they sent it to Venice after the movie was completed. After they shot it for the second time and edited it together, they sent it to the Venice Film Festival. And like, all right, let's see if this gets in there. And they never received a reply back.
Mm.
And then one of the students came back from Europe and was like, "Hey, did you guys make Who's That Knocking at My Door? A movie called Who's That Knock?" And they were like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Yeah, I saw the film canister for it just sitting on a bench in the airport in Europe."
Whoa.
So I don't know how
They never even
so they
got
just
it?
they had to be like, "Dude, get on a flight right now," and they had to go over there and get it.
Wow. So that's crazy. And it was just sitting there like nobody.
Yes, but it also shows you the dedication that these people had. They didn't know any better because they don't know that, hey, in 20 years you just press a button and somebody gets the movie, or 20 years, 50 years. Because now if I want to send a film into a festival to Venice,
Yeah.
I can just go on Film Freeway and pay $80 and just
Email it
press
to
a
them.
button. I didn't have to make a whole new print and mail it.
And then
Oh.
sometimes you can still like change it after you.
I guess you can still change it. You can
change
update it.
That's crazy. On November 15th, 1967, Who's That Knocking premiered at the Chicago International Film Festival and got good reviews from Roger Ebert. However, they struggled to find distribution for the movie.
So I think Haig Manusian, damn it, you're rubbing off on me with this
Sorry.
mispronunciation.
It's okay.
Haig Manusian said he knew a guy who might be able to get distribution for the movie, and the guy said, we can't really pull it off unless you have a sex scene in there. So Scorsese was in Amsterdam at the time, filming commercials, because somebody was like, "Dude, this work over here, come on, let's go." And he was like, "All right." And then Manusian calls him and goes, "Hey, you're in Amsterdam. If we send Keitel over there, you want to shoot a sex scene real quick?" And
Mhm.
Scorsese was like, "Oh, fine, whatever." And Roger Ebert didn't. This is after the film festival, so the version Roger Ebert saw wasn't the one with the sex scene in it, right in the middle. And so they go over there and they film it, and Harvey Keitel's having a great time, and Scorsese hates it because he's like, he doesn't like having sex scenes in his movies.
Yeah.
If you look, there's no sex in his movies. Even in Raging Bull, the closest thing we get is like them like kissing and stuff, and then he gets all bricked up, but he pours the ice water on his, on his Johnson. That's like the closest thing we've ever gotten. I guess Wolf of Wall Street, but that wasn't really depicting a sensual, sexual thing.
Yeah.
That was more for like comedy and to show what was really happening. So yeah, he didn't like that. And then they did it and it got distribution. It played in a few theaters.
Yeah, I saw I saw this was, what is it, Max, that gives you like the little fun facts. It popped up because I was, when that popped up, they're literally like walking down the street and then that happens and you're like, what?
Wait,
What?
oh, that's what
Yeah,
the
the
sex
sex
scene?
scene.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, what? And then I see the fun fact that said it was struggling to get distribution. So the only way they could is this guy Roger Ebert said they need to pitch it as a sexploitation film or something like that.
Oh really?
Yeah. So that they literally had to add that to get, like, that was the
Yeah.
only way they would get it.
And
So
also
that
they
helped.
changed the title like 13 times.
Oh, did they?
Like the titles in these movies, dude.
First, it was
called
Who's,
I
and then
called
Who's-
first, and then who's knocking, who's on first, what's on second. It's like it's insane.
Yeah, yeah. But is it what? Why do you think like the placement of that scene is just appalling to me? It's literally they're walking down the street, he says something, and then it just jumps to like a 10-minute long.
It's so long, it goes on for way too long.
And then like it ends and they just continue their conversation. It's like, what just
Well,
happened?
even like I think in that scene, I think there's interesting camera stuff in the scene.
Yeah,
how
yeah.
the camera's like swirling around and all this weird handheld stuff is going on. It really gives you a sense that you're there. But I mentioned I want to talk about like a lot of the editing that we see later in the movie. There's a scene where I forget, maybe it's Joey. Remember that scene where he's messing around? He gives the guy a noogie and then like points a gun at his head.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're all laughing and stuff. When you talked about the editing before, there's a scene that I'm like, no, I've never seen this before, where the guy is pointing the gun at the friend, and all the friends are laughing, and they all run away out of the room, and like they're laughing, and he plays a take of it, and you see Joey throw a pillow, and then all of a sudden it's in slow motion as well, and then all of a sudden it cuts back, and they're on the couch again, and they all get up again, and you see it happen again, and then he goes again. So he puts 3 takes of the same shot in the movie, and it works because there's music playing, and it's just fun.
Yeah.
And it's something I've never seen before, and he's just playing around with a lot of stuff. I want to talk about going back to the beginning of what were we gonna say?
I just want to say, like, just picture me, you, and all our friends hanging out, and me just like pointing a gun at one of our friends' heads.
Our friend Mark
and
pulls out a
everybody
gun.
like,
Yeah.
like laughing, and I'm just like, and the one guy's like,
Yeah, he's literally horrified. Well, I'm like,
crying.
Well, you ever see it on Instagram? There's like, like my friends did this, and it's like they're not your friends, pal.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
that one scene when the guy's about to get laid, and they all come in and ruin it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, no, I would genuinely be pissed at that. But maybe it was different back then. I don't know.
Well, you'd never be in that situation.
Yeah, I've been trying to. Yeah, I haven't been able to do it, dude.
No, but what were you getting at?
You know what's funny? I've never been able to get a girl to like me, and all I do is talk about movies with them.
Yeah,
It's like,
dude,
why
I don't get it.
why doesn't
I
that
don't get
work?
it.
I literally just do a whole podcast right in front of them for 3 hours.
Yeah, yeah. They're like, oh, cool.
So in the first scene of the movie is Scorsese's mom making a calzone and then feeding it to the kids. I don't know what thematically that has to do with the movie, but that's something that seems like it's right out of Scorsese's memory bank. And then the second scene right after it is JR and his friends are arguing with a guy who presumably owes them money, or like a rival street gang or whatever. And then they start fighting, and like I said earlier, it's the most Scorsese thing of all time. Immediately it comes there fully formed. They're fighting exactly how they do in his later movies. And I think that what those two scenes juxtapose are, you're showing this very safe and quiet life that he has when he's home with his parents, and then on the streets, it's just all hell breaks loose and there's violence. Just juxtaposing. Yeah, exactly. Just juxtaposing the difference between indoors and outdoors and his upbringing.
Yeah.
Was very interesting to me. Really quick, and then we'll move on. When this movie came out, a lot of the people it did get mixed reviews when it came out. John Cassavetes liked it a lot, and Roger Ebert liked it. But then some people who because the whole premise of the movie is that JR meets this girl, and then he dates her and he falls in love with her, or she falls in love with him, vice versa. And she goes, I need to tell you something. I was raped a couple years ago. And he has like this hysterical reaction to it. And that's the whole premise of the movie. And you have to remember, this was written in 1964, let's say.
Yeah.
And by the time the movie came out, it was in theaters, it was 1967, 1968. So a lot of the ideas, and we'll get to this later when we talk about street scenes and the Big Shave. The late '60s, that whole quote about there's decades where nothing happens and then weeks where decades happens. The 1960s was a decade where a century happened, and we'll talk about that. So a lot of things changed in 4 years, and people are saying, well, this kind of feels outdated, and what was it, antiquita and antiquated,
Yeah.
and because I don't think a lot of guys would have a reaction like that. Like, what is this saying? It seems like his philosophy is kind of stuck in the 1950s, let's say.
The Big Shave. In 1967, Scorsese submitted a short script to the Palais des Beaux-Arts in Brussels, and he received a grant of 10 rolls of film, which he used to shoot The Big Shave.
I purposely didn't look up or tell you how to pronounce Palais des Beaux-Arts.
Good.
And I'm
think I got it
genuinely
right.
surprised at how well you got through that. So congratulations. One thing I just remembered about Who's That Knocking, Who's That Knocking, that I thought was funny and I wrote down in my notes, was when he calls. It's not, the scene isn't funny because it's when she's saying that she got raped, but when he goes, turns out I've been dating a hooer.
Yeah,
He doesn't say whore. He goes a hooer.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny. Anyway, The Big Shave. Similarly to how I felt about watching not just You, Murray, and What's a Nice Girl for the first time in 2019, I watched them just to watch them to say I can watch them. And then I never thought about it again. I didn't really try to figure out what they were about. And this one I watched, I'm like, yeah, sure, he cuts himself, whatever. And then later I heard people relating it to the Vietnam War. And I'm like, where are they getting that from? It's just a guy shaving. Like, how did they relate a guy shaving to the Vietnam War? And then this time I realized there's a title card that says Viet 67 on the bottom, which, is an official connection of its message to the Vietnam War. But then when you watch it now, you're just watching this guy shaving, and then he cuts himself, and then he keeps going, and it just shows a state of self-destruction in a young man. And you can relate that because I've been reading about this a lot, the late '60s and the Vietnam War, and one of the things the books I read was Hell No, We Won't Go, and it shows a lot about it talked about a lot of guys trying to dodge the draft and draft resistance in general. There was another book called The Working Class War that talked about how the draft affected people economically in all different types of ways, like draft dodgers, but also one of the things was that those books were saying was nobody, whether you were drafted, signed up, weren't drafted, whatever, a piece of you is being taken away by the war and you're going to get victimized because let's say you were drafted. You're victimized now by the American government because you were going to fight this war that we know now was for an unjust cause. And I guess at the time it was a little bit harder to tell. Hindsight's 2020. But then if you didn't get drafted, you would see your friends going into the war or getting drafted, and you'd have a sense of guilt, like, no, I should be over there. Like this, my friends are getting killed. But even if you didn't get drafted and you didn't know anybody who went to the war, if you were of draft age, it was much harder for you to get a good job because nobody wanted to train and invest resources into somebody who might get drafted.
Yeah.
And so there was I think the young men in America during that time were in a state of self-destruction or just destruction in general, where a piece of them was getting taken away, no matter who they were, and even like the ways they would dodge the draft, it always involved a sense of harming yourself.
Yeah.
So like one of the things. There was a story about one guy, he would inhale vacuum dust so his lungs would sound really bad. There was another guy, there's a bunch of guys who wouldn't sleep for, a week, would not shower for months, and then take drug cocktails every day just so that their body would be so messed up. And there was even, the guys were trying to like break their arms and stuff. But then there was another thing where a lot of them tried to get out by pretending to be a homosexual. And there's nothing inherently destructive about like that lifestyle, but saying that you were in that time, saying that you're homosexual would go on your permanent record, and if you wanted to be a teacher, you couldn't be a teacher. So even that would take away a lot of your opportunities as a citizen. So every guy was touched by the Vietnam War in a negative way. So I thought it really resonated with me now. Watching it.
Yeah, I have a interesting firsthand account from my grandma. She said, because I asked her about it once, like what it was like going through that. And she said it was horrible, too, just because every day like you turn on the TV, they had like a slotted time on the TV to read out the names from people from your region who had perished in the war.
Right.
So every day you're just hearing people like dying in the war. It's just like a, you know, everyone is touched, the men and the women, like everyone had to go through that in some kind of terrible way.
Yeah,
like,
the whole like we'll get to this when we talk about street scenes, but the whole country didn't like most people
mhm.
didn't like what was going on. And people would watch TV and they would all, whether you were a hippie or a cop or whatever, they would be looking at the footage that they're seeing on TV. And I'm sure a lot of them were like, "Oh, I got what's coming to them, these damn Vietnamese or whatever." But most people were against it.
Yeah.
Um, there was one more point that was made in that book, The Working Class War, that I just wanted to bring up because I thought it was very interesting. There was a guy who goes, you know, if I'm drafted or I'm not drafted, how can I justify not participating in this war when I'm seeing my friends who are signing up or getting drafted and they're going off and fighting? How am I going to walk around my neighborhood and wave to their parents while I'm just, sitting here living my life and they don't get to?
Mm-hmm.
So it was a very nuanced situation that I appreciate the history about.
Can I give my like knee-jerk
Yes.
thought on after I watched it? And then I'll tell my funny story that I have about watching it. I was thinking, like, my knee-jerk reaction, just because I knew that it came out, 1967. I was thinking like we wouldn't shave as regularly if we cut ourselves and it was as bloody as that every single time, but yet we go to war just as you know what I'm saying? Like, we wouldn't shave every day if it cut us up
if it
that
cut us,
way,
yes, that's a
but
good point.
we still go to war just as frequently. It seems,
That's a good point.
And then I'll tell my funny story. So I woke up super early. It was probably like 7:30. So I'm like, I have nothing to do right now. What can I do? I'll watch one of these short films. So I put this on, and I'm laying in bed and I watch it, and it's just like, it's kind of boring in the beginning because he's just shaving. So I'm watching him start to shave, and and I fall asleep. And I wake back up, and there's just blood everywhere. I'm like, what? What happened? What happened?
Turn it off! What the fuck was that?
Because I personally don't do good with blood.
Yeah.
Even like, I couldn't even watch it. I had to skip through it. Like, I got the point of what was going on, but I was like, okay, I can't watch this again.
On a technical level, that's hilarious. On a technical level,
the
movie's
color.
very, very well done.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't see, like, I know it's somewhere behind the razor, but I can't really see like where it starts and ends the effect. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, for being 1967, like, the fact that it's in color, like, the only way he would have really been able to do that was because he got the grant.
Yeah, because everything's white.
Yeah,
and the red of the blood contrasts so well. And also, it can't be understated how much of a great idea that is. You're taking the most mundane thing ever, which is just shaving in the morning, and relating it to the craziest, one of the most violent eras in American history. You know what I mean? Also really quick, I just want to, because when I talked about all the ways that people were dodging the draft, all these guys were getting victimized. Obviously, the guys who were going and getting killed were being victimized the most. Second to, I guess, the Vietnamese people who just did zero stuff.
Yeah,
and were getting killed. And but also there was a lot of guys who would dodge the draft by like going to Canada or Mexico or just fleeing the country, but then they can't come back.
Yeah.
Of course, Jimmy Carter pardoned them in '76. All the guys who dodged the draft and who were, I guess, had warrants for out there for their arrest or whatever. But a lot of these guys would go to Canada and they just be homeless. You know how hard it is to just move to another country with nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to bring that up because I didn't want to miss anything while I was talking about that.
That's fair. The Honeymoon Killers and Woodstock. In 1968, Scorsese's agent, Harry Ufland, gave him a script called The Honeymoon Killers, and Scorsese was subsequently hired to direct the movie, his first paid directing gig.
So, spoiler alert, he was fired off the movie after a week. So, what happened was he got the script and he was just happy to do a movie. And he said he never really connected with the material. And he was trying to just put a style that he didn't have on it, where he took a script and he was like, well, I'm going to do all these long takes and just get no coverage. Just a long take. Don't get any close-ups or anything, and then move on to the next thing. And he said he just, he didn't have it. is all you could really say about it. And so they fired him, and he was replaced. And then when the movie was completed, Francois Truffaut, who was I think that's Francois Truffaut has to be a French name. He did the movies like The 400 Blows. And I think he did Breathless.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched any French New Wave stuff. I can't. I'm 25. Give me some time.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
Yeah.
If there's any movies,
we'll get to it.
If there's any movies that we talk about where you're like, this kid hasn't watched them, like I'll get to it, dude.
Yeah, give us
like
a break.
trust me. But he later said that The Honeymoon Killers is one of the best American films he's seen in however long. Truffaut, the thing about him that everybody should go look up, he did a book, and there's a documentary as well that was released after later, called Hitchcock Truffaut, where in the 50s, early 60s, there was this auteur theory that was coming out of France, I believe, from the French critics, and people in America really kind of looked down at Hitchcock movies. It was sort of like looking down at Marvel movies or something like not that Marvel movies are as good as Hitchcock movies, but they sort of were like, well, this is just entertainment. It can't be popular and art at the same time. It's popular. It's less of art. If it's unpopular, it could be more of a. But the French critics were like, no, like Hitchcock's the man actually.
Mm-hmm.
And Truffaut did an interview with Hitchcock, and he wrote a big book. It's a great book. They basically do what we do here, but with Hitchcock. They go through every single movie. It's amazing, and everybody should read that.
Yeah, doesn't Scorsese talk about how like the French movie scene like affected the United States movie scene a lot?
The French New Wave, I think, took place in the late 50s, early 60s, and that was the movie. And there's a lot of other new waves that were coming out of other countries at then, but I guess you could call it the European/French New Wave film movement was like the fad of the time of that time from the 50s and 60s, because from the late 50s and early 60s the Hays Code was very, very repressive, which we'll talk about when we talk about Taxi Driver. So a lot of there wasn't a lot of American movies that were resonating with a lot of filmmakers during that time, and then of course everything started to open up in the 60s, which we'll get to.
After this, Haig Manoogian asked Scorsese to become an instructor at NYU, where he taught directors Jonathan Kaplan and Oliver Stone.
Jonathan Kaplan, not to be confused with Jonathan Taplin, who would, I think, later be one of Scorsese's producers, who I think is responsible for getting the funding for Mean Streets. Jonathan Kaplan was a director who directed The Accused in, I think, the early 90s, late 80s. And, of course, Oliver Stone did Platoon, JFK, the unparalleled movie Savages from 2012, where they show you a bad ending and go, that's how we feared it would happen, and then show a happy ending. You know, like everybody gets killed. Everybody gets killed, and then the narrator goes, "That's how we feared it would happen," and then it rewinds. Like, anyway, I don't know why I'm bringing that up, but so that scene that Scorsese was involved in, he started to get these people like Michael Wadley, who was a cinematographer, and I think he would direct the Woodstock documentary, which I'm about to talk about. Thelma Schoonmaker and all these people and Jay Cox, who was a screenwriter, were circulating on this scene. And they heard about this event, Woodstock. They were going to film a rock concert somewhere. And then Michael Wadley was like, no, there's a thing, Woodstock. We got to go over there. It's going to be a big thing. So they all went up and filmed Woodstock.
That's sick.
This was a ragtag team filming like one of the biggest documentaries of the 20th century. And Thelma Schoonmaker was working with the lighting designer on that. She was working with on the light board with some guy. Scorsese was an assistant director. I think he also operated the camera for a little bit. But he was like Woodstock. I didn't know Scorsese was steeped into the late 60s history as much as he was, because I studied all of it, and then studying him, I'm like, oh my god, he was there. So Woodstock, there was a section of Woodstock where the Who was playing, and Abby Hoffman, who was like a radical left-wing activist at the time, he was the guy in Forrest Gump when he goes to Forrest Gump goes to the Washington Monument and speaks, and there's that guy in the American flag shirt who's like, America can kiss like my fucking ass, it's Forrest Gump, let's go. I'm pretty sure they were portraying Abby Hoffman. That was the scene. So that was that guy. He was also in one of the Chicago 7. So in 1968, during the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, there was these mass protests outside in the DNC and in Chicago. And it was like 10,000 people, something crazy. And there was a riot that started out. It turned into a giant riot. There's a movie called, is it Medium Cool? I think it's Medium Cool, that was directed by Haskell Wexler, which covered those events. They were living through those events and filming it as it was a like they were using that as the backdrop to their fictional movie.
Yeah.
Like there was a guy going around who's a reporter, and they were filming real. I think I might have told you about this the other day. And there's a scene where they're getting tear gassed, and in the movie, which is supposed to be a narrative, you can hear somebody go, "Haskell, it's real, Haskell."
Yeah,
Like, it's real
that's
tear gas.
crazy.
I believe there's a scene when they're in Washington, but I believe that's Medium Cool takes place at the backdrop of the DNC in 1968. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. So Abby Hoffman was there at Woodstock, and he goes on stage when the Who's performing, and he goes like, "Fuck all this shit, man. John Sinclair's in prison for 2 blunts. He's in prison for 20 years." And one of the lead singer of the Who, whoever it was, I guess, goes up and smacks him on the back with his guitar. He goes, "Get the fuck off my stage, man. Get the fuck out of here." Well, actually, no, he went, "Get the bloody hell off my fuck.
Yeah,
I want you off the fucking set, you prick."
That's
Oh,
awesome.
good for you.
Yeah.
That's a deep cut reference for anybody who gets that. That's Christian Bale's rant. Anyway, but Scorsese saw that with his own eyes, and I didn't know that he was witnessing history that closely. So it was also because he was a city guy. He didn't own a pair of jeans. Like he went to Woodstocks in slacks and like a checkered shirt.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that. Like it's one thing to go and film that, but when you know about like the circumstances of Woodstock, how like it was awesome and it was an amazing event, but people were really slumming it, like in the mud,
Oh yeah,
running out of food, no proper places to go to the bathroom. So they're doing all this, like filming this, which is hard in itself in the heat of the summer, in like these terrible, terrible conditions. It's really,
yeah.
it's commendable that they were able to get that even done.
Well, he talks about it because they were like they weren't. A studio didn't hire them to do it. They were just filming it, and then
Yeah.
I think it was Warner Brothers who was like, "Hey, we'll buy this footage," or whatever studio. But they had because Scorsese talks about how there was no really systems, like you said, there was no systems built up for food or bathrooms or anything. They got like a hamburger a day, and that was it.
They
And
had to
Scorsese was
airdrop food
yeah,
from like a plane or something, or helicopters.
it was crazy. And he talked about how like if one thing goes wrong, he was like there going, if one person gets in the fight, we're screwed. It was crazy. He's like, I'll never forget the taste of those hamburgers because I was so goddamn hungry.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
But then subsequently, we'll finish up on Woodstock. During the post production, he has an editing credit, and they were editing it in New York, and then they said, "All right, we're gonna go finish editing this in L.A. because the studio bought the footage, whatever. We're gonna go to L.A." And then Scorsese's like, "All right, let's go." And then they put his hand on his chest, and they go, "Marty, you can't come, dude. I'm sorry." And he goes, "Why?" And he goes, "Michael wants you off." Michael Wadley, the director, his friend, he goes, "He wants you off the movie." He goes, "There can only be one director." Because
Damn.
Scorsese was kind of overstayed. He was like, no, we got to cut whatever. And it wasn't like there was no like, "You son of a bitch." There was no that. It was just like, I get it.
Yeah,
So he was really upset that he couldn't finish the editing. But they gave him an editing credit.
Street Scenes, 1970. In May 1970, at Kent State University, the Ohio National Guard fired into a crowd of students demonstrating against the Vietnam War, killing 4 students. In response, Scorsese and his students formed the New York Cinetrax Collective.
Maybe one too many students in that sentence.
It's okay.
So basically, what the Kent State protests were originally about was obviously the Vietnam War. Was sort of in a point of de-escalation, but also escalation, because what happened was in the mid to late 60s, the number of guys and soldiers who were in Vietnam was growing. It was like 170,000, 230, and then I think in 1969 or 68 it peaked and it was like 500,000. And then once sort of when Nixon got in there, the numbers the number started to go down. So the war was de-escalating a little bit, and then Nixon got in and was just like, what I'm going to do is just bomb Cambodia, which was a crazy thing to do. And because they were just, the Viet Cong were using Cambodia like trails in Camp, but it's another country. Like they weren't at war with Cambodia. I don't know exactly the politics around that situation in general, but I know that was a crazy thing to do. So they go there and protest. They get killed, and it sparks these nationwide protests all over the country. And I read about this a few months ago, so it kind of blew my mind that Scorsese made a documentary about it, and I didn't even know. It was the Hard Hat Riots, is what they were called. All these students and all these, I guess, hippies and went to Wall Street in New York, May 8th, and they were like just demonstrating like this is terrible, whatever. And then all these construction workers were like, what the hell are they doing down there? Come on, let's go. And they put on their hard hats and they had a giant American flag and they were chanting all the way USA, all the way USA. And they went in there and you could see in the documentary, you can see them cut through the crowd. There's like they're in lines of there's two rows and then they're all like snaking through the crowd and then they just start hitting each other and it goes and it causes a big fight. And in this documentary, I thought it was okay. Here's the thing about this documentary. I saw it. I've been seeing it on Scorsese's filmography for however many years I've been going on IMDb, and I always thought it was just like a weird, little obscure project that was lost to history. I didn't know there's a copy of it you can find anywhere because I saw the poster. It kind of had like a shitty poster. I'm like, oh, maybe it's whatever. And then I look and there's a copy of it on YouTube, and it's like an hour and 16 minutes. I'm like, oh, excellent. I'll watch this. This is like a real, like feature length documentary. Like, oh shit. And then I watch it, and it is fucking fascinating. It's one of the best things I've seen from Scorsese. It's so interesting. The fact that he was there during this history. It opens on a guy named William Kunstler who was talking, and he was an American activist and also a lawyer at the time. Who I mentioned the trial of the Chicago 7. Oh, I didn't even finish that story about the Chicago 7. So the Chicago 7 were some guys who were involved in starting the riots there. Yeah. It was Abby Hoffman, who I mentioned, David Dellinger, who was a pacifist, who was a conscientious objector during World War II, which even some hippies were like, come on, it's World War II. Then it was, I forget who, Bobby Seale, who was chairman of the Black Panther Party. I don't think he was the head because Fred Hampton was the head, but he was a big guy in the Black Panther Party, and it was originally the Chicago 8, but then they declared a mistrial with him, and so it became the Chicago 7. And those are the guys. Oh, and also Tom Hayden, who was an activist at the time, and later married Jane Fonda. So William Kunstler was their lawyer for the Chicago 7, and in the movie directed by Aaron Sorkin, Trial of the Chicago 7, he's played by Mark Rylance. That's a great movie. Everybody should go watch that. It's interesting. And William Kunstler has a network connection. Remember, what's his name? Arthur Burkhart, who is the great Ahmed Khan. Mm-hmm. He was involved with the police at one point, and William Kunstler was his lawyer, which is interesting. But Abby Hoffman and Tom Hayden were sort of two sides of like the liberal coin, or I guess the left wing coin at the time, where Abby Hoffman was just like this. He was like the classic hippie. Like he didn't stunk, didn't shower, had long hair. I'm not saying that he stunk. I never met the guy, but you know what I mean. He was just like the guy that he's what he's what every dad thought of a liberal back then. Like how they pictured a hippie was that it was him, and he wrote a book called "Steal This Book." So that's the kind of guy he was. Then he later killed himself in I think the 80s or 90s. And then Tom Hayden they had the same politics, but he was like, no, like this isn't what we should be. We shouldn't be causing riots and having a big revolution. We should protest, but we should have, candidates and have progressive politics not be this thing where there's all these, crazy, wacky, chaotic people over here. It's like, no, progressive politics should be these clean cut, like this is what we believe. Yeah. Like these Bill Clinton type guys. There's a scene in the movie Chicago 7. I'm getting off topic again. I'm sorry. There's a scene in that movie where he goes, you know what I don't like about you, Abby? Is that for the next 50 years when people talk about progressive politics, they're going to think of you. They're not going to think about regular people or, candidates who can actually make a difference in progressive politics within the government itself. They're just going to think about you as a dirty, dumb hippie. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was an interesting conflict between that history. But the documentary is so fascinating. And I found it at the 11th hour. I found it yesterday. I was like, I need to watch this. I'm like, oh shit, it's an hour. It's black and white. Oh, this is gonna be boring. And then I'm like, I burned right through it. It was so and it gets you really on this. I know I'm going off on this, and it's like a minor project, but I thought it was interesting. And it shows you all these people arguing on the streets, and it's before Twitter, so these people have never had a discourse with anybody who disagrees with them. Let's say they can't go on Twitter and be like, hey, you suck, idiot, right? So they're talking with the other side for one of the first times, and there's one guy who's saying okay, do you believe this? Then go vote. And they're like, no, man, we can't vote. And they're just having these incredibly nuanced discussions in the middle of the street. And you could see there's one, and it also is one of the best representations of a protest that I've seen. Because you see protests in movies, and it's always like people marching, going, we want this, we want this. It feels very orchestrated the way they do it in movies. It doesn't feel right. But in this, it's like, oh, there's actually like awkward parts to this where it is kind of awkward to just stand in front of a building and go, I want free blankets for kids. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
So, so the one guy goes up there and everybody's talking. He goes, "Oh, listen up, listen up." And it's like a minute long. He's going, "Listen up, listen up. What we should do is kick their fucking ass." And they take the mic. Dude, what are you trying to start a riot?
Yeah.
Then you can hear him going, "You're trying to start a riot, you asshole."
Yeah.
It's so funny. And then at the end, there's a conversation in a room in Washington. They go to Washington as well. Harvey Keitel's in the movie. Werner Bloom is in the movie. Scorsese's in the movie. And this is before they were names.
Yeah.
They were they were our age, and they're in this room, and they're all arguing over, like, let's say we want people to strike for the to stop the Vietnam War. If you're a filmmaker, why aren't you striking? And they go, because our job is to document this for history. Like, this is what we're like, us striking, or you guys striking. We're doing we have the same effect. Of filming it, and it's this big philosophical discussion it's uncut for 20 minutes, and you can see Scorsese. He's just like, he's sort of just listening. He's not really getting involved in the conversation, and at one point he does get involved. Some guy like jokingly is like, "You're such a hypocrite, Scorsese," and Scorsese's like laughing and stuff. And Harvey Keitel's getting into an argument with, I think it was Harvey Keitel with Jay Cox and Verna Bloom. So, and because Verna Bloom was an actress, and she was in She was in a substantial movie at the time, and she was about to film another movie. And the guy is going, let's say we want all, suburban moms who are working as secretaries or whatever to go strike tomorrow, right? Are you going to strike when you go to film The Hired Hand in a few months, which is a movie that she was about to film? Are you going to go to Mexico and film A Hired Hand? You could see the gears grinding in her head. She's like, oh, I don't, she doesn't. I thought it was fascinating. I think you should go watch it if you have any sociological or historical interest in that time.
It's funny thinking about that one guy who just like tried to say something like, he's like, "This is my moment."
I thought he
like, "Get out of here, asshole!" He just, I just pictured that guy like 5 years later, like waking up in the middle of the night, just cringing, like, "Oh, I can't."
That was so bad. Oh, they filmed that.
Yeah. Oh, they filmed.
You said that. Yeah. That's
the cringe.
That's just, and there's another scene. If you don't care about this, just skip ahead. I don't give a shit. I want to talk about it. There's another section where they're talking to this mailman, and the guy's going, "I think you're all scum. I don't like the way you dress or way you talk. Why do you have to use language like that? You're scum. I don't believe in it. Whatever." But then this one guy who's in a suit comes over and goes, "Hey, why are you guys interviewing him, man? You know what he's gonna say. Like, come on, just like, I don't have an opinion. You can't have an opinion." But what the guy was saying is, we're just regular people. This is a crazy thing that's going on, and history is not going to judge this thing for like until 20 years.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's going to have the right answer right now. We're trying, and they're sort of like, "Well, no, that's not true. You need to stand up, dude. We're just going to sit by while those guys dying." And so it was like the Vietnam War was the catalyst for because it was this fucking intersection of impossible moral snafus and quandaries of like, well, no, and it really it was a catalyst for the country, because in the 50s it was such a repressive time culturally, and then all of a sudden, starting from like 1963 to I guess when we pulled out of Vietnam in 1975, that's 63 and 75 are the 60s, even though they're not on a calendar. It's not the 60s, but that's the era of the 60s, and there was so much. Every social movement. Like, it was like you had like second wave feminism, you had gay rights was starting, you had civil rights, and Vietnam was I don't want to say the perfect thing, but it was this long fucking event. I heard Colin Quinn, the comedian, describe it as a party you should have left hours ago, but you're still there and you just can't leave.
Yeah.
And it really forced America to look inward at itself and go, all right, we got to sort this shit out. It's crazy, and all this change. It just vomited out all this change in a matter of years. You can count on your fingers.
Yeah,
it's insane to me. I think it's the most fascinating time in American history of the 20th century. World War II, rivaled by World War II, which is world history rather than American history. You know what I mean?
Well, it's interesting because like what you just said, that documentary seems like just a whole documentary of people sorting out where they like what they are and how they're supposed to feel about things, or trying to figure out,
Right.
questioning other people. Like it's that, like, it needed a catalyst for something to be like, well, what are you gonna strike when your movie goes on?
Yeah.
Just things like literal things where you don't know.
Yeah.
You know.
There was because now we look back at that history and we have a lot of the moral judgments that have been made,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like most people know that, or most people believe that the Vietnam War was bad news, dude. But in this documentary, I'm watching it and I'm going, this is amazing because I'm on the street with these people. I feel like I'm time traveling because I'm on the street with these people, knowing how it all turns out, and I'm watching them like very
Sort it
genuinely
out.
trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
There's no Twitter to go on and be like, I stand for this. Like these, like I'm not to say that activists today aren't genuine,
Yeah.
but there's no, there was. I think that
buffer.
you could see everybody in this movie believed what they were saying. It was very, very interesting. That's the last thing I'll say about it. Go watch Street Scenes. Fantastic.
Boxcar Bertha, 1972. Now living in Los Angeles, Scorsese was working as an editor for a documentary titled Medicine Ball Caravan, where he met Roger Corman.
So Medicine Ball Caravan, he later said it didn't turn out good. It sucked. And when he moved to LA, and he didn't really like it because his idea of Hollywood in LA was what he saw in the movies from the 50s. So it was this nice, clean, very fantastical place. And he goes there, and it's like the old Hollywood's kind of gone. Yeah. This isn't really what my idea of it was. He didn't know like the beach, like he was invited over a friend's house to go on the beach, and he wore shoes and slacks, and he wasn't really gelling with the vibe out there. But he met Roger Corman, and Roger Corman was a guy we talked about in the James Cameron episode. James Cameron worked for Roger Corman for a while and was promoted from, a set decorator to the art director after some moments of genius, like when he was in charge of making a spaceship for a movie called Battle Beyond the Stars, I believe, which was like a knockoff of Star Wars. And Roger Corman and he shows Roger Corman the ship that he made, the miniature, and Roger Corman goes, "What's this?" And he goes, "It's a spaceship with tits." And he goes, "You're the lead on this now," like that kind of thing. So a lot of these people worked for Roger Corman, and what his industry was Star Wars comes out, and he goes, "All right, let's go make a shitty version. I don't want to say a shitty version, but let's go make a cheap version of Star Wars to catch this." It was they call it the exploitation film because it was always running on the coattails of a trend they were trying to catch, And so he made a movie called Bloody Mama, Roger Corman, that he produced, I believe. I don't think he directed, but Robert De Niro was in that movie, and Scorsese hadn't met Robert De Niro yet, but Roger Corman offered Scorsese. He pitched Boxcar Bertha as the sequel to Bloody Mama. And Scorsese was like, excellent, sick. And also at this time, Scorsese was working with John Cassavetes as well. Before he was hired for Boxcar Bertha, he was editing a movie called Minnie and Moskowitz that I think Cassavetes directed. And so he was hanging out with him all the time. He was in the editing room. They were watching movies together, and that was a very informative time for him.
Production started in November 1971 with Barbara Hershey and David Carradine as the two leads. The movie was shot in 24 days.
So, do you know do you know any of the Carradines?
Not really, no.
Do you remember Nashville?
Yeah.
Not my way to love a joke.
Oh, for
That's
real?
Keith Carradine. So that's David Carradine's brother. He was also Keith Carradine was the young cowboy who got killed in McCabe and Mrs. Miller.
Okay.
And there was John Carradine, who was their father, he was a great actor. He was in a movie called Grapes of Wrath, based off a novel by, did I say Rapes of Wrath? I'm so sorry, The Grapes of Wrath. And that was directed by John Ford, and based off the novel by John Steinbeck, I believe. And I think he played the preacher in that. He was very good. So John Carradine is a great actor from back in the day, and he had his sons David Carradine, Keith Carradine. There's another Carradine who's in Mean Streets that I forget his name. So there's another Carradine, but they're sort of like the opposite sides of the coin to the Fondas, like Henry Fonda, Jane Fonda, or Peter Fonda. Peter Fonda. I always see them as sort of like I don't know if there's an actual historical connection between those two families, but I always see them sort of lumped in with each other where I compare those two families. I just wanted to give some context on those guys because I think those are some interesting some interesting dynamics in those
Is
families and some interesting movies
is,
they made.
Keith is the one who he won like an Oscar for.
He won the Oscar for Best Original Song for I'm Easy in Nashville.
Okay.
What else? Where am I at? So Barbara Hershey on this movie, she was the lead. This is where she gave Scorsese the novel for Last Temptation of Christ. And according to Scorsese, she doesn't remember this. According to Scorsese, she went up to him and said, "Hey, you should read this book by I think his name was like Nicholas Christakis or whatever. I forget the director's name or the writer's name on the book." And she goes, "You should direct this, and I can play Mary Magdalene." And like she was joking, and then later when they made Last Temptation in 1988, he cast her as Mary Magdalene. During pre-production on Boxcar Bertha, Roger Corman was selectively hands-on with certain projects, and the budget's $600,000. So he goes to Scorsese. They're filming in Georgia or some shit somewhere in the southeast, and he goes up and goes, "All right, Marty, how's it going? How's the movie going? Like, what are you doing here? Let me see what you got going on." And he goes, "Oh yeah, here, look, I drew up these shots for the scenes." And he shows him. He's basically storyboarded some scenes, and he goes, "Oh, just for this scene?" He goes, "No, the whole movie." And he goes, "Oh wait, you did this for the whole movie?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Keep going." And then he just was super hands off after that. He was like, if he knows, this guy kind of is putting the work in. I don't have to babysit him that much. But one of the things Roger Corman told him was, what you're going to do is, because there's obviously it's Boxcar Bertha, there's going to be trains. He said, what you're going to do is film the trains first, because the trains are going to be the hardest thing to film when you want everybody to be fresh when you do that. And that's something that still happens today.
Yeah, that's smart.
For a sort of similar reason, but also a different reason than the latest Mission Impossible 7, where the first thing, day one of filming, the first thing they shot was Tom Cruise riding the motorcycle off of the cliff and parachuting and skydiving off the thing. And they shot that day one because they don't want to film half of a $300 million movie and then Tom Cruise dies in the middle of it. They want to, if he dies, we spent $10 million. That's it,
It's funny to say $10 million. That's it. On June 14th, 1972, Boxcar Bertha was released in theaters.
So, like I said with Who's That Knocking, when you watch it, you immediately know it's Scorsese.
Yeah.
And in Boxcar Bertha, there isn't as much Scorsese in it because it wasn't his script. This is basically his first directing job for hire. So there is one aspect of it. The David Carradine's character gets nailed to the side of a boxcar, and it's a very it's a very religious symbol in that movie, and people think, oh, well, that's the Scorsese in it, but that was already in the script before he was even on. So even though that seems like a Scorsese idea, he didn't come up with it, but it was sort of just what do they call it? Serendipity, when things just kind of work out. So yeah, but I do think but also the violence in it isn't like Scorsese. The way that people were, it's kind of messy and it feels unchoreographed. In this, it feels very choreographed because it's guns and there's some there's explosive gags like the bullets that they had, the blood squibs that they have to do, and it feels very controlled and not as doesn't feel as natural. But there is some stuff that he does with the camera at the end where that's sort of in the same vein as Who's That Knocking, where he's sort of doing some crazy camera movements, where there's the fight at the end, the gunfight at the end. One of the railway guys gets shot, and what he did is he put the guy on a dolly, and as the guy was getting propelled back by the blast, he put a guy on the dolly and the camera on the dolly, and kind of the background was moving, but the actor and the camera were still. So and that's a similar thing that Alfred Hitchcock did on the movie Psycho in 1960, where Martin Balsam gets smacked on the head and he falls down the stairs. But in order to show that feeling of like, oh shit, I'm falling backwards downstairs, Hitchcock did a similar thing where he put Balsam and a camera on the same platform and then shot and then went down the stairs to have a similar effect, which is very interesting. That's another way Scorsese kind of looked back to Hitchcock for a filmatic moment, as he looked at Hitchcock as the blueprint for a filmatic moment that he would also do in Raging Bull. What did I say? Why are you laughing?
His cock.
I said his cock.
Yeah,
I did not say his cock.
It doesn't
play
matter.
play the clip as he looked at his cock as the blueprint for. I'm gonna edit that in.
Okay.
So yeah, what did you think about Boxcar Bertha?
So in terms of the violence, I felt like the first scene where they fight was very Scorsese, like, because it's actual just like fist fight there.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess
That's like the only time it
when
feels that way.
you're saying when the dad gets in the plane
Yeah,
accident
and they just
and he
basically
beats up
beat
the
the
guy
crap
who
out of everybody.
basically sort of caused it.
So that felt like that, but in terms of the whole movie, it feels like the least Scorsese movie that I watched out of all of them.
Yeah,
Just because it's a different place, different time period. You know what I'm saying? It's not New York. It's not, which I mean, obviously is easy to say, but also, he talks about. I think he says he talked to Haig Minusian later, and he was like, "That sucked. Go back to the
Oh
stuff
no.
you know."
So that was I'll get to that. Did I say that?
No, I don't think so.
I was gonna save it for the Mean Street section, but I'll say it
Oh,
now.
okay.
So after Boxcar Bertha came out, Scorsese was in between projects and he met John Cassavetes, and he has a very funny. John Cassavetes has a very funny. Scorsese has a very funny way of telling the story where he goes, I went into his office, Cassavetes' office, and I walked in and he embraced me, he hugged me and kissed me.
Oh,
And he
okay.
goes, Marty, I just saw the movie. You just spent a year of your life making a piece of shit. And he
Yeah.
goes, what?
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, it's good. It's good for what it is. You know, the actors are nice. I can tell you like the actors, but this isn't the kind of movie you want to do. And he goes, what's the kind of movie you want to do? Like, I like. What about that other picture? Who's That Knocking? That was good. I like that one. You should do that one. And he goes, well, I have this other script. It's called Season of the Witch, which is Mean Street. It would be Mean Streets. And he goes, well, all right, then do that. He goes, well, it needs a rewrite. He goes, then go rewrite it.
Yeah.
Like, what are you still doing here? Get out. Like, go
Yeah.
do it. Like, you know? So I thought the way Scorsese described that was very funny. Like, what are you still doing here?
Yeah.
Yeah. But one of the things I do appreciate about this movie is I like it. It's fine. But one of the things I appreciate a lot is when you look at period cars in movies, when we're making a movie about the 1970s, we need some cars. A lot of people, there's not a lot of cars that look all banged up. So if you look at a period movie, all the cars are always squeaky clean because the owners, they have a very valuable car that's in demand in the industry. They don't want to risk dirtying it up, maybe, you know. So all the cars look super clean. But in this is the early 70s, and they have cars from the 30s, and you'd think there'd be a similar dynamic going on. But they're just driving them off cliffs and like completely.
Yeah.
And part of me is like, holy shit, they just didn't know how valuable those cars would be one day, or maybe they fabricated a shell the same way. Like when you see a Lamborghini in a movie, it's not usually a Lamborghini. They put a car there and then they fabricate, you know, a facade around the car that looks like a Lamborghini. Like, you know what I'm saying? So maybe they did a similar thing with they just made like go-karts and then put the 1930s car buggies on there. But I really, really liked all the stuff with the car. Like seeing these real car accidents, smacking each other on intersections, driving off cliffs. I thought it was excellent.
The train.
When the train hits the car.
Yeah.
And I think they were expecting the car to, when they were filming it, I think they were expecting the car to get like hit off the tracks. But then the car just stays on the tracks, and they're like, "Oh shit!" Like I don't know. I thought
think
that was
it was
funny.
meant to catch on fire?
It was, yeah. I think it was meant to catch on fire, but I think it was meant to just get knocked off. I don't think they wanted it to be stuck on to the front of the train.
Yeah,
because they haven't, you know.
I liked that, and I felt as though like if you go back and watch Bertha's reaction to it, it felt genuine. Like she literally goes. I can't remember exactly, but her reaction felt as though she actually was just watching something that might not have. It shouldn't be actually continuing to be stuck onto the train.
Yeah, because I'm sure they only had one take. It's like, what are you gonna have another car?
Sure.
You know?
Or
either that
train?
or
They
like
probably ruined the train too, or you know.
Yeah, that's true. So, what would you rate Boxcar Bertha out of 10?
Ooh, that's tough. I mean. I probably give it like a 6.2. 6.2.
No harm, no foul.
Just based off the fact that I really wanted to play Red Dead Redemption after it.
Yeah,
right.
I guess Red Dead Redemption or like Mafia 2 or something.
Oh, don't get me started on those. Both of those.
Let's just end this thing and play video games.
Forget it,
dude. It's crazy how. Like, because I don't play video games regularly now.
Mm-hmm.
After I do something and I have some time, I'll just get addicted for like a week and then stop playing.
Yeah.
But every time I play video games, I'm like, oh my God, high school was so goddamn fun.
Yeah.
I can just do this all the time. I used to wake up in the morning and then play Assassin's Creed Brotherhood until I had to go to bed. And I would close my eyes at night, and all I would be able to see is the rooftops of the video game,
Isn't
of
that
like
crazy how
ancient
that
Rome
happens?
or 1500s Rome.
Mhm.
I couldn't think about anything else.
I feel like that I have a huge correlation between movies, like seeing a movie and then feeling like I want to be that thing from that movie.
Yes.
So if I have a game that sort of mirrors that movie, I go and play that game.
Can I give an example of that?
Yeah.
So in 2016, Todd Phillips directed a movie called War Dogs, starring Jonah
Yeah.
Hill and
Oh,
Miles
yeah.
Teller. And we were in high school, and we come out and see it. And the whole movie is that they found a website where they can sell guns. And Danny was walking out of the theater going, "Holy shit, dude! I can really like sell guns and make money."
I really
So
thought
now,
of,
so now every time we see a movie, like the joke is like, I'm really thinking about whatever.
Mean Streets, 1973. After production on Boxcar Bertha, Scorsese had a meeting with John Cassavetes that changed the course of his career.
So that was what we said. Go rewrite it. That was
Yeah,
that
yeah.
story.
Okay.
Quick word about John Cassavetes. I remember my dad showed me a video of John Cassavetes made a movie called Husbands in 1970, and they went on the Dick Cavett show. Dick Cavett's a great talk show host from back in the day who has these amazing interviews on YouTube. There's like an hour-long interview with Hitchcock, and he's just talking with Hitchcock about his movies. There's one with Brian De Palma and Martin Scorsese as well. They're great.
Mhm.
And they go on to Cavett, and it's John Cassavetes and Peter Falk, and I think the other guy like Ben Gazzara. I think he was another co-star on the movie. So it was those three guys, and they were hammered, like sitting on each other's lap and like booping Dick Cavett's nose. And it was Dick Cavett could not get a single, conversational thread through the entire discussion.
sad.
It was crazy. They're like laying on the floor, like humping each other.
Oh my
I don't know
gosh.
I don't know if they did that, but something like that happened.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
And my dad he shows me that video, and he goes, the news clippings at the time, like there was a guy, like a movie critic or whoever at the time, or somebody on the show, working on the show, said, "I've never seen so many tickets to a movie unsell
yeah.
so quickly before." Like, and I think the movie just bombed.
Really? Yeah, they
Yeah.
just ruined it for themselves.
So go look that up if you want, if you want to see something funny.
Mhm.
But so Scorsese was still in LA at this point. After Boxcar Bertha, he was editing a concert movie for Elvis on Tour. He was editing that, and he got fired because he was taking too many meetings for Mean Streets around LA. And they're like, "Dude, you gotta come to you can't take time off. You're doing two jobs right now." So they were like, "Stop doing it." He was like, "No." And they said, "All right, you're fired." And he goes, "Okay, but when I finish the movie, can I use the editing suites here?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure, fine."
Sure, fine.
So he edited at the place where he got fired.
Mhm.
So, and then Roger. So he was trying to secure financing. I mentioned Jonathan Taplin, who he met, and who started to secure financing later. But before that, he went to Roger Corman with the script, and Roger Corman said, like, "I like it. I'll give you some money for it, but I'll only give you the money if you do it with an all-black cast." And Scorsese was like, because Corman, I think either his brother or he produced a movie with, I think, was it Billy D. Williams? I forget what the movie was called, but it came out. It was an all-black cast, and it did very well. It was like a retelling of some story, I think.
Mhm.
And he goes, "If you do it with an all-black cast, I'll give you the money." And Scorsese was like, "No, I can't do that." Well, he didn't say no. He said, "All right, I'll think about it. I'll get back to you," because you never say no in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And Scorsese, he couldn't, because it's not like it's just a story about gang. There's a giant thing about like being an Italian-American in the movie that he just couldn't divorce himself from.
Mm-hmm.
So then he said no, and then Jonathan Taplin secured the financing, and then they started filming.
Mm-hmm. And that's also something where it's different cultures. Like, how is he going to tell a story from a different culture that he doesn't really know much about? You
Right,
know what
he
I'm
doesn't
saying?
know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what he knows. The whole point of Mean Streets is that, and why it was his breakthrough movie, is because it was him making a movie. Because back then, if you wanted to see a certain type of living and you lived in Louisiana,
Yeah.
movie, like now you could just go on YouTube or go on Instagram and you can find clips from other states. You could find people discussing. But back then, movies were like the primary cultural force behind a lot of people's,
Yeah.
exposure to the world, let's say. You had the news, but movies would let you understand different parts of the world on an emotional level.
Production began in April 1973. The first 7 days of shooting took place in New York, and 19 days took place in LA.
So every exterior scene, with the exception for the car crash at the end, was filmed on the streets of New York in those first 7 days, and then the rest was shot. And the rest of the interiors were shot in L.A. and the car crash scene was shot in L.A. But also the only interiors that were shot in New York were the hallways. Anything that was in a hallway, because Scorsese, I couldn't find any hallways that were like New York hallways. Yeah. He hadn't met De Niro previously, so he met De Niro when he was at a Christmas dinner at like Brian De Palma's house or something, and Brian De Palma just did a movie called Hi Mom with De Niro, and he goes, "Hey, why don't you go meet?" He introduced them, and he goes, I actually, I knew some guys that you used to be with." And he goes, "Oh, we were down on whatever street." And he goes, "Oh, that was you guys." So they actually came from like the sort of the same neighborhood and saw the same way of living, and they bonded over that, and that obviously started their friendship. But then John Voight, Angelina Jolie's father, who's most known for the movie Anaconda from 1997. That's a terrible movie. He's not known for that. He's known for like movies like Midnight Cowboy. I believe that was him. And is it Midnight Cowboy or something else? I think it's Midnight Cowboy. Now, I'm thinking of Midnight Express. That's another movie that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Midnight Cowboy. He was in that movie.
Is it Midnight Cowboy?
Is it Midnight Cowboy?
You had like
the more line two-faced Pillsbury Pony Soldier.
Is it Midnight Cowboy? Sorry.
Anyway, but he was originally in talks for the role of Charlie, and they wanted to film the scenes with the festival in the streets in that opening sequence, and like that night they were on the phone with him that night. Dude, are you doing the movie or not? He's like, "No, I'm not doing it. Fuck you." He didn't say that. I added that. And so they're like, "All right, where's Harvey? Get him." And they threw a coat over Harvey and just threw him into the street and walked him through the festival, and they filmed it. And that was that opening credits, the opening credits scene with "Be My Baby" playing, which is excellent, which we'll get to later. What else we got? So there was a scene. You know the scene when they scam those two kids where they're like, "You want some fireworks? Okay, give us $20 and we'll meet you around the corner." And they drive away and go see a movie. So when they were filming that sequence, it was Michael and what was the other guy's name who owned the bar?
I can't remember.
It was those two guys, and they went to go see a movie in that scene. When they were filming that outside on the street, they were filming outside of a bar. And there was a bomb threat at the bar. There's a bomb threat, and Scorsese goes, "Hey, listen, guys, there's a bomb threat at the bar across the street. We have 13 minutes." Like, he goes, "They said they're gonna blow up the bomb at this time. We got 13 minutes if we go quickly." And the bomb never went off, but they were like, "All right, let's do it. Hurry up!" And they got whatever shots they needed, which is hilarious.
It's funny to think like how that added a little tenseness to that scene.
Yeah, maybe I want to go back and watch the scene now with the knowledge of a bomb is about to go off.
You just realize they're all like,
I might do that, dude. In our future movies, I just might tell people that.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, there's a bomb.
There's a bomb.
I put a bomb in here. I'm a huge fan of Alfred Hitchcock, and I heard him talk about something like putting a bomb under the table will make your actors act better, or something like that. That's a joke. I'm referring to Hitchcock talked about the reason why he's the master of suspense is he talked about how like if you just have a bomb go off in the middle of the scene, like the audience is shocked for like a second and then you're back to baseline. But if you tell them in the beginning of the scene that there's a bomb and then you make them watch a 3-minute scene of guys talking, that's going to ring out a lot of tension and suspense for you. So that's what I was referring to.
Okay.
Scorsese's mom, of course, makes a cameo in this. When I think what's the girl's name? Is it Tara?
The girlfriend.
Yeah, what's her name?
I think Tara. Yeah, I can't remember.
She's having a seizure in the lady.
Yeah.
That's Scorsese's mom, and
puts
she
the thing in his mouth and in her mouth and she's just yelling
she's
at
just
them
yelling.
in Italian.
Well, she was
I love
pissed
that.
because they had many different shots of that scene, and his mom is like, "It's getting late, Marty. Like, you got the close up, you got the medium. Why do you need another? You don't need another wide shot." He's like, "Mom, shut up. You're not the director. Get the hell out of here. Do the lines I tell you." You know, so that's pretty funny. Just that, like a story of them yelling at each other. But the last like production story that I kind of have is the shootout at the end when De Niro, Johnny Boy gets shot in the neck and Tara gets thrown through the windshield. I'm sorry if her name's not Tara. That was based off of a shootout that Scorsese had a very close encounter with when he was growing up. He had this friend and they were driving around. And he's driving around and every time like something happens, he's just like, "Fuck you!" like being like belligerent and stuff, and they're getting kind of nervous because they're in a bad part of town, and they're like, "Hey man, we're gonna go. See you, Phil." I don't know if his name's Phil. I'm just adding that. And they go, "All right, see you, man." And then that night, the next day, he's fucking dead.
Oh, really?
And what happened was, 30 minutes after they got out of the car, he gets to a red light, and there's a car sitting at the red light, and the car turns green. The light turns green, and the car doesn't move. And he's going, "Come on!" And then a guy comes over and starts talking, and the guys are having a conversation. And he gets out of the car, and he goes, "I'm a cop. Get the hell out of here." And he goes, "All right." And the guys move, and he drives off. And then, however many minutes later, they just sprayed his car with bullets and shot him in the head.
That's terrifying.
And so, that was a near miss that Scorsese was like, "All right, let me put that in the movie."
I feel like that fits into the scene where they're also leaving the bar after the guy who makes a cameo shoots Billy in the, in the bathroom. Not Billy, the guy he plays Billy in Boxcar Bertha.
Oh yeah.
And he's
Bill,
drunk and
he shoots David Carradine.
Yeah.
Something, whatever his name is, Carradine. Is it Kevin Carradine? Is another K?
I'm not sure.
We're gonna look it up. I'm gonna edit it.
Okay.
It was Robert Carradine was the boy with gun, and then David Carradine was the drunk. And also, her name isn't Tara; it's Teresa.
Okay.
We got some of those letters correct. We're on the right track.
We're close.
That's what counts.
Movies.
What were we talking about?
When
yes.
he shoots him in the back. Why did that happen again? It was just
a random shoot, just random
mad.
violence.
Yeah, that character is kind of random, right? He just is.
Yeah.
And that's also American Boy, right? Is that not played?
No, it's not.
Okay.
That's later. That's in Taxi Driver. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
But I like how in this movie, violence just kind of comes out of nowhere. Because it's like Goodfellas, where Joe Pesci, when Tommy's like, "What do you mean funny? Funny how?" Like they're just having a conversation, and all of a sudden the threat of violence is there. That's baked into the back of Scorsese's brain, in the way that, like that scene when they fight in the bar, and he goes, "I'm not doing business with a fucking mook," which sounds like a slur. I was scared to say it when I just said it like that.
I had to look up what that.
I looked it up before the podcast just to make sure. And then they go, "Mook, what's a mook? What's a mook?" And none of them know what it means. And then they're just like, "I don't know, but we have to fight now."
I'm pissed.
Like, you called me something. I don't know. Like, they don't know why they're fighting, but they just have to fight, So I like that aspect of the movie.
I like the way that guy threw the punch. He went.
Dude, that punch might be the hardest punch I've ever seen in the movie.
Yeah.
I don't know how they did that. It looks like he just got fucking rocked in the nose.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a solid. I don't know how they did it. So yeah,
that was a great fight scene too. Just
fantastic. We'll get to that.
Robert De Niro
Holy
just
shit.
getting
when he gets up on the table and he oh my god, that's the coolest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I don't mean cool like I want to do that, but it's like it's such a strong image and a strong way of moving. The way they're moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
That's the way everybody thinks they would be in a fight like that, like the one on the table.
Yeah, dude. All of a sudden, I turned into John Wick after watching like one UFC match. I'm like, I got it.
Yeah, I figured it out. I know how to do it. On October 14th, 1973, Mean Streets was released in theaters and was a critical hit and financial success. It made $3 million off a $600,000 budget and became Scorsese's breakthrough movie.
A lot of these figures for the box office, for the movies that we're about to talk about, may or may not be wrong. They're sort of give you a general idea, but it's hard to get box office information from movies back then, especially international box office stuff. It's like impossible.
Yeah.
So all these numbers that we're going to say today or tonight, whatever time you're watching this, it's going to be the domestic numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So the movie premieres and Marty and his parents are coming out, and somebody goes up to Marty's mom, Catherine, and they go, Mrs. Scorsese, what do you think about your son's movie? And she goes, we never use that word in the house. I don't know where he got that from. Like, just all the cursing and stuff. Oh. She's like, I don't want to be involved with any of this. We didn't do this in my house, goddammit. Which is pretty funny. But this was basically his breakout movie.
Yeah.
What'd you think about it?
I loved it.
Yeah?
I really
knew
did.
You would.
I remember, like, I don't know, that the feeling of camaraderie between the guys, part of me wishes I could go through that. I know like the threat of violence and they're all around doing like bad things, but it seems like so much fun. And to know that people actually did live that way just seems like a lot
Right,
of
like
fun.
they're all like 22 years. They're all younger than us. We're
Mhm.
25, 26. They're 20, 21, and they're dressing up as suits, like pretending to be men.
Yeah.
But they're still just boys fighting in a bar. Like one of them owns a bar, and they're like, "Oh shit,
Just hang
awesome!
out
Think
at
we
the
can
bar.
hang out there all the time and just knock shit over. It's fun." But it does portray that juvenile kind of behavior in a similar way that like Goodfellas or Wolf of Wall Street portrays its criminal behavior later, where in the beginning of the movie you're watching all these antics through their perspective, and you're understanding the draw and why they're attracted to this stuff because it's very fun and it's pleasurable. But
Mhm.
then it all comes falling apart and things get serious, and then you see the consequences of living like that. Um, I think in the begin like the first shot, I don't know how much of this is me not seeing a lot of movies from back then. So I don't know if it's like the first to do what it does in this particular instance that I'm about to talk about. But there's the scene where the very first shot of the movie where he wakes up and he looks in the mirror and goes back to bed. For me, that's something that's super cliched and something I feel like I've seen a million times. But I don't know if maybe this was the first movie to do that. Him going and waking up from like a dream or whatever, which I can't stand in movies because they do it so many times. And then he looks in the mirror and stuff. But what I do think is so fantastic and kind of makes up for it is, even if it is a cliche, if it's been done previously and before, is the opening credits where it's like the 8 millimeter film or the
Yeah.
16 millimeter film, and it's like a home movie, and you don't know, like, you're like, what's the context of this? Like, what is it? Is this the character, or is this like a behind the scenes of the movie? Like, what is this supposed to be? Is it both?
Mhm.
And the music's playing, and they're all walking around. He's like, oh, whatever, and they're all acting, fun together. I'm like, I don't know. I want to know where that idea came from because that's such a. I've never seen another movie open like that before. And it's
Yeah.
such a unique little thing to put there.
And I feel like throughout the movie, one of the themes is just they have like a sort of an obsession with money, right? Like that seems like one of the main themes
Every
is-
conflict,
Yeah, all the conflicts are just about
or
money.
at least most of them.
Yeah, most of them. I don't know. I just thought that was an interesting thing to get into. Like,
Well,
what?
in terms of the money thing, that actually has a lot to do with what the movie's based on. So basically, Charlie and Johnny Boy are basically based off of uh, Scorsese's father and his brother.
Oh wow.
Scorsese's father's brother. So Scorsese, Marty's uncle. I'm just gonna call him Marty. Too many Scorseses going around.
Yeah, it's fine.
So they always had this thing where he would always have to, Charlie, his dad, would always have to get his uncle out of trouble, and he owed all these debts, and he would try to help him, and he was very patient. There was lot of long nights and long arguments about this. And actually, Johnny Boy, his character was originally Gaga, and they changed it to Johnny Boy. But just because Johnny Boy is a guy where he cannot see. First of all, he's crazy. He gets crazy at the end. He's basically they just reveal that he's
losing
crazy.
it.
But he also he doesn't have an eye for consequence, and he can't see a step ahead. He's just like, no, he's pure. He's like pure id, just in the moment. Like, what are you talking about? What? No. And I don't know where. But some of the things I like about the movie is, like, there's a lot of people use a lot of like Freudian psychology, where it was like, oh, when I was little, I saw my dad punch a clown, and now I hate my dad because he's dressed up as a clown. He betrayed me. I don't, like, some weird shit like that. A lot of movies try to explain the character, but in this, they just show that, okay, Charlie, for whatever reason, is an extremely guilty person for some reason, and for some reason he feels like he has this extreme responsibility to take care of Johnny Boy, and they just leave you to wonder, like, where that guilt comes from, because he's going to church, and in the first opening lines are, you don't make up for your sin. I'm going to paraphrase. You don't make up for your sins in church. You do it in the streets. The rest is bullshit, and you know it. So him going to church and putting his finger in the fire as some sort of ritual or punishment or whatever isn't enough. He has to go and help Johnny, get his life in order. And the thing that doesn't make sense is, or not that it doesn't make sense, like, doesn't make sense if he didn't have a sense of extreme guilt, is like you and me, if Johnny Boy was acting, if we had a friend that was acting that way, at some point you go, I gotta give up on this guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Like there's nothing, but I think there has to be something that he's guilty about, and I think possibly it could be, his situation with his uncle, who's made. He's like a made gang, the same way Tommy got made before they whacked him, or they told him that he got made, where he can just have a nice living and stuff like that. Where am I? Oh yeah, so his uncle basically promises Charlie, hey, if you work for me, you're gonna make a good amount of money. Like your life is all set pretty much, but just knock it off with all that kid bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I think maybe he has a sense of guilt that he knows that Johnny doesn't have that option, and ultimately he knows Johnny's fate. Like he's just gonna end up on the street. Like he can't take care of himself. He's not gonna last. He's crazy, and he's just trying to do everything he can to make sure that he can have some closure and some relief that Johnny will somewhat be okay before he kind of
has to
cut off that relationship essentially, because he's saying don't hang around with Johnny anymore, don't hang around with that girl, whatever girl. It could be the Teresa thing. Maybe he's guilty that he wants sleeping with Johnny's cousin. There's something about that. But I love that the movie doesn't try to explain it.
Yeah, and that's you mentioned the fire thing. That's one of those things where I don't necessarily know what that even means or why he keeps doing that or what his obsession with like burning himself is, but it adds a lot of depth to the character without knowing why it even does. But there's something about him that makes him want to, and then you can see that he only does it a few times, and then he goes to like immediately they pour him the shots and he lights the 2 shots on fire. Yeah. And the bartender's just like, stop with that. Like,
he puts him out.
He's just like, that's a comment. He does that a lot, know?
It might be like a sort of a similar aspect to Jake LaMotta in Raging Bull, where he kind of wants to punish himself for something. And even in Raging Bull, which we'll get to later, we don't really understand. There's no scene where it's like, oh, my mom slapped me when I was a kid, and now I just hit everybody. Mm-hmm. There's nothing. They don't give you a single thing, which I enjoy. But also the movie's not so like the movie never questions it either. His like why he's so attached to Johnny and because nobody ever goes like, what do you see in this guy that you want to help him all the time? There's no moment like that. The closest thing we get is he talked. Charlie's uncle sends him to go talk to this restaurant owner who owes his uncle some money. And the restaurant owner tells Charlie, he goes, I just can't, my partner, he's crazy. I don't know. He's missing. He's erratic. I don't know what I'm going to do. He's costing me money and I can't pay the rent. So Charlie, the restaurant owner and that guy's business partner are basically an illusion of Charlie and Johnny Boy. Their situation reflects Charlie's situation with Johnny Boy. And that's the only self-reflection that we sort of get that the movie gives Charlie to consider, like, what are you going to do with Johnny? You know? Because for the rest of the movie, he's sort of just on his own figuring it out. He's not really talking to a lot of people going, like, listen, do something about him,
Yeah. And you're never left to question, I feel, why he feels this responsibility, because they have so much chemistry on screen. The scenes where they're together, like even where they're sitting there slapping each other, you're just like, you can tell they had done that a million times before.
Yes.
Whatever their relationship is, throughout their whole lives, they probably had been smacking each other for years before that. So
that's a good
it doesn't
point.
build up to anything else because they know they're just going to be okay after that, you know?
That's a good point, because in terms of buying, like, why he's going out on such a limb for Johnny. Mm-hmm. If they had no chemistry as actors, you'd probably believe it less. But that first scene, also just check how much time we have. But also that first scene where Johnny walks into the bar and he takes him in the back room and goes, what are you doing buying drinks when you owe Michael money? And he's like, I paid him. And it goes, because that scene is very long. And John Cassavetes, I believe it was John Cassavetes, saw the movie and said, don't cut a frame of that scene, because they were trying to cut it up and try to make it shorter, and it wasn't working. And he goes, no, just because it explains their dynamic so well, where he's like, Johnny, you got to do this. And then Johnny eventually convinces Charlie, that he's not going to pay it. He goes, all right, fine. We'll figure it out. We'll do something. We'll, have like recurring payments. Like, give him $20 tonight. And he's sort of like able to squirrel his way out of it. And you see that in real time. So it really gives you, I guess, not a sympathy, but an empathy of understanding where Charlie's coming from, trying to,
And here's an interesting thing that I was thinking about too, about how who's the character who he owes the money to? Do you know?
Michael.
Michael. So some other movies might make Michael into some dangerous character that is mean, or just more obvious of like a villain that you would, yeah,
Yeah.
like, oh, you gotta pay him or he's gonna, but he's very lenient. Like he has to get pushed to that point to do what he does at the end. He has to get pushed to the point where the only reason he really did that was because Johnny Boy pointed a gun at him, and who knows if he would have used it. We know that he didn't have bullets after
Right.
because they checked, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
So he had to get pushed to that point. It's not like the whole movie, it's like clear cut and dry, like this guy's gonna kill you if you don't do it. It's he almost seems like he was forced his hand in that you know what I'm saying? And even after you see his face where he's like, he didn't seem pretty happy about having to do it.
But you can empathize with his character. Scorsese talked about what Charlie's doing throughout the whole movie is he's basically sort of pushing away all the conflicts from resolving. Not resolving, but like there's a scene where Johnny Boy and the guy who owns the restaurant, I forget his name, or who owns the bar, their friend who owns the bar, they start getting in a fight, and Charlie breaks him and goes, "Come on, we're friends." Like he doesn't let them resolve that conflict the same way he doesn't let Michael resolve the conflict with Johnny Boy, and he keeps putting it off until it all just explodes at the end. Essentially, that's what Charlie does the whole time.
Yeah.
Is he could resolve the conflict with Teresa because his uncle doesn't want him to date her, and he could just say like, "Look, it's over. I'm sorry," but he doesn't. He keeps going, and it explodes and then he obviously. They all get injured at the end, and he's not going to be able to work with his uncle, and his life is fucked because he was trying to save Johnny Boys. There's the Searchers pops up again in this movie. They play the Searchers that they referred to in Who's That Knocking? And there's a clip where the guy who played Festus in Gunsmoke, I think, and I forget the actor's name, but one of the main characters in the movie, they're fighting out back because one character likes Vera Miles, like he's in love with her, but Festus is marrying her that night, and so they're fighting. But then previous to that fight, my favorite line in a movie ever is Festus walks out and sees that he's talking to his wife or his fiance, and he walks out and he's holding his the belt buckle, and he goes, "What are you doing out here talking to my fiancé?" Which should be one of the best movie lines of all time, but it's not. It's a crime. So, yeah.
How do you feel about the ending? In terms of this is something that I noticed with some of the movies. It feels as though they end without like the final resolve. Whatever. What do
There's
you
no
call it?
denouement.
Yeah.
Like, there's no, oh, here's what happens now. We got a new life. There's no new equilibrium. Yes.
And we don't know. I mean, we never clearly see Johnny Boy die on screen. So, is he dead?
Yeah, we don't know. That's the thing. Their lives are just impacted somehow.
Italianamerican, 1974. Italianamerican was originally made as part of a series of documentaries called Storm of Strangers, made for National Endowment of Humanities for America's bicentennial in 1976.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say this reminded me of something that we could do with like your parents, because it mirrors like your parents have acted in some of your films.
You want to actually, no, I've never made a film. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Do you want to get my mom on the phone and have her talk about it?
Yeah, we should.
So the whole time I'll just be like, "Yes, I thought it was very nice."
Yeah.
She won't be able to say anything
cute.
else. So Scorsese, the National Endowments thing, it was that series. They had a series on. It was like they wanted a 28-minute documentary on the Polish, the whatever immigrant classes were living in New York at the time. So it was like the Jews, Polish, French, whatever, Germans, Irish, and he obviously was doing what?
Don't forget about the Irish.
But he was doing the Italian-Americans, of course. And he goes, I don't want to just do a documentary where there's interviews and then you cut to the pictures and stuff. Like, I want to just have a I want to get to know my parents more and just have a conversation with them. So they just brought a camera in their little bloop slate where it goes bloop. Did you see that? Do you know what that is?
No.
You know how we clap when we want to sync the audio in the video? There's the clappers in movies. That was a bloop slate. So it just makes a noise and shows the flash.
Oh, I love that. Bloop.
Yeah, but it just goes boop,
Is it literally called Bloop Slate?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So that was interesting. But anyway, so I watch this with my mom every time I watch it, and the whole time she's just
Loving it.
smiling because I think a lot of it's like because she basically grew up because her and Martin Scorsese, I guess. Well, no, his parents weren't immigrants. His parents were second generation immigrants.
I think so.
That's when your parents were born in another country. My mom, my grandparents were born in Italy, and then in their adulthood they came here. My mom was the fourth kid, and all three of her older brothers were born in Italy, and then they moved here. My mom was born, and then my uncle was born. My mom knew how to speak Italian before English, and you would never know that now. She just
that's crazy.
I learned that like a few years ago, and it blew my mind. But so she and I identify with a lot of the stuff, a lot of the Italian stuff in Scorsese's movies, because a lot of the stuff that I see where, like they go to church or like there's like some, there's some, religious, imagery or whatever, and religious paintings or religious paraphernalia in the house, and the ways that some of the rooms look and the furniture looks. I'm like, oh, I remember this. It was always so boring. Like it's like it reminds me of church, and I always was so bored at church. And on my birthday's on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
And I had to go to church for my birthday. It sucked. I hated it. So I kind of have an aversion to church because I went to Catholic school. So I kind of got my fill. I'm sure in a few years I might take a philosophical interest in like learning about the history of religion or something. Maybe for like one of these podcasts, if it has to do with religious stuff, I'll read about it. But I feel like I'm good for now.
Yeah, I feel like that reminds me like the way the room in Italianamerican was set up. Kind of. Yeah. I picture the one room in Harrison that you said your first memory is in the hallway.
Yeah.
And it leads into that room.
Yeah. Well, that's my other grandparents' house. That's they were Portuguese.
Oh, okay, but it's still similar, right?
Yes. It's just I identify. I can't really put it into words that well because it's all like my childish memories. But I identify with a lot of stuff that I see. The way Scorsese's parents talk and cook, and a lot of their backgrounds are similar to the backgrounds of my grandparents as well. It's kind of crazy. Like my grandma, my dad's grandfather, who's from Portugal. Like he just went on a boat.
Yeah, right.
For months. Scorsese's mother talks about how her mother, I believe, was in Italy and she didn't want to go to America, but they tricked her into going, and then she was on a boat for 3 months. And she didn't have like a YouTube tutorial to watch before she did it.
Yeah,
she just went on a boat. My grandfather came here on a boat when in like 1938, 1939. He was 17, and then within 2 years he was fighting in the World War II.
Yeah,
he went back to Europe to fight in World War II as a combat engineer. So it's just crazy. That generation's crazy to me. Crazy in a good way, in a very historically interesting way. So this was very interesting to watch. What did you think?
I thought it's the same thing. It's funny because I remember specifically the moment where Scorsese's mom is trying to talk and his dad keeps like cutting her off. I'm like, let her talk. What's going on? This is so annoying. And then I'm thinking, this is just how it probably was all the time. And why I'm sitting here getting mad at this, and it's just giving an accurate depiction of what it's like in that household.
Yeah,
and him calling her out, saying, "Oh, you talk to me like you talk." Yeah, yes. That was perfect.
Talk to me like that's what I mean. Talk to me like how you talk to talk to them how you talk to me. That's what I mean.
Yeah, you're putting on an act.
Because he's very shy. Sort of, he has a very inward presence. Scorsese's father, and his mother is very performative, which it makes sense why she was in more movies than he was. And that scene in Goodfellas, I can't wait to do the episode on that includes Goodfellas, because that scene that she's in is so fantastic. She just improvised it when they're all sitting around the table and Billy Batts is in the trunk. And she's like, "Oh, so what's going on? Like, what do you need a knife for?" He goes, "Oh, I want to, whatever." And he goes, "I got to cut up a deer or something like that." And she goes, "I'll just wash it before you." And they're all just talking about the painting she painted. And it's like she had a natural performative aspect to her. And if you watch her tell stories, Martin Scorsese is his mom. They tell the stories. The cadence of their voice is exactly the same. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well. That's another thing they bring up. They didn't have movies and stuff where they couldn't afford growing up, they couldn't afford to go see the movies, so they would bring people in to tell the stories.
Yes.
So they got better at telling stories. I wish part of that, I had in my childhood, just people telling stories more often.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I find myself struggling to put stories into words, and I feel like that generation just, they're so entertaining with it,
You look at, clips from back then, and you're always like, why do people talk better? And it's like, obviously it's survivorship bias. Like, obviously the clips you're going to see of people talking are probably the ones of people talking the best.
Yeah, yeah.
But, also I'm aware that when I do this podcast, I'm trying not to say like or too
yeah.
much, and I'm trying to not to stutter, and I'm trying to speak as well as I can. But those people back then, there was a way of communication where the entertainment for us, like, oh, let's go see a movie, or let's go scroll on Instagram for 6 hours, But for them, the entertainment was, you have company over,
Yeah.
talk to them, listen to their stories. I don't want to sound too boomerish, like, oh, the kids these days, but there's times where I'm at like a family event or just hanging out with my friends. I'm scrolling on Instagram, I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
why don't I try to talk to a person? Why is that less of a thing? Why is that less of a tendency these days? And like, we know why, it's technology, but there's good things and bad things. We're getting off track.
Yeah, but
the way that I had an appreciation for the way that his parents thought about their memories and their family and the way they told stories. Like, I never noticed trees. I never noticed what kind of trees people have. We have these catalpa trees in front of my house out here, and I every once in a while I look at them and I go, oh, that's a nice tree. But then I hear his mom talk about the peach tree. Was it the peach tree?
I believe so.
Or
I couldn't tell you.
the whatever tree she kind of had, a fig tree. It was a fig tree. She goes, I loved fig trees growing up. I always loved them. Like, she got an immense pleasure out of just having a tree. And I was like, oh, there was a lot of things that they kind of simpler things that they enjoyed in life. And she talks about this whole thing where my mother didn't like the tree, and then when she died, the tree died. It died, and it never grew.
She took it with her.
And it's like, that's an amazing, like, that's an amazing story that you don't really hear people our age talk about. It's usually like, yo, you see what Trump said, that funny meme the other day?
Yeah. And granted, some of the stories that you hear from those times, if we had those same stories, it would be like, oh, so you, like, some of the things they were able to do and get away with.
Oh yeah.
Some of the things your dad has said that they would do. It's just like,
yeah,
they'd be like, oh, so your life is ruined now. If we did it, your life is ruined. You got kicked out of school, and
right. Cause somebody would film it.
Yeah, exactly.
My dad told me a story, because I always try to tell my dad stories, and I'm always like, he probably thinks this is the most tame bullshit ever.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, dude, it was crazy. I fell in a hole. I was drunk. And he's like, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, my dad told me a story where him and his friend, because he grew up in Harrison, which is right next to Newark, New Jersey, and him and his friends would run around. We're getting off topic, but who cares?
It's okay.
Him and his friends would run around, and they would go into a bakery, and they got their big friend, whose name was probably like Muggsy Bugsy or something, like whatever names they had back then. The most like cliche 1960s America city name that you can find. And Gaga. And he goes in, and there's these apple turnovers that they were making. And the big guy would go in there. His friend would go in and like fold the tray in half, and then fold the metal tray in half, and then run out. And then they would go to a grocery store and steal a gallon of milk, and they would just swig milk from a jug, from a big gallon jug, and then eat apple turnovers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Jesus Christ!
If we did the same thing, it would just be.
He tells me, there was a kid that his name was Billy Zamboni.
Yeah, exactly.
And he walked around school, and he had a big Bowie knife that he would carry on his belt at school, and the teachers were afraid of him. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You can't do that.
Did you grow up in 1840? Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I knew this one guy had a sword, a full-on samurai sword attached to his back.
The teacher, everybody was too scared to say anything. Like, Jesus Christ.
Just the things that they were able to do.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. All right.
When you're alone, who cares for starlit skies?
Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, 1975. After the success of Mean Streets, John Calley at Warner Brothers gave Scorsese the script for Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore by Robert Getchell.
So, Scorsese was given the script, and he goes, "Oh, no, okay, I'll read it." And then the John Kelly goes, "Yeah, but all the guys at the studio don't think you can direct women." And he goes, "What?" And then Ellen Burstyn, who just starred in The Exorcist, which is the scariest movie of the year, and she starred in that, and she sort of had some clout around Hollywood where she was able to become an actor where she was sort of I don't think she was a producer on this, but she sort of doubled as the producer where she was attached to the script, so she kind of had approval over who the director was, and so she interviewed she had a meeting with Martin Scorsese, and they talk, and she goes, "Well, what do you know about women, Marty?" And he goes, "Nothing, but I like to learn."
Yeah.
And she goes, "That was a great answer," and that's
Super
when we
smart.
knew that he would be on the movie. This is back to the trend of having movie titles that are a sentence long and annoying to say repeatedly. But it's also his first studio movie. So it's interesting that the two movies that Scorsese directed with women protagonists were sort of his most director for hire movies, because obviously Boxcar Bertha was his first actual picture movie that I can't wait till I'm old enough to say picture instead of movie. As soon as I turn 50, I'm going to put on glasses and go picture. We're making a picture here. But Boxcar Bertha was the first movie where he was actually paid to make a movie, and he was directing a script that somebody else wrote, sort of as a job. And then Alice doesn't live here. Alice doesn't live here anymore.
Just
That's
say
why I don't like
Alice.
Alice. Was a movie where it was basically his first Hollywood movie, and so it's just interesting that it's just an interesting coincidence between the two movies.
Production began in the spring of 1974 with Chris Christopherson, Harvey Keitel, Diane Ladd, and Jodie Foster rounding out the main cast.
So Chris Christopherson, I get he was, you know who that is, right?
Yes.
So he was a very big musician back in the day, and Scorsese talked about his presence on the set, and whenever they were filming somewhere, he talks about how Chris Christopherson just had this amazing charisma that can sort of help out with the production. So like if they were filming somewhere and Scorsese's like, I don't want another take, but the guy's telling me to leave. Like, what am I gonna do? Christopherson would go up to the guy and be like, "Listen, pal, do you mind if we just come on, just let
the
us stay a little
coolest
bit
dude
more?"
ever.
Yeah, exactly. So and then he was a big help. He was always a calming presence over the set, and it would help out. There was some debate over the ending of the movie because obviously this was basically a feminist piece back in the day, and or a lot of the subject matter of the movie may seem matter of fact 50 years on. Back in the day, a lot of stuff that would go over our heads while watching it now was kind of a big deal. And they talked about the ending where originally in the script, the ending was Alice, Chris Christopherson's character David, she doesn't end up with him and she goes to Monterey to be a singer. And then the studio was going, no, she has to stay. We want a happy ending. Like she has to stay at his ranch and live with him, and that's fine. And they were like, oh, we don't know which ending we're gonna do. And then eventually they just kind of settled on it and said, fine, we'll do the happy ending. But then what they were doing is they were improving the final scene where he's like, what do you want, Alice? And she's like, I don't know, it's not whatever. And they were improving, and all of a sudden Chris Christopherson goes, or she goes, I want to go to Monterey. I can't stay at the ranch with you. And he goes, well, hell, I'll take you to Monterey if you want to be a singer. And they were like, holy shit, just do both.
I don't give a damn about that ranch.
Exactly. So she ends up with him, and I thought that was an amazing example of a filmmaker or a team of filmmakers defeating the old dilemma of what ending do we do, the true ending or the happy ending? Well, let's mix both of them. And I thought that was just a very interesting.
It's all Chris Christopherson just being the GOAT.
Yeah, he's never Christoph off his game.
Yeah,
he's never Christoph his game.
He's not. He's literally one
More
of the
like
coolest dudes ever.
Chris Donovan.
He's one of the coolest dudes ever. There's other documentaries where it just there's a one with it talks about Janis Joplin and how he wrote one of the best songs ever for her that she basically took and turned into.
What song was it?
I can't remember. Windshield wiper slapping time. Me and Bobby McGee.
Oh, okay. I was trying to think of what
Me and
song
Bobby
it was.
McGee. But he's just talking about Janis Joplin is one of the it's like Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, 27 Club legend.
Yeah.
And he's just talking about how he was on a flight with her, and she's like, yeah, Janis was trying to pull me into the bathroom to, you know.
God
and
damn,
it's like,
dude,
this guy is just the coolest.
he was like the male Joni Mitchell.
Yeah,
Where like
just
every
baller.
guy who would meet Joni Mitchell would just fall in love with her
Yeah.
instantly.
hmm And even in the documentary, who's the lead? What's her
Ellen Burstyn.
Ellen Burstyn, she's talking about like, I was trying to think about like what turns me on in a man, and then I was just watching Chris just work.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
She's just like, that's what, like, or it's just Chris Christopherson who's the
Yeah.
baller.
Yeah, because I do that all the time and nobody says nothing. Chris Christopherson fixes one lousy fence,
Baller.
limp-wristedly with a hammer.
Yeah. It's funny how she's just talking about that as if she's not just like saying like it's Chris Christopherson.
That's funny.
The movie opened on December 9th, 1974 and received critical praise. It grossed $18.6 million off a $1.8 million budget. It was nominated for 3 Oscars: Best Screenplay for Robert Getchell, Best Supporting Actress for Diane Ladd, and Best Lead Actress for Ellen Burstyn, which she won.
So there was a controversy around the movie when it was released. It was both criticized and liked by feminists, and it was also criticized and liked by non-feminist, anti-feminist, whatever you want to call them, which is very interesting. But it also makes sense because I think a lot of that has to do with what we talked about before with the 2 endings, where it didn't choose obviously like the more traditional non-feminist ending where she's like, oh, I want to be with the man and I'm going to go live on the ranch or whatever. But then the feminist ending would be her going to Monterey to pursue her individual like dream or whatever. But then obviously the movie does a hybrid of both, so I think it kind of maybe confused people of like, oh, we don't know. And a good movie kind of does that, like The Dark Knight. People look at The Dark Knight, conservatives will look at it and go, oh, it's for conservative politics, or say, oh, it's against liberal politics or something like that. And then liberals look at it and go, oh, it's for liberal politics. It's saying that conservative politics are bad, or they'll, vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So a good movie always should sort of do something like that.
Split the crowd a little bit.
Yeah, split the crowd. But I saw some people criticize Scorsese's movies for not having a lot of good woman characters or not having 3-dimensional women characters. I think, sure, he doesn't have a woman protagonist in his movies since Alice doesn't live here anymore. But, you watch movies like New York, Francine Evans in that movie, played by Liza Minnelli. Age of Innocence, Michelle Pfeiffer's character. In The Aviator, you have, was it Katharine Hepburn? Was played by Cate Blanchett. She's great in that. And then of Killers of the Flower Moon, of course, we have Lizzie, I forget the character's name, but played by Lily Gladstone, her character. She's like the powerhouse of that movie. Mm-hmm. It's kind of she's almost a protagonist of that movie in a sense. So I do think he has some good woman characters in his movies post Alice Doesn't Live Anymore. But I watched Alice. I first watched this movie, like I said, in 2019 when I watched all the Scorsese's movies, and I watched it and I was like, that was actually really good. I liked that a lot. It was so different from me. It doesn't make you watch that movie and you go, Scorsese directed this, because it's so outside of his subject matter and wheelhouse. And my memory of it was that it was shot in a very understated way where the camera never moves and it's very simple lighting and it's not that heavily stylized at all. But then I watched this again for this podcast, and I go, oh wait, there's actually a lot of stuff going on with the camera. It's actually kind of really stylized a lot. Like there's that opening sequence where it's sort of like a nod to Wizard of Oz, like this hellscape Wizard of Oz where the sky and the grass is all red, and she goes into the house and it's like, what the hell's going on here? It opens in a very unique way, in a way you don't expect, and then it opens on this on her neighborhood, and it has this big sweeping crane shot that eventually dissolves into through her window, and the camera's always doing something. They have these some of the scenes take place, it's just a wide angle lens on handheld camera, and it has this weird modern feel where I see this in like a lot of TV shows now. Like The Boys uses that angle a lot, where they just have like the wide shot and the camera is shaking from the handheld. So it feels very modern, but it also, I do think it has some similarities to Punch Drunk Love. I don't know if they have any connections thematically. I guess since it's a love story, they're both love stories, maybe that's the thematic connection. But aesthetically and stylistically, and the feel and the ambience of the movies, they feel very, very similar because they both take place on these flat landscapes. And fuck, for those of you listening, I did a retake of that because the first time I did it, I explained it perfectly, and then I said landscapes, and then I did it again. Anyway, flat landscapes. And the way so it's this very sweeping setting, and it has this very ominous, kind of eerie, quiet, windy feel to the outside scenes to a certain extent, and the way the light shoots in through interiors. They had a lot of the time. There's some lens flares going on, or in Punch Drunk Glove, there's lens flares going on. I'm sure there's a few in Alice Doesn't Live Anymore, but if you look at a lot of the light coming in through the windows when they're in interiors, the light is very harsh and it has a blue tint to it, and it has the same feeling as the light in Punch Drunk Glove. They do that a lot the same way. That blown out white sunlight that happens in the background is very similar to Alice Doesn't Live Anymore. So yeah, good movie. I really like it.
Yeah, there was one other thing. When they were filming the ranch scenes, they ran out of time on the ranch. Did you catch that?
Oh yeah, no.
They ran out of time on the ranch where the family who owned the ranch wanted to come back. So they tried to negotiate with them, and they were like, "Can we please just extend?" And the family was like, "No, we want to come back." So they had one last night, and the family literally came back, and they're trying to film scenes. I think like the couch, they were on the couch or something, and they're trying to film the scene, and the family is like in the house watching.
Holy
and
shit!
Scorsese like cuts, and he's like, "Okay, we're gonna get one more," and someone in the family goes, "Oh, you already got that shot. Like, come on!" Like, and
Holy shit!
yeah, Scorsese looked at Chris Christopherson and was like, has anybody had to film a movie this way? Like the family is here telling us to finish up. It's crazy.
Well, that might be the thing I was referring to when Chris Christopherson was like, "Hey, we just need an extra couple of minutes. We just need an extra." He just starts singing, and they're like, "Oh, my hero!" All of a sudden, he has like, "Where'd you get a guitar from?"
Taxi Driver, 1976. Back in 1973, director Brian De Palma had given Scorsese the script for Taxi Driver written by Paul Schrader and said that Scorsese should direct it.
So really quick about Paul Schrader. He still directs movies. The last movie I saw from him was called The Card Counter, starring Oscar Isaac. But Paul Schrader now is really funny because he just goes on Facebook and he's just like, "Fuck this movie." He'll just like so. But back in the day, he grew up as a Calvinist, which I had to look up what that is, and apparently it's like a very repressive, restrictive, Catholic Christian thing idea. Where I looked it up, and it's when you were born, God, you believe that when you're born, God has already determined if your soul has gone to heaven or hell or not.
Oh damn!
And there's only a limited amount of space in heaven, so if you didn't pre-order your tickets, you're fucked. That kind of thing. That's what I heard. That's what I looked up on Google, but I saw Scorsese talk about, or Schrader talk about, when you're growing up in a Calvinist, way of living, every action you have has a moral, consequence. So me picking up that bottle and putting it in the garbage is, there's a moral thing to that. It's something crazy. It's so repressive that he didn't see a movie until he was 17.
Wow.
And then he became also, I don't want to talk shit about I don't know what it is. I don't want to say it's repressive and bad. I'm just whatever. This was what I
just
heard.
Leading to the point that he hadn't seen a movie.
Yes, I could be wrong. I don't know. But so then he became a film critic after that, and I think he wrote a book called The Transcendental Style. I think that's what it was called. But then he was living in, I believe, Los Angeles, and he had just gotten divorced and lost his kids, and he was living in a car for weeks at a time, just like drinking and drugs. I don't want to say that he was drinking and drugs, even if he wasn't. I think he was just in a very bad place.
Yeah.
And he had a stomach ulcer, and he went to the hospital for it because he had a lot of pain. And he was talking with the nurse, and he realized that when he was talking to the nurse that he hadn't talked to anybody in like 2 or 3 weeks.
Wow.
And he was like, "Oh shit!" So I've kind of just been going insane. Like, and that kind of loneliness kind of inspired the character of Travis Bickle. And he said he saw the taxi cab as a metaphor for loneliness, where you're kind of purposefully and artificially shielding yourself from and isolating yourself from other people in the world around you, which I thought was very interesting. But of course, the script, they couldn't get it made yet because Scorsese, this is back in 73, so Mean Streets just came out, but it wasn't really enough. They didn't have enough clout. De Niro was cast in Godfather Part 2. He was filming it, but he didn't get the Oscar for it yet. And then, of course, once De Niro won the Oscar and Scorsese directed Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, which is a big success, they got a lot more clout and they were able to be like, hey, we want to do this movie.
Production on Taxi Driver got underway in June 1975 and lasted 40 days. The main cast included, of course, De Niro and also Harvey Keitel, Jodie Foster, Albert Brooks, and Sybil Shepherd.
So there's one anecdote that I learned from an actor named Peter Boyle, who played the dad on Everybody Loves Raymond, and he was in Scooby-Doo 2 on The Monsters Unleashed.
Nice.
I grew up watching that Everybody Loves Raymond and Scooby-Doo 2 when I was that was my main exposure to Peter Boyle. I thought he was like the most famous actor ever. And then I saw him, and then when I was a teenager, I saw him in Taxi Driver, and I was like, no way. But that's Frank Barone. So that's his name in Everybody Loves Raymond, if you don't know. But he talked about how obviously he was playing a taxi driver in the movie, and he wanted to do research for it, and he heard that De Niro was filming a movie called 1900 at the time with Bernardo Bertolucci. It's like 5 hours long, and we talked about it on the Sergio Leone podcast, which you can watch on YouTube, Apple, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. But De Niro was in Europe filming that, and he was, for research purposes, he was flying back. He would film, and then fly to the U.S., sleep on the plane, and then work the taxi shift at night in New York. And then when the sun came up, he would fly back and go film.
Oh my gosh.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
So Peter Boyle heard that and was like, oh, I got to do some. And then he was like, I don't want to do this. And he kind of didn't. Get Jodie Foster. They cast her. Of course, she was in Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. She has she doesn't have a great performance in it, but she has a very striking presence in that movie because she was very what's the word when they're both genders?
Trans?
No, it's not non-binary, but it's I'm gonna look it up. Androgynous.
Okay.
She plays a very androgynous feeling like little girl in that movie. It's very, I don't know if it was intentional, but it feels like that. She's very boyish in that movie. Anyway, so Scorsese calls her mother and goes, "Hey, we're making a movie called Taxi Driver." And she goes, "Okay, well, what part do you want her to play, or what part do you want to audition her for?" And she goes, "Her name's Iris." And she goes, "Oh, Iris, that's a nice name." And she goes, "Oh, what is Iris? What's her role in the movie?" And he goes, "Oh, she's a prostitute." And she goes, "What?"
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, "All right, I guess I trust you guys because we did Alice, but I'll send her in, but I don't really think this is a good idea." And they send her in, and they're like, "Oh, she's perfect for the role, whatever." And Paul Schrader, I don't know where Paul Schrader got the guts to tell the story because telling the story looks really bad on a cosmetic level. Where he goes, "I somehow met a underage prostitute."
Yeah,
Like, I'm not saying he did anything, but it's like it's a very, even though he didn't do anything, I would never risk even bringing that up.
Yeah,
because I wouldn't want people to think. So yeah, somehow I came into contact with an underage prostitute, and I talked to her, and I said, "Well, what are you doing out here?" I kind of had a similar conversation that Travis has with Iris in the movie. I'm like, "Well, what are you doing? Don't you want to get out?" And she's like, "Oh, I don't know. This is what I do, And she was addicted to drugs or whatever. And what we did is we had Jodie Foster meet her. Mm-hmm. And so the mom was like, "Are you kidding? What? Are you kidding me? My daughter's not going near her." And they're like, "Come on." And she was like, "Okay." And they bring her in and they meet and they just have an awkward conversation like, "Hi, hello."
Yeah.
Because I think the girl was like 15 or 16 and Jodie was, I think, 12 or 13.
Oh, yeah. And
they're talking, it's really awkward. But then Jodie Foster said that was a very valuable thing because you got to see how she acted and she doesn't, And later, the girl that Paul Schrader found, the prostitute girl, is actually in the movie. She's the friend. Remember when Jodie Foster, Iris, walks in front of the car and she goes, "Ah!"
Yeah.
And the friend goes, "Let's get out of here." That's her.
Yeah, the friend that's kind of by her side the whole time.
So they gave her a role in the movie, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey Keitel, how he became the pimp in the movie, Sport, is he read the script and I think Scorsese wanted him to be the Albert Brooks part, which was working in the Palatine campaign offices with Sybil Shepherd. Scorsese wanted Harvey to be the funny friend. Mm-hmm. And he was like, "No, I want to be the pimp." And he goes, "What's the pimp?" And because in the script, the pimp was only in it for like half a page. And he was like, "What do you want to be the pimp for?" And he goes, "No, let me do it. Come on, let's go." And he goes, "All right, fine." So they kind of wrote a bigger role for the pimp. Yeah. And he did that.
Can I just say
yes.
how much he looks like the guy from The Room?
Tommy Wiseau. Yes. It's the
Right.
same guy.
It's literally
They're
the
both
same
ripped for
guy.
no reason.
Yeah.
Tommy Wiseau is crazy ripped for no
Yeah,
reason.
for no reason at all.
It's so hilarious. I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah,
I remember
okay.
thinking that before I saw it, like, because I would see still some Taxi Driver, and because I saw the Room first, and I was like, oh my god, he looks like Tommy Wiseau.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about that in so long.
Uh,
Sybil Shepherd, who plays Betsy in it, her story is just Scorsese was like, called some agency and was like, I'm looking for. He called Sybil Shepherd's agent and was like, hey, do you have any clients? I'm looking for a Sybil Shepherd type. And she goes, well, why not just Sybil Shepherd? He's like, all right, that'll work.
Yeah.
And she read the script and she was like, this is awful. I don't want to do this. And then eventually she was convinced. Albert Brooks has a very good anecdote about when they were filming. He goes, when we were filming my scenes, me and Marty lived close, so the car would come pick me up, and then we'd pick up Marty. And he must have been up till like 4 a.m. every night, because every single time I would buzz the apartment door, it would buzz, and Marty would go, hello? And he go, Marty, it's Albert. We gotta go. It's 8 o'clock. We gotta go to set. He goes, oh no, oh no, oh no. He's like,
He's
no,
freaking
Marty,
out.
it's okay. We're on time. He's like, no, you don't understand. This is terrible. Oh my god, what are we gonna do? I don't know.
Mhm.
And that was just like the anxiety and
Stressing out.
the stress that Scorsese was going through must have been, very. And they're shooting nights, and it's like you're dealing with like the
Yeah.
shittiest subject matter, or like the most depressing subject matter. You have to, it must have been a. I don't want to say it wasn't fun, but it was definitely very taxing on him.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Does he ever talk about that being a
Oh, yeah.
specifically tough shoot?
Well, I mean, every shoot to him is very tough, but New York was especially tough, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
But yeah, Scorsese. He said we filmed 40 days and 40 nights, so it was tough. Then the last production story I have is Bernard Herrmann, who was the composer. He's like a legendary composer, and they were doing the post-production sound mix on the movie. And you know that at the end of the movie where he adjusts the rearview mirror and this weird sound effect goes like wing, like
Mhm.
that. They were having trouble with that sound effect. Like, we don't like Marty's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, what do you think is the right sound or whatever? And then Bernard Herrmann just walks in and goes, play it backwards. And then he walked out, and then it worked perfectly,
Yeah.
of course. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Mm-hmm. On February 8th, 1976, Taxi Driver opened to critical praise and great box office, making $28.3 million off a $1.9 million budget. At the Oscars, it was nominated for Best Picture, Best Actor for De Niro, Best Supporting Actress for Jodie Foster, and Best Original Score for Bernard Herrmann.
So it won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, or the Cannes Film Festival. I don't know the way
Doesn't
to
matter.
pronounce it. Everybody pronounces it differently.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that like the cultural reaction to this movie is it should be the cultural reaction is similar to the reaction of A Clockwork Orange and Joker, where people were like, you cannot do this, like this is crazy. And it was so bad that Jodie Foster was nominated for Best Actress or Best Supporting Actress, and Scorsese was getting death threats from people that said, if Jodie Foster wins the Oscar for what you made her do, we're gonna fucking kill you. We're gonna shoot you in the head. They were pissed.
Oh my gosh.
People were pissed, and she didn't win.
Yeah.
Thank God.
He's just like, oh.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, because the whole movie, in Travis Bickle, his character has this very extreme inner turmoil in himself, and he wants to basically sort of get it out by just assassinating Palantine, sort of in the same way he kills, the sort of like the weird sort of father figure, older brother type relationship between Sport and Iris. He kills Sport.
Mm-hmm.
He sort of does a sort of like the reverse image thing of killing Palantine, who's sort of like a father figure type person to Betsy. And there's a man named John Hinckley who saw Taxi Driver and became obsessed with Jodie Foster.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried, and he was like, well, like, how can I get her attention? She moved to like Connecticut for something. She was doing whatever. And, or she was going to college somewhere. And he moved up there, and his parents gave him money. He was like, "Yeah, I want to study film in college. Like, you just give me some money." And he was just like in an apartment stalking her
That's
and sending her
crazy.
letters like, "I love you so much." And she was never replying. So he was like, "What can I do to get her attention?" He said, "Maybe I should shoot the president."
That's kind of
And so he tracked down Jimmy Carter. He got like 20 feet within Jimmy Carter one time, but he didn't shoot him. It was like Taxi Driver. Like, he didn't kill Palantine. He didn't shoot. He didn't pull out the gun, but he got close. But then by the time he was able to get another shot at the president, Ronald Reagan became president. And it was March 30th, 1981, he shot Ronald Reagan because he wanted Jodie Foster to see and like notice him. And the thing is, the day after was the Oscars. So he got shot March 30th. March 31st was the Oscars. And it was not in Raging Bull was nominated for all these Oscars. So De Niro was up for Best Actor, Scorsese Best Director, Raging Bull Best Picture. So Scorsese was at the Oscars, and he goes in the bathroom, and there was also security from the last time they went to the Oscars because of the death threats.
yeah.
And so he goes into the bathroom, and these three guys walk in, sunglasses, they got the earpieces in, they're like 6'9", and Scorsese's peeing, and he's like, "Oh wow, they really bumped up security this year, huh?" Because he thought it was his security from whatever. And they go, "You need to come with us." And he goes, "What the hell is going on?" They bring him backstage, and they're not allowing him to go out into the crowd or anything. And De Niro's like, "Dude, like, do you know why they're here?" He's like, "No, what are you talking about?" He goes, "Because they found a connection between John Hinckley and Taxi Driver."
That's crazy.
Because
yeah.
that was like the catalyst. Him watching Taxi Driver was the catalyst for shooting Reagan because he became obsessed with Jodie Foster. So
That's sad how certain things were like. There's always like some weird connection between those people who like try to assassinate people. There's always some weird connection that they can make. I mean, this is like actually a direct.
yeah, well, Taxi Driver is sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way,
Yeah.
which we'll get to because I think the reason why it was so, I guess the reaction to it was so volatile at the time is because we talked about before all the change that was happening during the late 60s or whatever. And the Hays Code basically was no sex, no gay stuff, cut that liberal shit out of here. We got to stop, it was a very repressive code that the movies had to adhere to. And also there was some, I don't want to say value in the Hays Code, but there was some nuance that in an exercise that directors and filmmakers were able to do where they had to be more subversive in what they were telling the audience. So obviously if a director was gay, he couldn't put gay stuff in the movie, but he'd have to suggest it or allude to it. Like we talked about, Norm Macdonald talks about the Red River, where he goes, John Wayne and Montgomery Clift, they walk in and he's polishing his gun like in a very suggestive way. And he goes, "You like guns?" He goes, "Hell, I like guns." And he goes, "Well, you like women?" He goes, "Well, I like women too." And he goes, "Well, what you like better, guns or women?" And then some guy's like, "What the hell are you guys talking about here? Get back to work." But now that's gone. The Hays Code is gone, and now anything goes. Bonnie and Clyde was the first movie that really opened things up in terms of violence and subject matter and sex and whatever and crime. And it's crazy that a movie like Taxi Driver came out in an amount of time of years you can count on your fingers. That was
something
like 8 years earlier. If you showed it to people, riots in the street, it's insane to me how much change was occurring. And in Taxi Driver to me is the first time that a piece of media portrayed in the mainstream consciousness of America the idea of this guy who's super lonely and has a lot of internal dread going on, and the only way he sees fit that he could get it out of his system is to inflict his pain on others. And that's something that we see every day now.
Yeah.
Even an example as recent as Matthew Thomas Crooks, whatever his name is, who shot Trump the other day. I don't know anything about his motivations, but I see a guy who's deeply troubled and deeply confused and has a lot of internal pain. And I saw somewhere somebody describe when men go through some kind of internal pain, they tend to inflict their pain on others. And when women go through a certain amount of interior pain, they inflict it on themselves. And I don't know if that's true, but it makes sense to me. And I feel like Travis Bickle was sort of the canary in the coal mine, saying, like, yelling that, like, hey, these guys are around here and they're in every single one of us. Like every person to some extent can sort of relate to what Travis is, the pain that Travis is going through, this loneliness and this, this inner conflict.
Yeah.
And even being disconnected from people on a social level. Obviously, most of us don't identify with it on the same extreme level as he does, but we can see, we see we see part of Travis Bickle, or the potential of Travis Bickle, in every single one of us. The idea I put, because the reason why his character is so interesting in this is because there's some people that you grow up with or you see, and like socially they're on point. Like if conversation and social interaction to them is like a city where they know all the streets and avenues and alleys and they know all the directions, right? And we're like, I can bring up this here, but I don't want to bring that up because his brother just got into something. Maybe I'll say this and I'll say this. That'll be a polite thing and it'll open up the conversation, like that kind of thing. And then the other side of that extreme, I'm sure you've also seen people when you've grown up with, is kids or guys who don't know, like social interaction to them is just a jungle.
Yeah.
Where there's no roads paved and they don't have a compass.
Yeah.
And they're like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I know a couple guys I played baseball with, kids I played baseball with. They were in certain classes and stuff, and you really can't. You could tell they're not really getting it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a few kids that you went to school with that come to mind when you think of like the quiet.
Of course. And everybody in that spectrum, those extremes, the jungle and in the city street where all the directions, everybody exists. Most people exist in the middle of somewhere, right? So everybody can sort of relate to Travis's pain when he's talking with these guys, and they're all talking about whatever, and he's trying to relate. They're like, "What do you think, Travis?" And he's like, "What?" And they're like, "What do you think about this?" And he's just, yeah, I don't know." And then at the end of the scene, he looks in his Alka-Seltzer, and the camera zooms in on the sizzling, and all the audio we hear is that sizzle of the Alka-Seltzer, basically communicating to the audience that whatever Travis is listening to right here, in his head, it's all just static, and he doesn't understand it. And like you see the whole movie is him just trying to pick up on what is making people tick. Like, it's never him trying to like manipulate anybody. He's literally just observing them, going like, what are they thinking here? I'm not sure what to say. Like, how is their he's looking at people having conversations, going, well, why can't I have a conversation like that? And he's just very confused, and he wants to connect with people on such a deep level, but he can't. So he's just forced to act out in these extreme ways in a last desperate attempt to get people to like him or communicate with him, which is why he goes and tries to kill Palantine, or ends up killing all those guys at the end.
Yeah.
And what do you think about that? Does Harvard want to give me a sociology degree yet?
Yeah,
I'm sure all that made sense. It was very eloquent,
No, it was good. It's the dangers of loneliness. You feel it. You feel it. For me, it hit hard. The scenes where he's driving lonely at night. As an audio engineer, with the bands and stuff, I'm driving at night alone a lot, and I just like those scenes hit me hard because like I've been in that spot where I'm just like, it's 4 a.m, I'm driving, like, what the fuck, you're just in your mind, like, why
just sitting there going, I'm a fucking piece of shit.
No, not as if I've ever like I'm not like I'm
I understand.
but you feel that loneliness and how it can affect your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Did you just watch this for the first time?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So what did you get when you watched it? Because this is one of the movies of all time.
I know.
Did you get like a sense of like, holy shit, what I'm watching is the most important movie of all time?
Because it's one of those things where I've seen all the clips of like, are you talking to me? Or you must be talking. Like, seen that, obviously. I get the imagery of him with the mohawk and everything. So, yeah, I've seen it enough to where I had that in the back of my mind where I know this is an important movie. I didn't know the like direct connection between that and like a literal assassination attempt, though. Mm. And I was thinking about that. Like, how crazy is it that he probably was up there, his parents are sending him money, he's probably writing them back like, hey, school is going great,
yes, dude, that's good. A good point. Exactly, the same way that he writes letters to his parents.
Yeah,
that's a really good point.
I was thinking about that gave me chills when you made that. I was thinking about how he probably was writing his parents to keep up the facade that he's in school or whatever, doing fine. So
that's a good point. It's even like the way you're talking about how it relates to the assassination, it reminds me of Nashville, because in Nashville, and there's also the same amount of years apart, 5 years. So Nashville, 1975, it depicts at the end of that movie. Spoiler alert. Fast forward 30 seconds if you don't want to see it, if you don't want to hear it. You're out of here, good. In Nashville, at the end of that movie, somebody in the crowd shoots a musician, a very popular musician, and it's all about America and stuff, and America kind of going insane, whatever. And then 5 years later, John Lennon gets assassinated by David Chapman. I don't know if there was a direct connection to Nashville like there was in Taxi Driver to John Hinckley, but those are sort of like twin movie assassination stories in a way in American history.
Yeah. So another thing that I was thinking about with this movie too is how again there's no clear arc for the character. Do you know what I'm saying? Well, there is more of an arc, but it's not clearly resolved in the end. I felt
It's
know.
yeah. Well, so like the arc that usually when movies have an arc, they're always like, but then I just I feel alone. But then I met you, and I don't feel that way anymore. Like that kind of thing. Taxi Driver gives you fucking nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't. The only time, at least on a dialogue or a verbal sense, the only time the taxi driver communicates Travis's what's going on in Travis's head verbally is when he tells the wizard Peter Boyle. He goes, I just got some bad ideas in my head. I don't know, just one line. And Peter Boyle doesn't know what to say to him or whatever. But then there's other things that Scorsese does to show that he's kind of like Travis's perception is sort of skewed and his brain is different from ours. Where I've heard him talk about how, okay, if you're filming a car pulling into a spot, and the car is turning left into a spot and the camera's next to the spot, you're going to pan left with the car as it goes into the spot. But what we did is the car went left and we went right. And we did a 180 so the car comes out of view and then it comes back into view as it parks. And you go, wait, you turned the camera the wrong way. Well, that's how Travis's brain works. When he's on the phone after he takes Betsy to the dirty movie.
Yeah.
And the camera completely disassociates from him and just goes into the hall seemingly randomly. And it's like that's another indicator of that. And that
you think someone's about to come in and
nobody goes in.
Nobody comes in. That was another. I felt listening to him just say, "Why don't you talk to me?" That hit me hard. Like the way he says that, I was just like, oh, it really got me choked up. I'm like, damn.
And that's the thing about like the people, because people say like this kind of movie's dangerous. They said it about Joker. It's like there's a difference between sympathizing and empathizing. Sympathizing is feeling sorry for them, like it's okay, whatever. But empathizing is just understanding where they came from, which is very important. So like in Joker, you're trying to empathize with that character. In this, you empathize with him as well. You don't sympathize with him. You don't condone any of the actions he did or whatever, like trying to kill the president, but you understand. Or the president-elect or the guy who's running for president, the candidate. But in like we talked about with the scene where he's calling Betsy after he takes her to the dirty movie. He takes her to the dirty movie, and he's like, what's wrong?
Yeah, he just...
99% of us know that you don't take her to a dirty movie, but this is what he thinks people do.
He literally just doesn't know. Yeah,
he doesn't know. He literally doesn't know any better. So he's like, I don't know much about movies, but I could take you to another one. Like I see couples in here sometimes because movies. That was the early 70s was sort of when porno started. Not mainstream. It didn't start to go mainstream, but people started to watch it a little bit more openly, I guess, in theaters. And I guess it was easier to watch. I don't know much about that angle of it, but yeah, hearing you bringing up like hearing him say like, "Why won't you talk to me?" Because he
really didn't understand what he had done wrong.
Exactly,
which is super sad because, most I feel like that's something where in my mind where he's gonna get another chance with her. He's got to get another chance. He really doesn't get another chance with her until the end, which. It's not clear cut. You know what I'm saying?
Now that's a good point. So let's talk about the end. Do you think that what we see at the end is real or some kind of fantasy or dream or the afterlife or whatever?
Yeah, I didn't think of it I just thought it was real. I did think it was real. I thought see now that you even bring up the fact that it could be like the afterlife or just he's in a coma or something, I could see where that is, like where in his mind where that his actions were leading. He thought he was being like heroic or something.
Yes,
that makes sense. Uh, off the first watch, I did just think it was real, which made me think, um, which made me think that it was a weird ending, or just the not a super resolved and
Enigmatic.
yeah, like
Yeah.
a super resolved ending. But now that you put it in that sense, I can see how that would be just his interpretation, like that whatever happens after the part where he does that, it's just where he thought it was leading, where
Right.
she goes home and she's fine, she's doing better now,
Yeah.
and then he gets in the car and she's like, I saw what you did. That it seems, yeah, it seems almost too good.
Exactly.
Mhm.
I agree with you. I think it's whatever fantasy he was concocting in his brain
That makes a
in
lot
his
of
last
sense.
desperate attempt to connect with people or do whatever
Hmm.
and go and kill all those people who, yeah, maybe deserved it, but it was illegal.
Yeah,
And or I shouldn't say maybe deserved it. Who did deserve it?
yeah,
But he basically murdered somebody with illegal guns. He has crazy hair
yeah.
and whatever, and he scarred Iris for life because she just saw the most horribly violent thing ever. And all of a sudden, her parents who hate her
Or like,
are like, "Thank you for bringing her back. If you're ever in Boca Raton, wherever they live,
come
just
hang
come hang out, or
Yeah,
whatever."
it's like,
Like, yeah,
no.
we definitely want you around our daughter.
Yeah,
And all of a sudden, Betsy's like, "Actually, you're not weird at all. I think I want to date you." And
Yeah.
it's like, come on, dude. I think that ending is. I'm not saying come on, dude, like it's bad. I think I'm saying I interpret that as the fantasy that he was thinking. I agree with you. The fantasy that he was thinking how things would turn out after he did this. Because if you know, also I think the dead giveaways. We mentioned how his social interaction, like he's not good at talking to people. He doesn't
Yeah.
really get. At the end, he's talking with Wizard and the other cab drivers, and he's just like leaning on the pole, and he's like, "Yeah, did you catch the game last night?" Like, he's actually in the frame with them.
yeah.
When there's no scene, there's no shot of him being like, "What are they talking about?" He's fully connecting with them, and that can only happen if that's what his idea of like whatever fantasy he was concocting in his brain.
Hmm. And the fact that his hair is back to normal, like
Yes.
everything's back to normal almost.
He's not in jail.
Yeah, he's not. He didn't
For
do any
100
jail
years.
time. Yeah. See, I didn't even think about that. That's the ending felt strange to me, but now, if I think about it in that way, it does make a lot of sense, and
Yeah.
and it does relate to people who do things like that. You have to think that they, for whatever reason, think that if they do this thing, it's going to lead to something better for them for
Yeah.
some reason or another. Maybe not all of them. A lot of people who assassinate people, they expect to, not
There's
be
there's some
living
delusion behind
afterwards.
there's some delusion behind
Mhm.
their actions,
Yeah, there's
yeah.
delusion that they are going to be viewed in like a positive manner after for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I think that's more interesting. I think it being his fantasy or like some kind of weird fever dream in his psyche as he dies, or his fantasy of what things would turn out to be like. I think that's way more interesting than just like, oh yeah, he didn't go to jail. Everybody loves him now. He's a hero.
Mhm.
Everything's fine. I
Mhm.
think it's much more interesting to show that side
Yeah.
of it. But also, we should talk about the Scorsese cameos before we go on to the next movie. So he has 2 cameos in this.
I love you bring that up. Like I didn't just bring that up. No, I'm just kidding.
What
Sorry.
happened is we broke because we wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything, and then Danny brought up the Scorsese cameos, and I want to talk about that a lot actually.
Mhm.
So the first one that you saw
Yeah.
is the one where he's sitting on the curb as Sybil Shepherd as Betsy is walking by in slow motion. That's the first cameo he's in. But then the second one. So what happened with that? I should have mentioned that in the production part. Is I think his name is David Momoli or George Momoli. He was the "you're a fucking mook" guy from Mean Streets. He was originally supposed to play that part, but he was doing another movie and he got injured and he couldn't do it.
Okay.
And that was like the last week of shooting. So Scorsese said, "All right, fine, I'll do it." Like Robert De Niro was like, "Just do it. It's fine. Don't even worry about it." So Scorsese in that when they're acting in that scene, he goes, "Put the flag down," like to stop the cab fare or whatever, or he goes, "Put the flag back up," and Robert De Niro goes, "No, you have to make me do it. I want you to make me do it. I'm not gonna just say whatever you want. I'm confused. Make me do it." So that's why in the movie he's like, "Put it back up." No, put it back,
Mhm.
put it back. Like he's kind of being repetitive, and that might be like some good direction where he's like, make him do it,
Yeah.
and also Scorsese's just fantastic in that scene. Every line, and also the scene where he could like, and that's just good writing too. Where in a shittier movie, he would go, "You know why I have a gun? because my wife is sleeping with a guy that lives there. It's like, okay, but how while telling us, he's not telling us when he says, that's my wife, but that's not my apartment.
Mm-hmm.
You know who lives there? A bleep lives there.
Yeah.
You know?
A bleep. Yeah, I know.
I might cut that out just to be safe.
Yeah. That's fine.
So that's a very interesting thing, but he's great in that scene.
Mm-hmm. I like how when it goes up to that, we kind of are put into the POV of Travis, where he's like looking up, and we're like hearing Scorsese be like, "No, to the right, to the right."
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Look over, and you're
He's
even
just so frustrated.
even
This
from
fucking guy. I can't with
from
him.
my point of view, it's like this is going slow. Come on, get to the point, you know.
But what I like about that scene is like, what does that have to do with anything in the movie? It's like, does that character represent like a low point, Travis's low point? Like, is he supposed to be sort of like a red herring? Like, this is what you could turn into. Like, I'm not sure.
I thought, like, from my point of view, when I didn't know where the movie was leading, I thought that was like the reason that he felt he needed a gun. And then he got the gun, and he got the guns.
Like
and
that gave him the idea, yeah.
Yeah, he started feeling more like, oh wait, I have these. This gives me a little more security and power.
Right.
So
maybe he sees that guy. He's like, oh, so this is what I'm supposed to do with my anger.
Mm-hmm.
I might be reaching, but a lot of this movie is like a blank canvas, where a lot of it isn't communicating. Like, it's very open to your interpretation, where it makes you study. Like, it doesn't indicate a lot to you, as we mentioned before.
I feel like this is one of those movies that we could do a full thing on.
Yeah, that'd
like
be pretty.
network.
I'm sure there's tons of books I can read on the making of this movie.
That'd be fun.
That'd be really interesting.
New York, New York.
New York, New York, 1977. During an interview, producer Irwin Winkler stated that his next movie would be New York, New York. Scorsese had read the interview and told Winkler that he was interested in making it.
So, Henry, I was going to say Henry Winkler. Irwin Winkler wrote a book called My Life in Movies, and there's a chapter for New York, New York, and Raging Bull. So that was very informative for this episode. That's a great book that everybody should read. That also, main sources for these are Martin Scorsese, A Journey by Mary Pat Kelly, and Conversations with Scorsese by Richard Schickel, which are very good. So they bonded over all the MGM musicals, and they talked about it a lot. And Winkler said, I didn't really know Scorsese. I was surprised that he wanted to do it, because I figured like Mean Streets, Taxi Driver, he wasn't really involved in sort of a big budget musical type thing. But they talked about how they loved all the old MGM musicals, and I think Warner Brothers musicals as well, just old musicals in general from that time period. De Niro, because it was already a script. De Niro and Scorsese were like, all right, could be better. Let's get Martin to rewrite it. So he spent a lot of time rewriting it and reworking the script. And then meanwhile, De Niro had about 3 months to learn how to play saxophone. So they got like a world-class guy. His name was like, Gioni, whatever, who was like one of the best saxophonists in the world. And he was teaching De Niro. And to show how good he got at playing it, there was one time where somebody was visiting the saxophonist, and they're like, that was a great riff, Giorgino, whatever your name is. And he said, oh no, that was De Niro, that wasn't me.
That's crazy.
So I think they had to dub over a lot of it in the movie, but he still convincingly looked like he can play.
Yeah, I was gonna say I couldn't tell actually. If I was like, I wonder if because I wouldn't put it past him to have like grown up playing saxophone or something.
Yeah,
because the way he looked as though he was playing it, it just looked as though he'd been playing it his whole life.
Yeah, you didn't really know. You didn't really get the sense they were trying to cut away from his hands, like, or cut out his hands at all. Like, there was no shots where it was just his mouth on the mouthpiece going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like anytime you had to do something, what were you gonna say?
So, some of the singing, you can tell it's dubbed over, which what are you gonna do?
It's fine, whatever. But not because Liza Minnelli isn't a good singer. It was just on location, the sound they were getting, whatever. But with the saxophone, he did a similar thing for Raging Bull, where he was training to be a boxer for the movie, and he was fighting like pros.
Yeah.
And he didn't win he fought 2 actual fights against these pros. He didn't win the fight, but they were like he was
Getting good.
He gave him something. You
Yeah.
know? So that was pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I meant about the singing was, I didn't know if she was an actual singer or not, but the actions that she was making didn't seem like they would match up. Like I wish they would have gone back and.
No, I think I heard you say that Liza Minnelli is a shitty singer.
Yeah.
I think you were slandering her on this podcast.
Is she
you
a
son of
singer?
bitch.
Did she do the singing?
We're about to get to that.
Okay.
So, let's go to the next.
Okay.
Thing.
Production got underway in November 1976. The planned 11-week shoot went 9 weeks over schedule, the longest shoot of Scorsese's career up to this point. Liza Minnelli would star with De Niro.
So there was a guy named Vincenzo, or just Vincent Minnelli, who was also a director. He made a lot of the musicals that Martin Scorsese and Irwin Winkler loved, and that were an inspiration for this movie. And he married had sex with Judy Garland because that's Liza Minnelli's mom and dad, those guys. So her mom is Judy Garland, and her dad's Vincenzo Minnelli. I had to look at the paper to remember what the name was. But they talked about how after the success of Taxi Driver, and De Niro just won an Oscar and for Godfather Part 2, and then they did Taxi Driver, and it was like the best movie of all time. And they're like, dude, we fucking got this shit. This shit's easy.
We're the best.
They're like, I don't want that script. Get it out of here. So they basically every scene they just would improvise it. Not like they wouldn't plan anything out, like just start the cameras and go, and we'll figure it out. They would rehearse.
Yeah.
They would get there on the day, like, well, what should we be doing here? Like, oh, maybe I can be, watching TV and she does this. Like, okay, let's try that. And they sort of build it. And that's sort of evident in some parts of the movie where the first initial conversation between Jimmy Doyle and Francine Evans during VJ Day, when they're all, celebrating and she's sitting at the table, it goes on for like 15 minutes. It could have been at most 10.
Yeah.
You do get the sense that, like, how many times can she reject him?
Yeah.
Like, how many, and also from an acting standpoint, from her perspective, Liza Minnelli, how many times can she say no differently? Like,
Yeah.
no.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many times can you possibly say no? There was one story that Irwin Winkler talked about in his book where, they were over schedule and the crew had a turnaround time where they couldn't film until 12 hours after they stopped filming. So if they went till 11 at night, they wouldn't be able to film until 11 in the morning. So they were up all night. They were doing the scene where he proposes to her. What was that face you just made?
Just yawned.
Oh, you looked like Beavis and Butthead for a second. That was crazy. Anyway, I'm sorry. So it was the scene where they go to the guy, the wedding officiant. What do you call the marriage guy? What are those people called? Whatever. And they go to the house and he proposes to her. And they're doing that scene, and Irwin Winkler's like, "All right, Marty, like we got it. It's like 20 takes. Let's just go home." And Scorsese goes, "I think I saw a tear start to come out of Liza's eye in that last take. Do you want me to stop or do you want me to go for the tear?" And he goes, "All right, let's go for the fucking tear. Fine."
Mm-hmm.
And then that was the story. So, but it was a very difficult shoot because, again, the improvisation stuff really, dragged out shooting, and that was the primary reason for it going over budget. But it was also, at this point, you have to remember Scorsese's first like big budget movie, because $1.9 million to shoot Taxi Driver in 1976 is maybe like, I would guess, like 10 million today.
Mm-hmm.
15 million, let's say. So it's still, like, by today's standards, it's a low budget movie. But now he was working with a budget in New York. It was 14 million, and in today's money, that's $77 million. So and also, that's a big budget for back then as well. It's like today, now you're like, oh, it's not that bad. But we spend more money adjusted for inflation on making movies today than they did,
Mm-hmm.
in the 1920s up to the 70s. So, but there was a lot of stress that came with that. So now he was responsible for $77 million of money, and it was going over budget, and he was having a terrible time, and it was just stress. Like when Albert Brooks woke him up, and he was like, "Oh no, what am I gonna do?" That's the whole time on this movie.
Yeah.
And also he was just very depressed, and he got into a bad place or whatever.
drugs and stuff, right? Didn't he have a
Yeah,
bit of a drug problem?
I saw something about that. I didn't want to get too much into it because like
Yeah.
the guy's still alive. I don't want to be like, oh, he did this. Like, I don't know what.
But
he
I
did.
feel like that's not something that he even keeps a secret or like it's just common knowledge
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, I'm not
But-
saying that you were. I'm not like accusing you of bringing it up to be like, oh.
Yeah, no, I know.
No, I know.
I-
Actually, no. You know what? You heard it here first. Danny Barker calls out Scorsese. You ain't no Robert Downey.
No, but in terms of the budget being bigger, I mean it's clear with the production of some of the things, even just the whole movie that they show at the end that Francine stars in. I mean,
Happy endings, yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing must have been crazy, because there's just a
To
lot going.
orchestrate like that, like
Mhm.
yeah, the logistics of that. Like not only are you orchestrating it, you're orchestrating filming it as well.
Yeah, because
It's
a
like two
totally
jobs in
it's a
one.
totally different world that he's usually working in. I
Yeah.
feel like going from shooting something like Taxi Driver, which is some of the smaller stuff. I mean, there is some bigger scenes where he's about to assassinate the presidential candidate, but some of the bigger scenes, even the first scene, it's so many people.
They had 1,000
there's-
extras.
Yeah, there's
and
so
they filmed
much
for
going
like
on.
15 days,
Hmm.
I think.
Do you know where in the filming process they shot that? Was that last?
I think the whole thing was on studios.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they filmed on location once. Like
No, I meant like in terms of the timeline of when they filmed it. Like when did they film the certain?
I think that was one of the first things they filmed was that initial conversation where she's like, no. He's like, come on.
Mhm.
But also, it got so bad to the point where he was having such a terrible time where people close to the production were like, is he going to commit suicide? Like, what's
Oh,
going on?
dang,
It got
really?
pretty bad. He almost Francis Ford Coppola it, dude.
Dang,
When Francis Ford Coppola was shooting Apocalypse Now, he said he contemplated suicide like 3 times.
just because it was so tough.
Because they were in the Philippines in the jungle for like a year and a half, and it was a year over schedule. Like
gosh.
it was Apocalypse Now is like known as like the most hectic, terrible production of all time.
Hmm. New York was released on June 21st, 1977, and opened to mixed reviews and poor box office. It made $16.4 million off a $14 million budget. It didn't receive any Oscar nominations.
So this sort of relates to when we talked about with Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, where it was a rare case of the filmmakers beating the dilemma of happy ending versus the truthful ending, let's say. And with New York, it seems that they didn't do that. And it seems that the audience didn't buy that they don't end up together at the end. Because it's a very hard thing to do. And that seemed to turn a lot of people off. Now, the movie comes out. It's a dud. Scorsese's like, well, what the hell? And then the song New York, was an original song. And it didn't get nominated at the Oscars for Best Original Song, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 years later, Sinatra, who apparently wasn't at like a good point in his career, asked Liza Minnelli like, "Hey, can I do a version, like a cover of this song?" And she was like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." And then it became like the most famous song of all time. It blew my mind. I'm like, that was from this movie?
I didn't know
New
that.
York, whatever.
Mhm.
I can't sing, But that's the Frank Sinatra New York came from this movie.
Wow. See, I was thinking that it was part of like a fictional way of saying how they wrote the song, but they
Yes.
literally did
In
write
my
the song.
stupid
That's
brain, in our
crazy.
stupid brain, I thought the same thing. I'm like, wait, so like they got the song, like they're
Mhm.
pretending that these guys made the song?
Hmm. It's hard to put on a timeline because Sinatra's career was so long, and he had so many hits throughout his career that it's hard to tell where that song would have came out without like me opening up Spotify and looking.
Yeah,
at
I'm like, was it
the-
52?
Yeah. You
I had
just
no
think
idea.
it also seems like one of those songs that just probably was around forever. You know what I'm saying? It's such
Nobody
an
knows who
iconic
wrote it.
song.
It's just always been.
Hmm. It's such an iconic song that you just think like New York was built, and then they wrote New York.
No,
New
the
York.
song came out and they had to build New York.
Yeah, it's they
Because
built.
otherwise the song is just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
What
That's
came
good.
first, the city or the song?
Yeah.
But speaking of, the music stuff, in the Happy Endings movie, where inside this movie, that whole musical number that shows the story of the movie she starred in, Happy Endings, and at the end Robert De Niro's clapping and he has like the perfect look on his face to be like, this bitch,
Mhm.
god damn it, is that was cut out of the original release. So I think the original release was 2 hours and 35 minutes, and then the version that we saw is 2 hours and 43.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen that. I've only known this movie with that
That
the happy
extra.
endings and scene in it, and I think it goes on for way too long.
It is long. It is a long.
This is a great movie. I think this is underrated, and I really really like it. A lot of people saying like, oh, it's a like people criticized it when it came out, saying because Scorsese made it as a love letter to the old Hollywood that was gone, and he was trying to blend the old Hollywood with the new Hollywood. So he was taking, John Ford, Vincenzo Minnelli, Elia Kazan, Michael Powell, Pressburger, all those guys, and he was trying to mix it with Cassavetes and all these other new voices, and I'm too ignorant to see where he was doing that and to say if that worked or not. I didn't find there was a clash of like a tonal difference or some kind of tonal dissonance between the movie. I thought it worked as a whole big holistic thing. I didn't feel like it was one big jumble. I might be just too ignorant of what those styles are, to see if there's any problems with it. I really liked the movie, and I think every scene. I forgot how funny it was because I first watched this in 2019. I had never heard of the movie. A lot of film people have never heard of this movie, New York. I'm not saying like, we know this, but like even I remember my film teacher in high school. In college, my screenwriting teacher. He was like, "What's New York, New York?"
Oh wow.
I'm like, "Oh, Scorsese." It's a movie that's lost in time, sort of, because it wasn't successful when it came out. But I forgot how funny it was because every scene when they're doing this, like the freedom of this improvisation is the scene can go anywhere. So in the script, it's De Niro on the phone in the telephone booth, and the train's taking off, and it says in the script, oh, he misses the train, but then all of a sudden in rehearsal, De Niro just starts to try to stop the train, and he's like, oh my god, do that, let's just do that. Or the scene where he goes to propose to Francine, and she says no, and he goes to the cab driver, and he goes, when I say now, you back up, and he lies down behind, and I'm like, that's hilarious. There's so many
that's good.
Or the scene when they're arguing, and the guy goes, hey, are you coming out of that spot? He's like, fuck you, I'm never leaving this spot.
I hope you circle the block a million times and never find a spot.
And it's like it's so fucking good, and it has such a great comedy. And the only thing as I watched this in 2019, and I thought it was very memorable. I was like, that was more memorable than it should have been, because some movies I watch and I don't remember a single goddamn thing. I've seen movies and I'm like, I don't remember seeing this movie. But there was always some images that always I remembered from this movie was the shot when you see his shoes, and it pans up to him, and then the movie ends with him, and then it pans down to his shoes, and then it turns out I ripped it off in a movie that we made, and I didn't even notice until I rewatched it again. And then but also the scene where he's having trouble with the band after he takes it over on the road. And he goes over to the drummer and he goes, "You fucking suck at drumming.
What do you got, claws for hands?
Yeah, what do you got, claws for hands?" And they get in a fight, and then he goes over and throws the table, and it breaks the tension, and everybody laughs. I remembered that being like, that was a very good scene. And this was a very memorable movie to me. What did you think?
I liked it. I liked the idea. As a musician myself, I had to say it like that. I like the idea.
You call that music?
Hey, come on.
You make good music.
I like the idea or the depiction that they have of the hang as a musician. It's just like when you're like before a show or like in between sets, like you just hang out kind of. I feel like they did a good job with that. How musicians actually are just like chilling together, like they have to spend a lot of time together when they're not on stage too.
Right.
So I thought that was a pretty good depiction of that. So it's snobby of me to say, but as a musician, I did like that whole part. Right.
It was an accurate representation of what
and that scene, the jazz scene in that era, was like that. Cutthroat. Like people would literally on the bandstand, if you weren't performing, people would be like, what the hell are you doing? Leave. Like, we'll get someone else. Just go. Yeah. And like band leaders you'd have to have a tough skin because a band leader would actually say something worse than that.
They made J.K. Simmons in Whiplash look like some nice mom.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We don't have to get into Whiplash because musicians have all different opinions. I love that movie, but other people say, that would never happen at like music conservatories. But on the bandstand where there's like actual really high stakes like that, I feel like it did happen. And there's videos of like Buddy Rich, just like he's a drummer. He was a drummer back in the day, and he was like the band leader as well. And there's videos you could watch. He just ripping people, like they would mess up, and he would just rip them in front of everyone, like 40 people.
Yeah.
I
watch what the fucking set, you prick.
Yeah, it's just stuff like
Unbelievable,
that.
man.
So I liked it. And I mean, it definitely was long, and I agree. Like the Happy Days part was like, I was like, what's going on?
Well, I didn't think it was long at all until I get to the happy endings. Happy endings, Danny, not happy days.
I said happy.
What are you,
endings.
Ron Howard? You said happy days.
Shut up.
But only because that scene, it goes on for like 10 or 20 minutes too long, however long it is. And then it really interrupts the momentum of the movie. If that was cut out, if I saw the theatrical version, I think I'd like it better.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't get enough of the scenes, because every scene had its own like clear, distinct premise, and it was just. I want to take a moment to just talk about Robert De Niro. I think is probably the greatest actor of all time.
Yeah.
He's on. I know, like when I see movie reviews and like the performances are outstanding, I'm like, okay, what else? But like I have to mention that De Niro is so fucking good. I don't know how he does it. There's never a moment where it seems and also he never has a moment where, we talked about this a little bit in Network, how a lot of acting is saying something in an interesting way. De Niro always says something in the most interesting way, but it never feels like he's hamming it up for a movie.
Yeah.
He's making something like, he never says a movie dramatically where he's like, I'm your brother, Marty. Like how if somebody would say that in a movie, he would find a way to say it where it doesn't sound cliche or dramatic, but it feels realistic, but it works. It's so straight. He's such a good actor. His physicality is always so on point. He's a madman. I don't know how he does it.
And the way that he brings up the actors around him too. I feel like just the chemistry that he builds with other actors, it just makes everything feel good.
One of the things he did on Taxi Driver is he calls Jodie. He's like, "Hey, let's go out for lunch," and she goes, "Okay." And they're sitting at lunch, and it's like 2 hours, and he's like barely talking to her. And she's like, "All right, that was kind of weird, whatever." And they just rehearsed their lines until she got bored, and then he goes, "All right, let's go do it again." And then they go a few more times, and by like the third time, he just wouldn't talk to her, and all they do is rehearse. And she got so fucking bored of him, and she was like, "But in retrospect, like that was the point. Like in our scene, my character Iris is so bored of this guy because he's just some square who's trying to get her to stop this life. She doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I guess she sort of, like, she agreed to go, but she has to be bored by him. And I was like, that's such a good. Like, he'll just do stuff like that where it's not. You don't see that in his performance, but that's the work ethic that he like.
Yeah.
Flying back and forth between America and Europe so he can be a taxi driver for research purposes. I do think there's Thelma Schoonmaker talks about when she's editing movies with Scorsese, or maybe Irwin Winkler, when they watch like bad movies or whatever, he'll watch these old B movies only so he can get to the one point where there's like a moment of genius, and I go, here it is. And not to say that this is a bad movie, the one moment where I'm like, holy shit, this is genius, this is the part, comes when they're at the club where she's just got the big offer, signing, the big star signing deal to be in a movie and a record deal, whatever, you have it. And they sign it, and she celebrates, and he goes off, and he's pissed because the dichotomy of their relationship is very interesting, because obviously they're very. I don't think she's obviously less jealous of him than he is of her, but everything comes naturally to her. She's a very natural talent. He has to fucking work at like how good he is.
He's like grinding,
and so he's so jealous of her, and he cannot be. It's such a competition, and the frustration he feels of her getting this big deal while he's still struggling in this band. Even though he can't be happy for her. So he goes down and goes on the phone, and then he goes up onto the stage and he starts playing, and then she's happy, and she goes up to sing with him, to share the moment with him, and there's no dialogue, but he just starts playing with the music.
He ramps it up.
He ramps it up. Get the fuck off my stage. Yeah. You can see in his face, and that's using music and using a combination of music and visuals to tell that kind of idea, I thought was so genius. And the movie is very talky at some points. Like I said, when their first conversation was like, how many times can she reject him? It's talky there, but then there's moments of that where I'm like, that's so goddamn good. That's the single moment that's the peak of the movie for me.
Yeah, I felt the way he plays the character too it's hard to sometimes get in his head. Like even in that scene, like you took it as he doesn't want her on the stage, like he doesn't want her stealing the spotlight. But I took it as like a little bit of that, but also I thought he was sort of like trying to protect her because he doesn't want her like going up and like singing. Like he could tell she was a little drunk or something, and he doesn't want her going up and singing and like stressing and like hurting the baby or something.
Right.
But there's definitely multiple ways. But I really like that scene. That was like one of the scenes where I was talking about like the hang as a musician.
Yeah.
Like they all just are.
That's interesting. Even the scene afterwards where she leaves and he's like, son of a bitch, and he goes out to find her and she's in the car, and when they have that fight, insane.
I love how many times he hits the curb in the car. I was thinking about that. For some reason I just thought it was goofy how he like turns and he hits the curb and then he pulls back all the way across the street, hits the curb on the other side, and then just keeps driving.
Yeah.
Like he hits the curb like 4 times in one scene. I'm like, Jesus.
I thought that was really, and that's just a thing where like in Scorsese movies, there's no constriction. Everything feels so loose, and I like, just having the freedom to go, you fucking son of a
Yeah.
Like they're just fight the way they fight. Like I want to know how he gets them to do that. What does he say to them?
Yeah, like
to be like, hey, I want you to hurt
smacking
yourselves.
each other, yeah. I want to start dressing like that, like how he does in the movie. Just super cool. Like you can't get away
The
with
Hawaiian
that.
shirt.
Well, the Hawaiian shirt is cool.
That's a great scene when he's in the hotel under the fake name and he pretends to have the bum leg. He's like, look at my leg. It's and he goes, can you move it off the table
can you
for
push
me?
it off? That
so
was good. Yeah, I caught
that's
that.
such a great scene, and
You
that's
could
all
drive
just
a stick in there.
Yeah.
You drive a nail through that thing. Could you push it off the table for me? Come on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was great.
And also, I mentioned that the name that he uses is Powell, which is a nod to Michael Powell, who's one of his favorite directors. In Boxcar Bertha, the 2 railroad men are named Powell and Pressburger in the credits. Powell and Pressburger directed Martin Scorsese's favorite movie, The Red Shoes.
Okay.
I want to talk about really quick about the relationship between Francine and Jimmy, because and also I want to talk about in relation to the happy endings montage that we see. I think the montage is thematically important, even though it goes on for too long, because we see them get together, and then they break up, and also he leaves his. I think. I was always like, why does he leave the baby? Like, why does he never come back? And I think in that moment, he understands that, like, if they both know that they need to separate and that they can't live together. But if he sees that baby, there's no way he's ever going to be able to leave. So he's like, I just have to go. But then the happy endings montage, she meets this guy, and they have a relationship. And this is in the fake movie. He's a producer. They have this relationship, and even in the movie, the guy that she's with says something like, I can't be with you because you're so successful, or something like some similar sentiment that Jimmy Doyle has been feeling towards her throughout the whole movie. And then it turns out that it was all a dream or whatever, and then she meets the guy again. Yeah, and it sets up this loop for this is going to happen forever, right? And then at the end of the movie, it's a few years later. The son's grown up a little bit. He's like maybe 10. And she's very successful, and they sing it. She performs New York, and then they're both like flirting, and then they go okay, and then he leaves and he goes, hey, do you want to come out here and like get Chinese food with me? And she's like, okay, sure, I'll be out there in 10 minutes. And then they're both looking at the door. He's looking at the exit, and then she's looking at the other side of the exit, and they're both looking there. And in that moment, they understand like if we do this, it's just gonna be the same thing again. Yeah. It's just gonna happen forever and ever. It's like a positive feedback loop. We're gonna get together, fall in love again. One of us is going to get too successful. It's whatever. And then they both just walk away. Some people say it's just Francine decides. I think it's him deciding too, because I think we actually see him walk away first.
Yeah, there's no way that he would have known that she didn't come out, that she wasn't on her way out. Right.
Like if you saw her walk into the elevator first, and then he checks his watch and it's like maybe it's dawn or something like that.
Like he waited.
Like the sun's creeping up, and then he leaves. Like, and we understand it was, but I think it was a thing they both did, where they both left at the same time.
The Last Waltz, 1978. After filming on New York, New York was completed, Robbie Robertson of the band approached Scorsese about possibly filming the band's farewell concert.
So how the idea grew was, because the band was breaking up, they knew that their days were numbered. And like, oh, let's just do a farewell concert and we'll break up, in the right way. And then they were like, well, we got to get Bob Dylan in there. I was like, okay, Joni Mitchell, okay, Van Morrison, Dr. John, Muddy Waters, on and on and on, Neil Young, all
Eric
these
Clapton.
people, Eric Clapton, and it's just snowballed in this whole thing. And then Robbie Robertson goes, wait a minute, a lot of people are coming. This is kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You have to like document this somehow. Just get like a shitty camera, just one camera, and just put it on the stage, and then we can document it. And then somebody was like, yeah, well, don't do like a 8mm, do like a 16mm. He goes, oh, okay, we'll do 16mm. And then they go, well, if you're gonna do 16, just do 35.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, all right, we'll do 35. And then it turns out, and then Martin Scorsese got involved, and Robbie Robertson goes, the moment I knew that Scorsese was my kind of guy is when he was in the middle of the post-production on the worst film experience he ever had. He was depressed and was like, having a terrible time. And then I mentioned this to him and he goes, oh yeah, sure, let's do that.
Hell yeah, yeah.
And then Scorsese directed it and they had all these cinematographers. Vilmos Zsigmond, who was a cinematographer on McCabe and Mrs. Miller, and a couple other fellows who were very, very established cinematographers were on camera. They had 5 or 6 cameras on there. They had one day of shooting the concert, of course, and which I think started at 8. It went on till 4 in the morning, like a really long time. And then they spent 5 days in the studio filming the sections that weren't in front of the live audience that were sort of they went on a soundstage and filmed them doing some songs.
They did like the wait and some of the the Last Waltz, the theme they did it in a live setting.
And then Scorsese said that he loved the experience. It was during like the worst time in his life, but he goes, I look at the Last Waltz and I see what we did there, and it was just an amazing experience.
It's awesome, yeah.
And it was just something I look back on that I'm very proud of during a terrible time in my life.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then after they did it, Scorsese and Robbie Robertson moved in together.
Did they really?
Yeah, because I think
That's
Scorsese
crazy.
was like, I'm done with New York, holy shit. And then Robbie Robertson was like, I'm done with the band. They were sort of like, they kind of went through like their single dad era.
Yeah.
And they're like, let's move in together, dude. And they moved in and they said that he had a great time. Oh, that's what it was. It was, remember before I said Henry Winkler, God damn it. Irwin Winkler said that Scorsese would show him all these old B movies waiting for the good part. It was Robbie Robertson. They would just watch movies all the time.
Yeah.
And he would be like, watch this. This is the part. This is coming up right here.
Robbie Robertson would show him?
No, Robbie Robertson relayed that story about Scorsese being like, wait to the... I know this is a bad movie, but watch this part.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love this film.
Yep.
It's one of my favorites, obviously.
Did you show this to me or did I show this to you?
I have seen footage from it, obviously, just from, probably my YouTube showing me stuff, but you're the one who made me know that it was like a full documentary on the band.
Yeah.
Which is a band that I love.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I think I got the Blu-ray that's sitting behind me. I think my dad, there was like a yard sale somewhere and they were giving like 10 Blu-rays away for like $2 and my dad bought them. Yeah. And that was in there. I'm like, oh, The Last Waltz, what's that? And I see Scorsese. This is like 2018. And I'm like, oh, it says Scorsese on it? I guess it's good. Is it a narrative? What is it? And then I watched it. I'm like, oh, this is a concert movie.
Mm-hmm.
And when you watched this movie, you became obsessed with Dr. John.
Yeah.
And then for your birthday, I bought you Dr. John's autobiography, Under a Hoodoo Moon.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell the folks at home what happened when I bought you that book?
So, for those of you who don't know, my name is Danny Barker. And on the first page of this book, we're sitting on the beach. I'm reading it on the beach. And on the first page of this book, Dr. John does, in the beginning of the books, you say thank you to all these people. And he thanks a bunch of people in the New Orleans scene that he grew up with, making music with. And the last person he thanks in the thank you section is Danny Barker. And I'm sitting there just like, what? What's going on?
You like tapped me on the shoulder and you're like, dude. And you're like shaking your head like you couldn't believe it. And I go, what? And you go, fucking read that.
Yeah. It was just one of those moments where you're like, what is even happening right now? So now we found out that Danny Barker is one of the legendary guitarists from New Orleans who put together a lot of the bands that came out of that scene and went on to do great things. Like the Marsalis brothers were all in bands from him, and obviously Dr. John grew up with him. So, and now we know also that there's the Danny Barker Guitar and Banjo Festival in New Orleans that I have to go to one day.
Well, you're gonna go there and just start signing autographs.
Yeah,
just start signing people's foreheads.
Yeah, it'll be me and like the 10 other Danny Barkers who are also there for the same reason. Just the most selfish.
That'd be
reason.
funny. That's what they do.
Yeah. I got followed by a Danny Barker on Instagram the other day, and then he realized that he followed like a million other Danny Barkers.
I did that because I remember I saw somebody do that like when I was in high school, and I saw like a meme about it. Some guy like followed a bunch of other Sean Claytons or whatever. He was like, "Hello guys." So I did the same thing once, and I followed all the Johnny Cruzes on Twitter, and then I was making jokes or whatever, and then like a year later, one of the Johnny Cruzes tweeted at me. And was like, and he goes, "Hey, what's your Instagram or whatever?" And I go, "What's it to you?" And he goes, "I don't know. We've been following each other for a while now." And I go, "There's only room for one Johnny Cruz on Twitter, pal. Kick rocks, buddy." I told him to kick rocks.
You're such a jerk to like random people. You're such a jerk sometimes. It's so funny. But,
what's your favorite song from this?
Such a Night.
Such a Night?
Yeah, by Dr. John. Such a Night. It's just like the way that he's like glowing on the stage. I don't know. It's just crazy
Just
the
has
way
a
he
good
looks.
stage presence.
But yeah, his so thankfulness to the band and all the fellas. 1, 2.
Say that again.
So thankfulness to the band and all the fellas.
Now go on your Apple iTunes app on your phone. Whoever's listening, Android. If you have an Android, go fuck yourself. But. And then type in "Such a Night" by Dr. John concert version at Last Waltz, and that's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Thanks to the man, all the fellas.
Yeah, that's how I listen to that. I probably listen to that song on the way home. I listen to that version of that song all the time.
A good anecdote, because there's a scene when Joni Mitchell does, I think it's a Neil Young song, when Neil Young comes up.
Well, she joins in. She's like in the background.
Yeah, she's in the background. She does like a background voice. And nobody on stage, for people in the audience listening, they didn't know where this voice was coming from. Mm-hmm. And really quick, they because I think it might have been a spur in the moment thing. Like right before they went on, they were like, "Hey, sing a backup to this." Yeah. And so they just threw a camera next to her. And they're like, "Holy shit, get a camera up there, hurry up!" So they didn't have time to light it, and it made this amazing like purple. The lights coming through, and she's sort of silhouetted, and you can barely see her features on her face. That made for a very good shot. My two favorite songs are probably the Forever Young song or I Shall Be Released at the end.
Yeah.
But I liked it like the night they drove Old Dixie down and stuff. There's a lot of songs that I like that I can't really pick them.
Yeah, there's so many. Is there anything like specifically about the way that it was shot that you like, other than obviously the Joni Mitchell? I know
a lot of it had to do like with I remember when Scorsese talked about he was filming Woodstock, there was some cameras on stage, and then I think it was the Who came on stage and were like, "Get those cameras off me bloody stage." And Scorsese said it looked amazing because now we had these good shots of them. And it was the same thing. The band didn't want,
too much.
They didn't want people running around on stage with handheld cameras or whatever. Mm-hmm. So they all just stuck to, parts in the crowd. And then they had one camera in the back of the stage that would move back like this. Mm-hmm. That would, dolly left to right behind the band. And but a lot of it, Scorsese would talk about, like, of course, I was sort of like telling everybody, like telling all the cameras what to do. But then you have to remember, all these guys are great cinematographers.
Yeah.
So they had a lot of good instincts. Do you know the drummer's name of the band?
I should.
I forget. But he was doing. He was about to sing, and he was drumming, and the guy who was on camera was supposed to go somewhere else, but he knew to stay on him because he knew something awesome was about to happen. Mm-hmm. So that was pretty cool.
Levon Helms.
Yeah. So that was just I liked hearing Scorsese talk about like everything just came together and it was a really fun experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Woodstock one was Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Okay. Neil Young said if you go back, they didn't film him. Like he said, I don't want to be filmed. Imagine being in front of 500,000 people.
Not knowing what Woodstock is going to be.
Well, he was like against all that. Neil Young, he was in a band called Buffalo Springfield, and they were about to be on like, it was Johnny Carson or whatever. I can't remember what show it was. Carson. He quit the band right before they went on, like purposely self-sabotage because he didn't want to reach that next level of fame.
Yeah.
Some people, it's just like that. It's like they can do a million things to not become famous, and they're still just like bound to be like the most famous person.
All night centuries, watch the moon glow.
American Boy, a profile of Stephen Prince, 1978. On January 13th, 1977, Scorsese and crew went to actor George Mamoli's house in Los Angeles to film an interview with Stephen Prince, who was an actor and road manager for Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond wrote a song called Play Me. You are the sun, I am the moon. You are the words, I am the tone. Play me.
He's also in The Last Waltz.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he is. He has a performance.
Did he
in
sing
The
that
Last
song?
Waltz. No, I don't. Actually, I don't know. I
don't
can't
remember.
remember. I remember thinking that his performance was like my least favorite.
Damn, really?
I don't know why. It just didn't fit the band.
So George Mamoli, you're a fucking mook. That guy.
Oh yeah.
That's the same guy. He was also remember the drummer that Jimmy Doyle was yelling at in New York, New York. He was like,
Was
"You
he?
got claws for hands." That was
okay,
him too.
Okay. Uh-huh.
And
He had lost some weight since then.
yeah, it looked like it a little bit.
Mhm.
Because but also he had like longer hair, so maybe he just looked different.
Yeah.
Because he had longer hair in Mean Streets.
In
Maybe-
Mean Streets, I hate to say it, he looked a little bit like Dan Schneider when
Damn, really?
you can cut that if you don't
Fuck.
want to leave that in, but I remember thinking like, oh, he looks a little bit like Dan Schneider, and
Damn, dude.
when Dan Schneider had that like Justin Bieber haircut.
Yeah, during his Good Burger phase.
yeah.
Hey, did you turn on the switch?
Yeah.
What are you doing to the milkshake machine? We should do an episode on Good Burger, dude.
Yeah, dude, that would be
And
great.
it's just the whole time we're making fun of Dan
a
Schneider.
4-hour episode of us just like breaking down the the great. All right.
Yeah, so the crazy thing about this scene is that Dan Schneider's a
Yeah.
pedophile.
Just a piece of shit.
Anyway, what were we doing? George
Neil
Mamoli.
Diamond.
So I'd never seen this before this. Because I was like, I don't know. Should I watch the first time I watched all of Scorsese's movies? I'm like, should I watch this? Whatever. No.
Yeah.
And then I watched it for this. And because I bought the Scorsese Shorts Criterion collection, which you should watch. That's a great DVD because it has a little booklet in it and it has a bunch of some extra details and all the productions and stuff. And it has What's a Nice Girl Like You Do in a Place Like This. It's Not Just You, Murray, The Big Shave, Italian-American, and American Boy. In American Boy, when you get the sense that it's a little bit choreographed, but they go, "Oh, who's here?" And George Romoli opens the door, and they just start fighting. And I'm like, "Oh, that's funny." And I thought it was going to go on for like 30 seconds.
continue.
It goes on for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, they were fighting for a long time.
Fantastic. And it's funny because like even in real life, Scorsese's directing it's the same fights we see in all of his other movies in real life.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he's doing it in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would remember thinking like this is going on for way too. I think I might have skipped forward a little bit.
No, really?
I don't know. I was like, okay, I get it.
I thought it was hilarious because
Yeah.
you see the Pepsi Cola spill everywhere. And it's like his house. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah,
Like
they're just
George Romoli. He's like, I don't care. I'm fighting this guy right now.
also the most like they were in LA, right?
Yes.
The most LA looking house ever.
Yeah, like this seedy kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like carpet and stuff like that. But-
Stephen Prince was, of course, the guy who sold Travis Bickle all the guns in Taxi Driver.
Mhm.
And he's so good in that scene. Like the scene at the end where they do the whole thing where he's like, that'll go through a car, that'll drop the engine in a car, that gun, the 357 Magnum. And then he goes, well, I can get you a car, I can get you some Coke, I can get you some whatever.
Yeah.
You need want any drugs, I can get you anything.
Like the last ditch effort of like a true salesman
Yeah.
trying to just rattle off what else he thinks that guy wants.
Yeah, he was very good in that role. But seeing this was so interesting. Like, all the stories that he would tell. It goes back to Italian-American and this are sort of like two sides of the coin where there's on the behind the scenes to the Scorsese Shorts, there's an interview between the Safdie brothers who did Uncut Gems and Good Times or Good Time with Robert Pattinson. They're interviewing or just talking with Ari Aster, who did Hereditary and Midsommar, and they're just talking about Scorsese Shorts on the Blu-ray. And one of the things they talk about is it feels like Italian-American, when you watch them back to back, it feels like with Italian-American, he's just with his family, and he's, doing a documentary of his family, and then after he talks with them, he packs up and goes to hang out with the boys.
Yeah,
and makes a
yeah.
documentary about them. And hearing these stories, and it goes back to the same storytelling thing, the verbal storytelling with the family, like documenting these verbal stories. Some of the stories are crazy in this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and also they ended up inspiring some other movies. Like I the Safdie brothers said that a lot of the stories that Prince talks about pop up in his later movies. I couldn't think of any off the top of my head where that happens, but the one I did see was he talks about like, yeah, and they OD'd, and they said the manual and says you have to get the adrenaline shot into their heart.
Mm-hmm.
So I stabbed through like that, and then I put the adrenaline in, and then they wake up. Oh, that's
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, I know.
So
It's crazy.
That was very interesting.
I noticed that when he was talking about it. Yeah. Yeah, that was it was just interesting to watch him. He's very energized.
well,
Almost too energized.
at first he's energized.
Yeah.
And then, because everybody, he's like holding the room, like, oh, so here's this. Look, I'll tell you about this.
Yeah,
Look at
yeah.
it, and everybody's laughing.
Mhm.
They're all crying, laughing. And then, I think they filmed over the course of like 12 hours or something.
Oh wow.
And by the end of it, you could tell it's just him. There's
Everybody
nobody else in
had
the
gone-
room.
Everybody had left.
Either they left or or Scorsese was just like, no, you got to keep it on him now.
Mhm.
And he was telling, you could tell he was sort of like getting in and out of
Mhm.
it. And also, there's a scene, and they also talk about it in that interview with the Safdie brothers and Ari Aster, the scene where he pulls out the gun, where he's talking about, he goes, yeah, I was working at a gas station, and I see this guy, he's like shoving tires in the back of a van.
Mm.
And I go, hey, what are you doing shoving those tires in the back of the van? What are you doing? And the guy turns around, he goes, it's a half Indian, half Mexican guy. He's shirtless. And he looks at me and just goes, ah! And he has a knife and he starts charging him. And he goes, I walked into the gas station and I just took out the 357 Magnum and I
Mhm.
just shot the guy in the chest and he fell back into the gas pumps. And then he started to get back up and I just boom, boom, I emptied all the bullets into him and he was dead. And while he was telling the story, for those of you listening, I'm standing up, and he's just talking, and then he turns around to the camera for 5 seconds, and then all of a sudden he just has a gun.
He just
and
had
you
a
can't
gun
figure
on
out.
him.
It's like a sleight of hand thing. Like he's a
Yeah.
magician. Where did he get the gun
Yeah,
from?
where did he
And
pull
he starts
the gun
pointing
out?
it around. You can hear somebody in the background going, "Can you put the gun away?" He's like, "Yeah, sorry."
Yeah, yeah.
But there's a moment that he talks about where the cops come. He calls the cops. He goes, "Yeah, I just killed the guy." And the cops come and they go, "You shot him after one time he was on the ground." They go, "Yeah." And he goes, "Why?" They go, "Why'd you shoot him 5 more times?" And he's like, "I didn't think of it. I wasn't thinking. I just
Mhm.
saw him move and I fucking blew him away."
Yeah, he seems a little, you know,
Yeah.
the amount of stuff that he had gone through, like the even just the where he talks about the kid dropping the
Getting electrocuted.
and frying himself. He's
He
just like,
fried.
He fried. And
Yeah.
it took me about a minute to turn the power off.
Fuck.
And he just, you see a little remorse.
Well,
but
there's a little remorse in that story where he's talking about the kid dying, and then with when he killed the guy, that
Mhm.
story he was like kind of jolly about it.
Mhm.
He was like, I blew him away, dude.
Can we also he's only like 27 in that interview?
He's like our age.
Isn't that? It made me
He's
think.
lived like 7 dad lives.
Yeah,
like when
yeah,
dads have
yeah.
that lore.
Raging Bull, 1980. The story of Raging Bull came to Scorsese during production on Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, when De Niro gave Scorsese a book about Jake LaMotta.
So Scorsese originally wasn't interested in the story. He's like, I don't like boxing. I don't like sports. He's like, what do you mean sports? What do you mean a sports movie?
Yeah.
And Winkler said that, and also this is back what? It said back in like 74 when they were filming Alice Doesn't Live Anymore.
Yeah.
De Niro was obsessed with this book, and Irwin Winkler in his book said that when they were filming New York, he would see De Niro reading the Jake LaMotta book in between like shots and in between takes and during breaks on set. So he was like, okay, so now this is like 3 years he's reading the book, or reading. Well, I think actually the book that he gave Scorsese at first was a book about Jake LaMotta, and then what he was reading on the set in New York was the autobiography Raging Bull by Jake LaMotta.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened when Scorsese the moment Scorsese finally decided to make the movie came after he collapsed, and he just he was exhausted, he was ill, and he just passed out, collapsed, and then he was brought to the hospital, and the doctor said he was at risk of having like a brain hemorrhage or something like that, and De Niro visited him in the hospital and was like, so. What do you think about Raging Bull? No, it wasn't like that. So what happened? It was De Niro visited him and was like, "Hey, do you want to make Raging Bull?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know. Let me think about it." And then Robbie Robertson visited him because they were still living together, I believe. And he goes, Marty's like, "I don't know if I want to make the movie. Like, what should I do?" And Robbie Robertson was like, "Well, do you want to make the movie?" And he's like, "I don't know." He goes, "If you do, let me put it this way. If you don't make this movie, will you have a reason to live?" And he said, "All right, I'll make the movie."
Damn.
So then subsequently, again, he started out not wanting to make it, and then he was like, "All right, I'm super passionate about this."
Mm-hmm.
And even even when he was making it, he was like, "I still know nothing about boxing. I don't really know how any of this works." Like the scene where Joe Pesci is trying to Joey in the movies, played by Joe Pesci, is trying to describe to Jake how how to get a title shot works, where he's like, "Oh, all these guys are afraid to fight me. How many guys do I got to fight?" And he goes, "They won't let you fight unless this happens." And he's telling him all this, and he goes, "Well, you telling me if I don't make weight, I'm fined $50,000? Yeah. Oh, I love that. It's so funny." But he goes, "That scene, we did it a few times and it wasn't working," and Joe Pesci or Scorsese told Joe Pesci, like, play that scene like you're trying to make him understand it. Like you barely understand what was happening, because Scorsese said like Jake LaMotta in that scene, I had no idea how any of this shit worked. So a lot of the script and the revisions we made and the improvisations we made came from trying to make me understand.
Yeah.
And that really helped the scene.
Filming began in April 1979 with De Niro, Joe Pesci, Kathy Moriarty in the main cast, with Irwin Winkler and Bob Chardoff producing.
So, how Winkler got the green light for this is because Scorsese walks in there, and like, you want $18 million, $77 million in 2024 money, Martin Scorsese, to make Raging Bull, a black and white movie. Who this guy sucks. Jake LaMotta's a piece of shit. He's a cockroach or whatever. What are you talking about? And Irwin Winkler goes, "Hey guys, fuck you. We're making this movie," because him and Bob Chardoff made Rocky. And he goes, "How about this? If you guys don't let us make this movie," to the United Artists, "if you guys don't let us make this movie, you can say goodbye to Rocky 2, Rocky 3, Rocky 4, and Rocky 5, and Rocky Balboa, and the Creed movies that we don't know about yet. You can say, kiss him goodbye, pal."
Say goodbye to Creed. They're like, what?
Yeah, like, you'll understand later. But and then they said, "All right, fine. Like, we'll give you the money for it," which is a pretty baller move on his part. And but also the reason why Scorsese chose black and white is he sort of pitched to Winkler and also the studio. He goes, "All right, in 1980, there's gonna be 5 boxing movies. There's gonna be Rocky 2. There's gonna be whatever other movie, there's gonna be 5 of them, right? We have to figure out a way to make them distinct, to make ours distinct and unique. So we have to make it in black and white. That's how people will be able to, tell our movie apart from the others." And they said, "All right," but also there was another reason where he chose black and white, because the film at the time, whatever film stock that that they wanted to go with, he realized that they ran into a problem where the prints were fading, and even the negatives were fading like 5 or 6 years. So like reds would become pink, something like that. And they also did some camera tests with Jake LaMotta's gloves. And Michael Powell at the time said something like, the red on his gloves is wrong. It's coming up wrong." He goes, "What do you mean?" And he goes, it's not red. It's not the same red that we're seeing on the gloves. It's different. Like, what do you?" And they were having this big trouble over, like, they couldn't get the red right. So Scorsese was like, "Fuck it, we'll just do it black and white." How Joe Pesci came onto the scene. De Niro was watching TV once, and he saw this movie called The Death Collector that Joe Pesci was in. And Joe Pesci, I thought previously he was just like in one movie, and then he was in this movie. I didn't think he was an actor, but then he was a child actor on stage for like his whole life. And then by the time he did The Death Collector, he was like, "All right, I'm done with this bullshit, whatever." And they actually had to convince him to be in the movie. De Niro and Scorsese were like, "Hey, we need you in the movie." He's like, "I don't know. I don't really give a shit."
He wanted to be done with acting.
He's like, "I'm done with acting." Like, what do you mean? And then of course he came on and he nailed it. And he also had some he sort of like had not mob connections, but he grew up around it and he knew some people
Yeah.
that were in that kind of in the sort of the same demographic that the movie deals with as well. And then Joe Pesci saw Kathy Moriarty. She was like a maitre d' at a club somewhere, and he was like, "Hey, you want to be in the movies?" And she's like, "Yeah, sure." And she was like, "Yeah, I kind of felt like it kind of sketched out." And I was like, "All right, they probably want me to like take my clothes off or something like that." And then I went in and auditioned, and I got the part. And she actually did really good. She never acted before.
Wow.
I think she wanted to be an actress, but she did really well. They kind of smacked her around in this movie. She got slapped a lot.
Yeah. Mhm. I
Um,
feel like everybody does, though. It's like a common thing in the whole movie. People just get beat up.
Yeah. Well, I saw an interview with William Friedkin today, who I really want to do an episode on after I watched this video, where he was talking about he was filming The Exorcist, and he goes, "We had a priest playing like in the movie." I'm pretty sure they just had a priest do the scene. I don't know if it was an actor or not, but he said we had a priest doing the scene, and he goes, "The guys his friend is on the bottom of the steps, and he's supposed to be crying in shock." And he just wasn't fucking getting it. It's cold. It's 26 takes. And I go up to the guy and I go, "Bill, do you trust me?" And he goes, "Yeah, I trust you. Of course." He goes, "Okay." And he slaps the priest across the face as hard as he can. And he goes, "Roll cameras." and then they roll and he gets the perfect take. He's crying or whatever. And then the priest comes up and hugs William Friedkin. He goes, "Oh, thank you for that. Like, thank you for all the trust." And he goes, "No problem." And then the interviewer goes, "That's not a card you can pull that often." He goes, "No, I haven't pulled that more than 570 times." William Friedkin is so goddamn funny. He's just like every
Just an
interview,
excuse
he's
to
just like,
slap.
"Fuck you." What else we got here? So De Niro, I mentioned De Niro got really good at boxing. He got so good at boxing that there's one scene, the scene when they're sparring in the beginning, and they start getting in a fight. And the guy, he's like, "What are they doing here, Joey? Why are Tommy's guys here? They're gonna take half my money. What do I want them here?" And they're fighting, and you can hear Pesci in the movie go, "Ooh!" And
Yeah.
that take that he broke his rib.
Oh,
De
really?
Niro broke his rib. Yeah.
Oh, my. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
So he got smacked around too, not just him, not just Kathy. It was him too.
Mhm.
And then what happened was they filmed all the scenes, all the boxing scenes and stuff that they needed, and
In 10 weeks, I think he said. Took him like 10 weeks to do.
yeah, something like that. And then but it says that they filmed from April to December 1979. It wasn't however many months of shooting was that, like 9 months of shooting or however months. It was they filmed for like 10 weeks and then they took a break for De Niro to gain weight. So he just went to Europe and ate all day.
Yeah.
And then they started editing the movie. And that's where Thelma Schoonmaker came in, where the reason that she couldn't edit movies is because she wasn't in the editors union. So she wasn't allowed to edit a feature film. And then Irwin Winkler was able to pull some strings and get her into the union. Because you have to work as like an assistant editor for like 8 years or something like that.
Gosh.
So then they started editing the movie during the break while De Niro was getting fat. And during that, they edited the movie in Scorsese's apartment. And so Thelma would be editing, and then Scorsese would be watching movies while they're editing. And he'd be watching like Michael Powell movies. And then she actually married Michael Powell, Thelma Schoonmaker. And so he's watching Michael Powell. There was one movie called, I think it was like Tales of Hoffman, that he kept renting and renting. And then one day he went down there, and they're like, "Sorry, it's out." He's like, "What do you mean it's out?" And like somebody else rented. He's like, "Who the fuck is renting Tales of Hoffman?" And they're like, "Who is he? Who is the son of a bitch who's renting it?" And it turns out it was George C. Romero, who did Night of the Living Dead. So these two guys are just fighting over this one copy of the movie.
Why
Which is
didn't
pretty
they
funny.
one of them just buy it? Like, I don't.
Well, it's a library. I don't know if you can buy stuff from the library.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. Raging Bull was released on November 14th, 1980, and initially received positive to mixed reviews and similarly successful box office, making $23.4 million off an $18 million budget. It was nominated for 8 Oscars and won 2, Robert De Niro for Best Actor and Thelma Schoonmaker for Best Editing.
So, Thelma Schoonmaker, when the movie was over, when it started to play, she went to some theaters to go see how the movie was playing, to check the prints, what are the conditions or whatever. and she found that some of those she watched the movie and the home video with the color film, the color home video was edited out of the movie. And she's like, "What the fuck?" And she goes to the projectionist and she's like, "What the hell is happening?" And he goes, "Oh, somebody accidentally put like a color portion in there, so we took it out." She's like, "No, it's part of the fucking movie. Like, put that back in." She was like, "How many times does this happen to every movie that comes out?"
Yeah, where they just
You know,
like edit it after.
like because the projectionist, because back then the projectionists can kind of do whatever they want.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And because it was a physical thing that like had to be, but now it's like it's just a MP4 or a DCP, a digital cinema pack, whatever they have. So you can't really edit it that much, and the quality actually, you think back then it was better quality because it was being projected through film. So I guess visually in a sense it was, but a lot of the quality at some of these theaters around the country was just shitty. People are smoking and talking the whole time. I think people probably do have a romantic view of how the movies were back then. Everything was perfect. Everybody would shush and everybody had a great time. But I think now it's probably watching a movie now is a better experience. But you know, it's a little bit antiquated now going to the theater to watch it because you can replicate it, you know, to a certain extent at your home much more than any other time in history. So,
and I would think the idea of editing someone's movie after is like literally illegal now. Like you can't edit their movie and let's go play it at a movie
Well, I'm
theater.
sure it was illegal back then, but it's like, how are you going to enforce
yeah.
this? There's no technology behind this, you know?
Yeah, I guess it was.
What?
I was saying I guess it probably was illegal then, but they just were getting away with it.
In terms of the box office, it's like a $77 million movie making $100 million. So obviously this movie is probably broken even in the long run. Definitely broken even in the long run. But also that number, the 23 million, is only domestic numbers. I don't know how much it made foreign, but I will say that the box office run of this movie was kind of kneecapped the same way a movie opening right before COVID was kneecapped almost. Because what happened is United Artists put $44 million, which is I think at about $192 million in today's money, into a movie called Heaven's Gate. United Artists was a production company or a studio that was founded by I think like Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton and some other people that I can't name off the top of my head. I think this is back in like the 30s. And they were a studio that was known for like filmmakers first. We make, you know, it's United Artists. It sounds as probably as good as it is. And they put a bunch of this bunch of money into Heaven's Gate, and Heaven's Gate grossed like $3 million. So imagine a $200 million movie today making $14 million.
Oh my.
So, and it tanked the whole studio.
Yeah.
But the problem was that Raging Bull opened a week before Heaven's Gate. So when Heaven's Gate was being pulled from theaters and the studio was tanking, Scorsese says Raging Bull went down with it. So it's sort of got, even though it won Oscars and stuff, in terms of its position in the cultural zeitgeist, whatever you want to call it, its effect that, you know, as being, its status as being a classic was kind of delayed by like 10 years. Nobody really watched it until the 90s again. But I guess VHS was more prevalent. People were watching it like, holy shit, this is actually pretty sick. So
It didn't, like, they didn't pull Raging Bull along with it out of theaters, did they? Or
I think they sort of did, yeah.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, because the whole studio was tanking.
Oh, okay. So
it costs money to
messed
put
up the
it costs money to
distribution.
put a. But also, I think when movies were released back then, I think probably in 80 it was different because now obviously they just put it in all the theaters at once and then try to make as much money as you can as fast as possible. But movies back then would kind of travel. Some movies would travel around the country, so it would open in New York, and then it would go from theater to theater. And play until then 6 months later it would be in LA. You know, so it was a little bit different. So it could have been that they just pulled it before it got to all the different theaters.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're gonna make 4,000 copies of film reels for a movie. Because now it's easy. You just digitally copy it.
Yeah.
It's all information. I have no idea what I'm talking about in terms
No,
of
it sounds like a realistic thing. Actually, Scorsese talks about how this is way before. This is like in his childhood, but he wanted to see a certain movie.
The Third Man.
The Third Man, and this might be the movie that he was talking about, but he missed it. he wanted to see it in the movie theater, but he got sick and missed it,
Yeah.
which is like a weird thing for us to think about because like, oh, you're sick, just go to the next day. But it probably had like literally one showing, and then it's like a, they travel around the
Yeah,
country
it's
with
like
it.
there's one showing, and then the next time you can watch it is like when it gets re-released in 10 years.
That's crazy.
Of course,
That is
now and that's another
crazy.
thing why like people aren't going to the movies, because back then if you go to the movies, it's the only time you can see it. We don't have no idea when we're gonna have a chance to see this again. But now, there's positives and negatives to every single change. But now we can just watch any movie, and distributing a movie is so much easier, especially for
Like a Disney movie. You just want to like you see it. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like a Disney movie comes out now, and you're just like, I'll just wait till it comes out on Disney, Plus.
Exactly. And that's what happened to Pixar, because nobody goes to the theaters for Pixar movies anymore until Inside Out 2, of course. But people were associating Pixar and Marvel with Disney Plus, and they're like, well, why am I going to go to the theater? Why don't I just fucking stay home and just wait?
True.
And that's true, because back then the TVs were 2 inches and they were shitty. Everybody's all grainy. It looked like Fallout.
Yeah.
But now it's like you have a 50, you can buy a 200. I have a 55-inch flat screen TV in my room. I bought it for $250.
Yeah, no, seriously.
That's crazy to
Yeah.
me. And I'm sure, like, the high dynamic range. I'm like, yeah, whatever bullshit
It's still
missing,
better than.
It's still way better than the TV I had, or any TV anybody had ever of all time.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's crazy. And also, like, I go to the movies now, and there's people talking all the time. It's like it kind of ruins it.
Yeah. People can really ruin a movie nowadays.
Like, I understand why movie theaters are going out of fashion, and like a part of me is dying on the inside where I'm like, oh, it's just things are changing. But it's like at the same time, it's easier for people to watch more movies than ever. But since it's getting easier, it's become more of a everyday thing, and it's become less special of an experience watching it because
I think a thing that is like saves it sometimes for me is the aspect of sound. Like you can't unless like you can get a good screen, but if you want to replicate the full like Dolby Atmos thing, you're gonna spend like 20 grand to do it.
Yeah.
And it's still not gonna be as good as the movie theater.
You can just pay somebody to hit you.
Yeah, or you could do
Like
that.
every time there's
Like,
a
that's-
bass drop, they just go,
mhm.
they just slap you on the chest.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Raging Bull.
Sorry, yeah.
What were we talking about? Let's get into our overall thoughts. Also, if you're still here, we're glad you're enjoying it. Or if you're not enjoying it, we're glad that you're being held against your will. Listening, somebody duct tape the headset to your head is making you watch. That's a great technique. Enhanced interrogation techniques. That's what the U.S. should have done.
Listen to all of our podcasts on repeat.
Yeah. Also, if you're still here, if you're liking it, subscribe. And that'll help us make more of these. So, yeah.
For sure.
They say I'm the greatest salesman of all time. If they're not subscribing, I don't know what else can do.
I also got
what else
cars.
I
I got Coke. I got
yeah, what do you want? You want a car? I can give you Coke. I can give you heroin. I can give you Speedball. I can give you bath salts. You want to eat somebody? So I watched this movie like maybe 4 or 5 times, and I feel like thematically, I never really got the significance of it, like why it's such a big, one of the movies of all time, let's say. And I'm like, what's the part of it that people find so significant? And I understand thematically. I think I understand what it's saying, what it's doing, but I feel like the thematics of it are sort of minor, and they don't have implications. It doesn't have implications that reverberate throughout society like Taxi Driver did. That's not to say that I should compare it to Taxi Driver, or or that's a criteria for it being a great movie, but what I do appreciate about the movie, and I thought this time I'm like, okay, surely it's gonna click for me when I'm gonna have the moment where I'm like, this is why I know that Taxi Driver is a influential movie. I was hoping I'd have that moment where I'm like, oh, that's why with this. I still didn't. I sort of did. Every time I watched it, I get a little bit closer. Where I'm like, the first time I watched it, I'm like, oh, solid 7.5. That's good. Oh, the second time I watched it, oh, it's an 8.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an 8.3. It's an 8.5. That's an 8.8. But it keeps going up like slowly but surely. But I think a lot of what it has to do, what has a lot to do with why it's so influential and so highly regarded is mostly in its technical work, and its technical camera work, its sound mixing, its cinematography, its production design. And there's a lot of things that they did that, because in your memory you think it's very understated, because a lot of the scenes of the domestic scenes are just the camera and it pans the camera never moves in those scenes really.
Mhm.
There's a few. There's one push. There's a push in that Scorsese does when he's talking about his steak. Jake LaMotta's like, I can't wait for my steak. I'm a good boy. I want my steak. And he pushes in on his wife, his first wife, and you immediately know just from a simple push in that she hates him.
Yeah.
This is a bad relationship. It's so there's there's nothing saying I hate you. They get in a fight, but you already know from that one shot. And Scorsese, what he did with slow motion in a lot of scenes, what he did in the boxing ring. This is one of the first movies to go into the boxing ring. Where if you watch Rocky, what they would usually do is just set up like 5 or 6 cameras, like where the audience would be, and they shoot them through the ropes. But he was like, no, let's get inside the ring. And obviously, getting inside the ring is much more costly and it takes more time to film because you can't get 5 or 6 camera angles because one of them is going to get the camera in there. There's a lot of handheld cameras getting in close over the shoulder of the punching, and you had to be more precise with the choreography as well because you couldn't hide a lot of since they were filming with a wide angle, you couldn't hide a lot of the fake punches with a zoomed in lens because the zoomed in lens flattens the image. So if I punch you from a foot away, but you react properly, if the camera's over my shoulder and it's zoomed in from outside the ring, it's going to look like I just hit you, like I got really close. But if I have a wide angle lens, it just makes it look like I obviously threw a fake punch.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult to pull off. But the boxing scenes are so stylized and so intense. And I forgot that about the movie where seeing I want to say that it feels tame compared to today, but I don't think it is because there's stuff like there's stuff that's so fucking genius, like putting the fire in front of the lens and you get this waviness, and it's just so fucking hot and communicates this blurry heat and fever dream of battle what battle is like for Jake LaMotta inside. It's this very subjective experience. It puts you in a boxing ring in a more realized and tactile and subjective way than any other boxing movie I've ever seen in my entire life. That's where I think a lot of the significance that people hold for it comes from.
What was he's talking about in the one interview where with the slow motion technique that he sort of created on the spot, where he had to like have like 3 people doing something with the f-stop and something else with.
I don't know. All I know about that is Thelma Schoonmaker was talking about like he wanted choices in editing. So certain shots, like the punches, if you film the close-up of a punch at a certain camera setting, it would be too fast. You wouldn't be able to see it properly. So he decided to film a lot of them in slow motion. And what he did is he would film it in 24 frames, and then he would film the same thing in 48 frames, and then 120 frames, 60 whatever frames, however, I don't know what the multiples are. Off the top of my head, but then he would have choices in editing, going, "Oh no, that slow motion's better. No, that's better there. No, go back to 24 there." That's so. I don't know if that's exactly what you're referring to, but that's what I know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Have you thought of? Have we gotten to your thoughts yet?
I haven't, like right now. No.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah. This was one of the early movies of the early Scorsese movies that I watched, like one of the first ones
that you've seen before.
So it was harder for me to understand it. Not in a way, like I get the whole jealousy arc that he goes through, where it's like, but again, like I have said multiple times, where it's like it's definitely a different way of storytelling than other people do it.
Yeah, like watching this and Rocky side by side is crazy.
Yeah, like Rocky has that definitive like winning moment, and this just doesn't get there,
Yeah.
And but yeah, like you said, in the ring, all that stuff is very, you feel the violence. Specifically like when he's fighting Sugar Ray, and he's just finally getting like super beat up at the end, and it goes to his wife, and she's just like, oh.
That's the only time the movie cuts to the audience during the match, is when it cuts to her. And Scorsese made a big deal about during the fight scenes, he didn't want to have the camera outside the ring. He very rarely uses it. He kind of breaks it a little bit. For example, in order to get that fire effect of the heat in battle, you have to be so far away to get that 500 millimeter lens far enough where it won't just be a close up of somebody's eye.
Yeah.
So he had to put the cameras outside of the ring. But there's another scene where what do they call it? Playing dead possum against that one fighter where they're in like the 13th round and the fighter's just punching him and he's just not moving. And then all of a sudden he just turns around the fight. Before he starts fighting, the camera's outside of the ring for the first time. Because Scorsese says, because he's not fighting. We're not in the ring with him because he's not fighting. He's, faking it. And then as soon as he throws a punch, the camera's back in the ring. And that scene, going back to the scene where Sugar Ray beats the shit out of him, that scene and the shower scene from Psycho exist as sort of like these two linchpins in film history where they're sort of echoes of each other, twin scenes of each other, where... And it's similar to in Boxcar Bertha, where Scorsese used the dolly shot to emphasize the guy propelling from the shotgun blast at the end of Boxcar Bertha. It's very similar to the shot of Martin Balsam falling down the stairs in Psycho. And Scorsese used the storyboards in the scene from the shower scene from Psycho as a template to storyboard and film that scene in Raging Bull. And one of the in Hitchcock, what he does, and they're sort of opposite sides of the coin, where Hitchcock never shows any of the violence that's going on in that scene. That whole shower. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen the actual movie, but I've seen the scene.
Yeah. Dun 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 dun. And then it goes up on her eye. In that scene, you never see knife pierce the skin. You're only seeing the knife. You're seeing her screaming. You're seeing all these different things, and your mind fills in the blanks, and it suggests the violence. In this, Scorsese does the same format, but he sort of uses it to and flips it around where you are seeing the violence. You're seeing blood, spurt out of his eye socket and shit, and you're seeing, and all the bulbs are flashing, which is crazy. See, that scene's crazy. It's like that's what it fucking feels like, to get your head beaten to shit. Probably, Just fly. I got punched in the face. I've been sucker punched once in my life. It was it was 8th grade, 7th grade. This kid Zach Maybach stole my backpack, and he wouldn't tell me where it was. And then I leaned. He was against the wall, and I leaned in. I'm like, "Where the fuck is my backpack?" And he pushed me, and then punched me in the face, and it was like a flashbulb was going off. And then subsequently, I got I got my bearings right, and then I was 40 pounds heavier than him, so I kind of just ragdolled him a little bit. It was an even match. It got broken up before it can get out of hand. I'm better than him.
Yeah, you don't have to explain.
I'm so much fucking better than this. If you're still listening, dude, if Zach Maybach, if you're listening, dude, I'm gonna beat your ass.
He's probably a good kid.
His older brother dated my sister once. Anyway, they were getting off topic.
You guys got a lot of beef to settle, I think.
Dude. Well, we're talking about that scene. So yeah, that was fantastic.
Just spewing random facts about your life.
Yeah. What else can we talk about? So the paranoia and the jealousy, right?
Yeah.
There's some discrepancy between the main cast where De Niro. Okay, so let's start like this. All the domestic scenes, almost none of them begin. The inciting incident of any of the conflicts begin with anything big. It's always something super little, where they're at a point in the movie where all right, things are kind of slowing down or whatever, and then Vicky goes, a lot of they talk about Gennaro, the fighter that he's gonna fight soon, the good looking kid, where she goes, yeah, he's tall, he's good looking, he's a good fighter, he's good with the marketing and the press, and he goes, what do you mean he's good looking? It's just a simple thing, and she's like, all right, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking, I don't know why I said it, I just said it, it's like the littlest thing, but that just eats at it. It becomes his primary preoccupation for the next 20 minutes of movie. It becomes the plot for a giant portion. So in every little conflict in this movie starts out from just a little goddamn thing. Where like that in the one scene where he's trying to fix the TV and he's eating and he's getting fat and stuff, and his wife and Kathy, or what's her name? What's the wife's name? Vicky. Vicky walks in and she kisses his brother Joey on the mouth, and he goes, "What do you gotta kiss her like that for?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, she's my sister-in-law. Like, I can't kiss my sister-in-law." He goes, "Yeah, but why has it got to be on the lips? Like a peck on the cheek isn't good enough for you, whatever." And then that scene ends with him being like, "Did you fuck my wife?"
Yeah.
It just snowballs. And what De Niro said later is, he goes, and that paranoia, it destroyed the relationships, and it led to that moment where he goes, "Did you fuck my wife?" And of course he did. So in De Niro's head, he thinks that Joey and Vicky slept together. And in Joe Pesci's head and in Kathy Moriarty's head, they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's better if they didn't, because it emphasizes the self-destructive tendencies of Jake LaMotta, where he's letting this jealousy and this paranoia ruin his life. Showing that he was right actually kind of vindicates him in some way.
Mm-hmm.
It takes away the message of what the movie's trying to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Does that make
yeah.
sense? Maybe De Niro got too much inside of Jake LaMotta's head
Yeah,
to think that there was something going on. But in the movie, I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think they slept together.
Yeah, I think.
And if they did, it dilutes the message of the movie, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think they did. I think if they were trying to imply that, they would have had to show that, like Scorsese would have had to show a little bit more between them, other than just like friendly, like greeting each other, kissing on the lips. Like,
Right. And you can
I
do
mean,
that.
obviously, that's just not a thing that happens today. I feel like you don't like.
Yeah.
I don't know. People don't like to kiss on the lips like that anymore.
Especially you're like, you don't do that to your hot sister-in-law.
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
At least today.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Fuck, what was I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, like you said, that I don't think there's you didn't think there was anything going on between them, and it's like maybe if that could be suggested, all he would have to do, he wouldn't even have to show anything. Like he doesn't have to show them like kissing or having sex or getting caught. He can just, like, after they kiss like that, just cut to a close up of them just looking at each other really quick for like a half a second.
Yeah.
Just one look of her going and him going, and then you're like, oh, they're fucking.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But yeah. What else can we talk about with this? Oh, another example of Jake's paranoia is laid out in a very simple scene where they're eating lunch, and it's right before he gets his title shot, and he had to take the fall to get the title shot for Tommy to get it for him, and they're eating lunch, and Joey goes, no, you're gonna get your title shot. Don't worry about the title shot. You're gonna get the title shot as long as Tommy doesn't die or something. You're gonna get the title shot, and me and you would go, okay, cool, that'd be like comforting. Right?
Mhm.
But since Jake is so paranoid, he goes, what do you mean? What are you saying that for? He goes, is Tommy sick? He goes, no, it's not. I'm just saying. He's like, why are you going to say he's going to die?
Mhm.
He's like, oh, is he sick? Is he going to die? Like, he doesn't, that's not comforting to him.
Takes everything super literal.
Yeah. So, and also, like, I mentioned when we were talking about Mean Streets, Charlie has this sense of guilt. We don't know why. And I think Jake LaMotta has some sense of guilt like that as well, because Scorsese said, or somebody said one time that Scorsese heard that Jake LaMotta fought like he didn't deserve to live. And apparently when Jake LaMotta was like a kid, he was in like a gang and they robbed somebody, and he punched this guy named Harry Gordon in the head. And he saw him go down and like his head hit the concrete or whatever. He's like, fuck, I just killed a guy. And he went his whole life thinking that he killed the guy. And then when he was like 30, he was like, Harry, what the hell are you doing here? I thought I killed you. And so that kind of released. But that was the only, and that's not in the movie. That's just in the book, and that was just Jake's history. But so like you could sort of, that would be an indicator of some kind of guilt, like the Freudian idea of like, oh, I saw my parents get murdered and now I'm Batman, like that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But they don't, again, he's waving his hands like this. But for those of you listening, I was waving my hands like in a comic way. But in this movie, it's like Charlie. The movie doesn't give you any idea why he feels so guilty and why he's sort of punishing himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you have any more thoughts?
Well, the ending I would like to talk about, where he's looking in the mirror and kind of like saying what he wishes he would have said to his brother. Do you think that was him practicing to say it to him, or just wishing he had said it?
So that line, and this is where like culture kind of gets lost when you make references to culture inside of a cultural piece. So what he's quoting there is a movie called On the Waterfront with Marlon Brando, directed by Elia Kazan, I believe. And it was one of the movies that Scorsese watched when he was little. And was like, oh, they're making a movie about my neighborhood. And in that movie, I've seen it, but it was a long time ago. But from what I understand in that movie, spoilers, go 20 seconds ahead, skip 1, 2, 3. So in that movie, Marlon Brando plays a boxer or an ex-boxer, and he has to do some crime stuff. I don't know the logistics of it, but his brother, he finds out that wait, hold on, let me get my bearings straight. So he has to turn to like a life of crime under this, this crime boss kind of guy, I believe. And then he has this relationship with his brother throughout the movie. His brother's like, I'm getting you this good work or whatever. And at the end of the movie, he goes, you don't understand, Charlie. I could have had class. I could have been a contender. I could have been somebody instead of a bum, which is what I am, because he was being forced to throw the fight. I believe that's how it went down. So he was quoting that at the end. And originally in the script, in what he quoted in real life, Jake LaMotta, he would quote Shakespeare before he went out there. But I think it was Michael Powell said, no, you can't have him quote Shakespeare. And Martin's like, well, that's what he did in real life. It's like, well, real life, it's in this character. Yeah. It's got to be an American thing. It's got to be something that, whatever. And Marty picked On the Waterfront. But I don't know. Marty Scorsese talked about like maybe there was some sort of kind of redemption thing there. I think
him admitting that he's a bum is like enough to.
Well, him admitting, looking because I could have had class. I could have been a contender. It was you, Charlie. I'm a bum now. I think he goes to jail and he's like, I'm not an animal. I'm not an animal. I think it's him realizing like I did some bad things, and maybe he's changed now. Like maybe at least he gained the self-awareness to realize what he's done. And he does sort of show some kind of self-reflection in the middle of the movie where he beats the shit out of that guy and they still don't give him the win. And he goes, I don't know what else I got to do. I don't know what I got to do. Mm-hmm. And then he goes, I've done a lot of bad things, Joey. Maybe it's catching up with me. Like that's a moment of lucidity that he shows like right in the middle of the movie. It seems randomly. Yeah. But I'm not sure. Again, it's like with Scorsese, you never fucking know. Like what the hell what does he mean? Yeah. Like, what is he trying to say here? Mm-hmm. But it works. I don't know why. How do I feel satisfied and unsatisfied at the same time?
It works.
Yeah. I'm gonna start punching people.
So, do you have anything more to say about this?
Well, do you have any thoughts on the ending there, or?
Other than the fact that it's that Boogie Nights copies it, which was like a crazy realization for me because Boogie Nights is my favorite movie ever.
It's the same exact.
And I had no idea that it was just like copying that from Raging Bull.
That's why I like watching older movies, because the moment when you find something like that, I think is so fun. I watched me and my family love the movie Just Friends with Ryan Reynolds and Amy Smart. One of my favorite comedies ever. I genuinely love that movie.
Oh god.
Oh my god. If you see that movie, it's fun. Hopefully it's funny. Are we filming?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a scene in that movie where he goes on a date with this girl that he liked in high school, his best friend from high school, but she didn't like him because he was fat. But now he's hot, and he comes back 10 years later, and he goes on a date, and it's very awkward because he's trying to impress her. And he has an awkward conversation with her, and he leaves her at the door, and he goes back into his car, and it's winter. And he goes back in the car and goes, mother, son of a... You fucking idiot. And he's like, mocking himself. And then all of a sudden you see her come into the window, the frame of the window, and she's watching him. He's going, and then he goes, ah! And he sees her, and then he puts the window and I goes, hey. She goes, I forgot my gloves. And he goes, oh, here. And she walks away. And then a few years later, I watched The Gold Rush by Charlie Chaplin. And there's a scene where he goes, hey, do you want to have dinner for New Year's with me? And she goes, oh, sure. And she leaves, and then he goes, oh my god, he rips up his apartment. He's like kicking shit over, ripping the cotton out of his pillows and shit, and like tearing blankets, and there's feathers everywhere or whatever. And he's like hanging upside down from like the what are they called? The beams, the ceiling beams or whatever. And then she comes back in, and he goes, oh, hello. And she goes, I forgot my gloves. And he gives her the gloves. And like, oh, they're fucking doing Gold Rush. Holy shit. Yeah. That was a long-winded way to just give you an example, but I think it was worth it. Anyway.
I guess.
I do. What were we talking about? The ending, the prison. Oh, the prison. So when he goes into prison, they had the set built, and of course they had to build the walls so that it wasn't too hard and it wasn't too soft, because it still hurt De Niro when he was punching the wall. He wasn't punching concrete. It was,
Yeah.
It was what do they call it? Tailored or tempered
Mhm.
or whatever. But they didn't. Scorsese didn't tell the guards. They were real prison guards, and he didn't tell them like how intense De Niro was going to be. So he just said action. De Niro was like, "You motherfucker! You mother sucks cock!"
Oh, he was
And
just
he was just like, thrashing around, and they were like kind of taken aback, like, "Oh shit!" Like that got kind of crazy.
Mhm.
And that was another. Speaking of cock, there was I like that scene where he calls Joey, and he doesn't answer anything, and he goes, "Hello, I can hear you breathing, motherfucker." He goes, "Your mother sucks big fat elephant dicks."
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
holy shit.
Which is literally his mother too, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
So, all right. Do you think we're running out of steam here?
Yeah. I wanted to end with one final question.
Yes.
Of the Robert De Niro clubs, which one would you rather hang out at? Jake LaMotta's or what's the guy from New York?
Jimmy Doyle.
Jimmy Doyle's. Which would you rather go to Jimmy Doyle's club or Jake LaMotta's
I don't
club?
want to be in Jake LaMotta's club. It sucks.
Yeah.
He's doing like this shitty stand-up comedy. It's depressing to look at him.
Yeah.
And he's just kissing 14-year-old girls. Like, I don't want to be here. This
Yeah.
is seedy.
Jimmy Doyle's club definitely seems like the move.
Jimmy Doyle's club sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah, Jimmy Doyle's club was really aesthetically pleasing. I like the set design of his club.
Actually, my new favorite scene in New York is
What?
when he's getting kicked out of that one club. After I
Oh,
forget,
yeah.
Barry Primus from Boxcar Bertha.
Mm-hmm.
He gets in a fight with him, and there's
Kicking
the
the glass.
hallway of light bulbs. He starts kicking the fucking like fuck you.
I wonder if that was improvised. That was probably.
I would be surprised if it was, if he didn't tell any like improvise, because improvised isn't always during the take. Like sometimes they go, "Hey, should I do this?" and they go, "Yeah." And
Yeah,
that's it's technically an improvisation, but I'm sure they got permission from the set decorator and for the electricians to make sure it was safe.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I love that scene.
Mhm.
So let's get into things we missed really quick. So I'm gonna go, just in case we missed any fun, like any anecdotes or little notes that we pointed out. I'm gonna try to go in my notes for the movies and see if I missed anything. Oh, so one of the inspirations for Taxi Driver, the air, like the atmosphere of Taxi Driver, was a movie called The Wrong Man, directed by Alfred Hitchcock, and it's about Henry Fonda, his character, who all of a sudden the cops go, "Hey, you committed a murder, son of a bitch," and they slap him and they go, "Boo, you suck," and then they take him to jail. And then he's like, "I did not commit this murder. Like, I have an alibi." And they're like, "Well, everybody says it's like people walk in and go, 'That's him.'"
Oh,
He's
that's.
like, "What the fuck?" And then you find out that there's a lookalike.
Mm.
I don't really understand the resemblance of Wrong Man to Taxi Driver, except in one shot where like a car kind of makes a turn onto a bridge and you can see the city in the background. I'm like, oh, that's Taxi Driver right there.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was interesting.
Oh, can I?
Yes.
What do you think? What is the significance of Travis? Like the scenes where he just randomly makes like eye contact with like an African American walking by, where he's just like staring like weirdly at them, and they're making like strange eye contact. What is the?
I don't know. Like people say that can have like racist implications. Like sure, maybe it's fucking 1970s, but part of me, I think like him, like that shot where he's looking at the guy. I think that can just be like, what is this guy doing? Like he's just trying. Like does he like maybe he thinks that everybody's out to get him?
Oh yeah.
Because
He might just be imagining them.
Right.
Hmm.
Like, because the whole thing with Betsy, where she kind of rejects him, he's like, "You're all the same. Like, you're gonna, fuck you." Because he lashes out when he can't connect with people. So maybe what he does is to not be rejected is kind of be like, "What is he? What the fuck is he? Does he hate me? What the hell is he talking about?" But also, it's like, I think he's just he's very because he tells the Secret Service guy, he goes, "I'm very observant,"
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's just true. He's extremely observant because he's trying to study these people's behavior because he can't relate to it.
Yeah. Because, like, even when he's sitting in, like, the coffee shop or wherever they, like, hang out, the taxi drivers, it seems like they're all, like, looking at him, or they are all looking at him. So that's, like, one of the things that I picked up on, and I was like, I don't know why that's in there.
Yeah. I'm not sure. But also the thing, like, the way he frames them and the taxi drivers in that scene, Travis almost never occupies, like, the same frame. But there's a wide shot, but then when they're talking, they're always in the frame together, and then it's just Travis.
Yeah.
Whenever there's a close up on Travis, it's never you never see him you never see somebody's shoulder in the foreground.
He's just alone.
He's always alone in the frame when it's just on him. When it's just a close up on him, which is very interesting. The punch after Mook talk is excellent in Mean Streets. The shot of when he's drunk in Mean Streets, when they cranked the speed of the film on the camera, and that when it's strapped to his chest, and he's going around the bar, and he's like, and everybody's like, smashing, like throwing cake in his mouth and stuff. That was really good. Oh, speaking of Boogie Nights, did you recognize the hot tub in American Boy in the beginning?
No, why is it?
Cause I don't know if it's the same hot tub, but American Boy opens with Stephen Prince and Scorsese in a hot tub.
Yeah, and he goes, "Can you move over, please?"
It's like the same fucking hot tub from Boogie Nights.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm not saying it's the same exact one, but it's just maybe it's a coincidence, or maybe Paul Thomas Anderson saw that bathtub and was like, I want that bathtub.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised because him and Tarantino have a similar sensibility for those types of things. But I just thought that was interesting. I was the same pot. It just looks the same. All right, so that's going to be it for Scorsese for now. We'll have the part 2, which will cover 1982 or 1981 to 1999. So that's going to be King of Comedy to Bringing Out the Dead. And then after that, we're going to have Gangs of New York to present, which is Killers of the Flower Moon.
Let's go.
So stick around for those. And we hope you enjoyed this. We enjoyed doing it. And Scorsese's the guy. And I can't wait to do this with the rest of his movies. I don't know what else to say. If you're here, thank you for listening. We're glad you enjoyed it. We'll see you in the next one. Danny, do you have anything to say?
No, thank you for listening and watching.
All right, can you say that again, but less boring?
Subscribe. I want you to subscribe to this channel.